Morning. Nice to know we've still got the hosepipe ban in. And as I say, after all that rain, I mean, what was it, like 2 months' rain fell in a matter of minutes. I was driving down the motorway to go and drop something off early hours of Sunday morning at about 20 to 6. I thought I set off to, well, it came like, you would never believe it. Seriously, I couldn't even see the car in front. It was that bad. Admittedly, I did get a bit panicky on certain bits of it, but luckily I found some petrol, so I was okay. Got back, there's floods and there's leaves all over the place, because the council, even though you pay them a small fortune, they haven't got their leaf machine out there. They rely on the road sweepers, who really can't be bothered to pick up leaves, far too beneath them, so they don't bother doing that. If the council brought the thing round, because now all the drains are blocked, and so the water just piles up, so you can't walk down the pavements because they're full of water. We went through about 6 floods just to get me here this morning. Soaking wet, but I've dried out and I'm ready to go. And the Tory leadership disaster. I mean, it really lurches from one. So Sunak now is on course to become the Prime Minister. Boris Johnson has stepped down, even though he said, and various other people have said, he could have won, but he's decided to step down. We're not sure about Penny Mordaunt. We're really not sure. Is she going to make some announcement this morning? And if so, what time is she going to do it? There is the rumour, these Westminster rumours, that she's going to make an announcement. So, she might step down. But I didn't think she had enough seats anyway. I mean, I was sort of watching it with sort of vague disinterest. Because to be honest with you, I couldn't really care less. I really couldn't care less. I mean, she'll need Boris's backers to go to her. So if Boris says, listen, all the people who backed me back Penny Mordaunt, and then there might be some sort of... But, I mean, to be brutally honest with you, whoever it is going to get knives in their back before Christmas. You can guarantee it. You can almost guarantee it. The Royal Mail discontinuing their traditional stamps in the new year. All the new ones have got the barcode on, which is very nice. But if you've got the old ones, and you, like me, you buy quite a few of them, then you can change them. You send them off to this free post something, and then they send you back the new ones, which is very nice. Jade Adams, whoever, gets voted out of Strictly. I had no idea who she was, not even a clue. Even looking at her, I'm going, I don't know who she is. They go, she's a comedian. And I go, OK, but I don't know who she is, which doesn't really help. And I do watch an extraordinary amount of television. For somebody who's not really interested in it, it's one of those things. Anyway, she got voted off and said, oh, it was marvellous. And then the two hosts of it, one who's mad as a broomstick and the other one who... Nobody really knows who she is. Anyway, and they were sort of going, oh, and here she is, her final dance, you've been a star and you've been this and that and all the rest of it. And I remember thinking, no, she's a loser. There is only one winner on Strictly, and that'll be the people at the end of the day who win the competition. The rest of them are failures. They're people who weren't good enough. And then she was saying, oh, they look after you really well. I thought, it's the BBC. They're wasting my money. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you get the bus there, you make your own cosies, you have a little dance around. If you're not much cop, they kick you out. Like we kicked out all the other people. I mean, it's a bit brutal. And then they go, oh, you didn't like it because the judge didn't say I was very nice and all. And you think, listen, what are you going on this programme for? Either you've watched it before or you're a complete numbskull and you've never seen the blooming thing. It is a dreary waste of my money as far as I'm concerned. I realise that people like it. But then, I quite like the test card. But I don't get that as often as I should do. It's not, you don't see the test card, mainly because we've got 24-hour television. So we only got the test card when they closed it down, if only. Burger King are getting rid of lids on soft drinks and milkshakes. Good. You don't need it. Because if you drop that drink with the lid on, it's going to all come out, isn't it? The lid is going to fall off. So what's the point of it being on there? Is it for really stupid people? So you don't need it. Well, you don't spill it. I mean, and milkshakes as well. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you just open your gob, shove the whole milkshake in there and take it from there. Yeah. And they give you a straw. Oh, what a waste of time that is. Oh, the eco-zealots, or as I prefer to call them, those prats who just go out there and walk backwards and forwards disrupting, now sat on the Abbey Road crossing, which, of course, is a big tourist attraction in London. It's the one that features on the Abbey Road album because the Abbey Road studios are over the road and people go there and it holds the traffic up. They want their picture taken. But the eco-zealots, or as I prefer to call them, those wastes of space, decided to sit and superglue themselves to it. And the police stood around like lemons. I thought they were sorting that bit out, but they appear not to have done, which is a bit of a shame. Pubs. Over Christmas, they reckon that pubs could hibernate as winter bites. Because there's no point in them opening, because they won't be able to afford to put the electric on. And all the pumps are worked on electric. So they'll have to sort of close down. I mean, it's a shame. I mean, I was in town on Saturday. and went out with my former producer, Corey. We do it every so often. We do it about every sort of month and a bit. And we go to Joe Allen's. We have a couple of drinks. He falls under the table. I have to get him a taxi home, and it's, the rest is thing. But they were really busy, which was really nice. So we went there twice. We went there, we had lunch, then we went for a walk through Covent Garden Market, because I love Covent Garden Market, and there's a couple of stalls that I home in on, as you know. There's a husband and wife there, and they make these figures of little old men and women. Do you remember I told you, and I bought one? And they're lovely. They're really... I can't remember what they're called. It's so annoying. But they were really... They're really lovely. And I always go there, and... Corey was tiddling all over the place, and he'd bought some. What did he bought? Oh, he bought some donuts. There's a donut stall there, but the bloke makes them while you wait. He's got them. So of course, Corey was he was in his element. He loved these. And then we went to see these beautiful little works of art, which are very good. They're really beautiful. And I was nearly tempted to buy one, but I thought, no, it's coming to the end of the month. Wait till you get paid. See if you can then afford things. But so that was lovely. And we had a nice time. Then we ended up back in Joe Allen's again. We went to some vodka bar where the vodka was phenomenally expensive. A vodka bar. Yeah, it's tiny. I mean, literally the size of my studio. And this studio, as you know, is pretty tiny. Not the biggest. I mean, you could just about get... about 2 or 3 of us. It's just me and Corey in it. It's very small. And so we had a drink outside. But London was heaving on Saturday. First time in ages that I remember going out and thinking, blimey, it really is busy. When I got off the train at Waterloo, because there's nowhere to park, because it wouldn't have been any worthwhile. The amount I had to drink would be absolutely pointless to even think about driving. So I took the train up, which was great. And I remember getting off the train, looking at all these people going, oh, my God, perhaps people haven't had any bills yet, because you will be getting bills, believe you me. And it's going to be the big shock that everybody's going to go, oh, we didn't have anything about that at all. I mean, London isn't a cheap day out. I mean, it really isn't a cheap day out. We had the V&A Museum, because yesterday I went to the V&A Museum to go to their exhibition on theatre, and it's free, which is good. I like things that are free. I don't like to have to pay for something because it was all donated, and there's costumes from shows. There's all sorts of wonderful things in there. If you like, shows and theatre and musicals and straight plays and everything else, they've got little clips which they're showing you, and you can sit down and watch. It's really good, really very good. But the cafe, the big letdown. And strangely enough, a few years ago, the cafe at the V&A Museum went top of my list because I thought the food was sensational. It was fabulous. Now they don't have enough staff. 15 people were queuing for a cup of coffee, and they had 3 people standing behind the counter doing nothing, standing there staring into the distance, and there's one bloke making the teas and coffees. So for 2 cups of coffee and pan au raisin and another thing called a croissant, £11.75, which, to be honest with you, it's about £6 for 2 coffees, isn't it? Something like that. But it was the fact it was so slow. And this girl is standing in the back, and I felt like saying, I'm sorry, are you working here or what? It was really appalling. So we decided that we weren't going to be eating there again unless they start changing it or finding more staff. Because that's the big problem nowadays, to get the staff to work in the places. And I know at Joe Allen's, they've just taken on a load of new staff. They've got a new chef in there as well. But the other good news is, come closer. This is to go no further because it's not confirmed yet. But we were talking about how many listeners of mine go there and go to all the different places and go to see the shows that I've talked about. And I said, well, I've got a show in London next year, February, at the Leicester Square Theatre. I said, and a lot of people wrote to me saying, well, Pat, because we can go to Joe Allen's for lunch and then come on. And I said, well, you can't because it's closed on a Sunday. Well, it might be open. It might be open on a Sunday by that time because business has started picking up in London's restaurants, which is good news. No, not just for me, I don't think. Although actually, I'm sure that they probably would. But it's so they're actually going. They're working out at the moment because business is now picking up. When we went back in there later, after we'd tootled around and spent a fortune on vodka in this vodka bar, we decided to go back and get cocktails in Joe Allen. So we sat there having cocktails and chatting. It was really good. It was a very boozy day. And then I got the bus back to Waterloo, got on the train, empty, lovely. And it was just nice. But London was heaving. I mean, it really was. I've never seen it. It's almost like, we've come through the curtain, and here it all is in front of us. But, be warned. Tough times are around the corner. Tough times around the corner. Jimmy Savile mugs removed from eBay, which is very nice. Somebody was asking me the other day. In fact, I'll tell you what it was the Magic Circle. They want to get some mugs made for me, for my 2 shows there. And but these are going to be like magic mugs. Magic mugs. When you pour hot water in and a picture appears? I think they're going to be like that. That's what they were sort of saying to me. So, yes, all my clothes come off. I sort of stand there. The roller coaster fan has been turfed off a theme park ride because her boobs were too big. Modesty forbids me, and courtesy from saying anything else. But she was a 38E or something. See, I've got no. I think people are either small, medium, large, or extra large. I'm or extra large. But so they couldn't get the bar round her boobs. So imagine how embarrassing that must be, But I want to go on the ride. You can't. Your boobs are too big. Generally speaking, people wouldn't complain about that. But nowadays, unfortunately, they have to think of safety. And I'd rather thought she just could have floated out of the roller coaster ride, in the event of any sort of disaster. Emma Bunton has admitted that she was the wild one in the Spice Girls. I can confirm that she would be definitely the wild one. Oh, yes, do not be mistaken. Oh, she's just Baby Spice. Oh, no, let me tell you. Let me tell you. What was the other one? This morning's resident vet, the Aussie bloke who's got a place up on Richmond Hill and a place down in St Margaret's. An alleged road rage incident. He was caught on one of those dash cams ripping a windscreen wiper off some lady's car. Ooh dear. Unfortunately, because most people have cameras now, I've got a camera in my car, built in. And, yeah, of course. Because you get a lot of people now who go for road rage, and they try and pretend they're staged accidents so that they can claim money. Yeah, autograph hunters and things like that. Jamie Oliver wants to serve up more shows from his garden. He wants to build a television studio in his garden, which I think is okay. I don't have a problem with that. Why would we? And sharp rise in the number of adults with arthritis, of all things to have. Strange. I don't think I have arthritis. No, I don't think so. I mean, it sounds very painful. A friend of mine Graham had, I think it's Raynaud's disease, where his hands get really cold, I think, whereas I don't get that. I really don't. I was sort of looking at my hands the other day. I've got this thing here, which is I don't know what it's called now. There's a name for it. And what it is, it's sort of it's a thumb. Look at that, a thumb. No, it's like a growth on your hand, and it basically pulls your hand over. So look, that's me with it straight out. So you can see it's bending, But the other side, nothing. Look at that, perfect in one hand, useless in the other. What more can you do? And I did read about an operation. I thought perhaps I'll pay to have it done. And then they said, it won't really make any difference when you have it done. Probably shrink the hand, I should imagine.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 19 minutes past 4, flooding everywhere. So if you've got... I used to have a car years ago, and it was so old that if you lifted up the carpet, you could see the road. I mean, it was seriously... I mean, I don't think it had an MOT in the days when you could probably get away with things like that. People used to drive around with a Guinness label, pretending they'd bought tax. But it is wet out there. It is wet, and we've had an awful lot of rain, and it was terrible. I mean, the thunder and the lightning. It was really terrible. Absolutely dreadful. Also, 2 climate activists, again, pair of idiots, hurled mashed potato over a Monet painting. I mean, are these people... This is criminal damage. I don't care whichever way you look at it. They could have hurled hundreds and thousands over it, or chocolate vermicelli or something like that. But mashed potato and then this pair of uglies then glue themselves to the wall. And I'm thinking to myself, this is criminal damage. Whichever way you look at it, if I'd done it, or the producer had... I mean, he's more likely to do it than I would, because I don't sort of waste... I'd eat the mash. I wouldn't waste mashed potato over... The Monet's worth 100 million. 100 million pounds. And these stupid people, I mean, it was really just absolutely ridiculous. So I think what they should do is the courts are so dreadfully inept, but their hands are tied. The activists, chain themselves and sit on the road glued to it. Leave the buggers there. Don't unglue them. Leave them there. I love the way the police, would you like a coffee? Would you like a tea? What on earth did you join the police force for? Just sort of, I'm surprised you didn't go back home and get them some buttered toast or something. Ridiculous. But, so they hurled mashed potato, put him in court, year in prison. Makes no difference as far as I'm concerned. Stay for a year in prison. You'll enjoy it. It's very nice. There's all sorts of like-minded idiots in there. That's why they're in there. They're stupid. Steve says, Jenny in Farringdon. I went to Regent's Park yesterday. Very stunning in its autumnal beauty. And, yes, I mean, it is very nice. I'm looking at a flat, actually, in Regent's Park at the moment, which is very nice. It's 22 million, and it comes with a Muse house, and it comes with... I just need to win the lottery. But, I mean, a mere bagatelle as far as I'm concerned. Howard said, do you know how Richard Spur is? No, I'm not his medical doctor. How would I know how he is? He broke his foot yesterday, falling out of bed. Was he living in the Leaning Tower of Pisa or something? Falling out of bed and he broke his foot. He's accident-prone, you know. He's accident-prone. He hasn't tweeted about it, so I think it's unlikely, Howard. I think it's probably just one of those stories just to wind you up. I heard somebody coming on. Honestly, the most dreadfully boring caller. And this was some bloke who obviously likes the sound of his own voice, which I thought was a bit difficult when he wasn't really a broadcaster. But he was sort of saying, I phone other radio stations. You might phone railway stations as well, I don't know. I phone other radio stations, and they're well used to hearing me and my opinions. I thought, God, you're boring. You are so dull and boring. I couldn't remember what his name was, and it wouldn't have made any difference. He said, I did predict that Liz Truss would go. Anyway, and I told them this the day before, and they'll have that on record. I thought, God, you really are boring. I mean, why would they keep it on record? Terrible. Shane in Sydney says it's a wet day in Sydney. Parts of the East Coast is flooded. We've had enough rain. Yeah, well, we had, seriously, it came down, and I got woken up this morning by thunder. Cracks. I thought the roof had come off. Actually, Peter Andre lost some bricks in his house. That's the trouble when you buy sort of a cheap old house. And bricks fall out of it. He said, luckily there was only two of us in there, and then fans were writing going, hope you're okay, Petesy, and all this kind of stuff. And you think, she said, well, that's what happens when a house gets struck by lightning. I mean, very lucky it didn't burst into flames. That's when people start worrying, isn't it? All of a sudden something dreadful happens, and you go, oh, it's all right, we'll rebuild it with insurance money. We're not insured. People can't afford to get insured now. They seriously can't. It's so expensive, especially in London. I mean, London is expensive, just all round. The King, Charles, sent his first 100th birthday cards. They were going to send them out with the Queen, but then she died. So they hung on to them, and now they've sent them out. Quite a number, actually. It's amazing how many people reach 100 nowadays, and then you get a nice card. And I'm hoping it's signed personally as opposed to auto pen. That's what I'm hoping. You don't think it's signed personally? Oh, no, don't say that. Well, I'm not. What, you think it's auto pen? You know what auto pen is, don't you? The Beatles used to use it a lot on there. So in other words, it's a proper fountain pen, but it's in a machine that mimics the autograph. So when you look at it, it's been done. And you look at it and you go, oh, it's an ink thing. And it is. But it's called auto pen. It's very famous. It's for people who send out a lot of cards at Christmas, and they really can't be bothered to sit down and write them all out, so they don't. They get auto pen in, and it sort of copies them. How many people aged 100 are over in the UK? Oh, thousands. 1,600. 15,120. Over 100. Wow. That is, well, congratulations. If it's you listening, I'm very impressed. Very, very impressed. How many over 110? Am I sort of hedging for mastermind here? I can just tell. How many over 110? Oh, I don't know. Probably 3,000? 237. Useless, aren't I? Totally useless. Over 110 years old. God, that is amazing, isn't it? Yeah, I'm bored with that questioning. Steve, you're right, says Joy in Thornton Heath. Arthritis is painful. I'm riddled with it. I'm having my second hip replacement done on the 3rd of November. A bit less pain afterwards. I hope the first one in June was great. I can't wait, says Joy. Oh, good luck for that. Good luck for that. That's very good. Very good. I'm very pleased, actually. So rain. They had the lady who featured as the test card on Antiques Roadshow last night. She had the little clown too. Not as old as you might think. Yeah, I don't know how old she is, actually. That was very famous, the test card, wasn't it? Test card F, and it's Carol Hersey, who's the little girl. And I think that's really... What a claim to fame. See, you know, I like the kids who go, my claim to fame is I was one of the Milky Bar kids. You know, the Milky Bar kid who was strong and tough and only the best is good enough. The creamiest milk, the whitest bar, the goodness. That's in Milky Bar. And then all he has to do is go, the Milky Bars are on me. Sounding a bit like Joe Pasquale, actually. Jenny from, she said, Carol, my father was helping to design the new test card for colour television, which is what the F stands for, because it's the first test card in colour. Isn't it funny? I remember colour television. Now we take it for granted. We don't even think about it, do we? We don't even think about it. And there's the clown. Wow, Bubbles the clown. Blimey. Bubbles was valued between 1,500 and 2,000, though Carol said he's not going anywhere. And do you know what came up at the auction house the other day? One of the eggs that was at TVAM that sat on the roof. They reckon it's worth between 750 and 1,000 quid. Yeah, in Camden. They were throwing them away. And the bloke said, oh, can I have one? They went, yeah, it's in the skip. So, you know, stuff like that. It's always worth it. Jenny in Carmarthen says, came to London for a few days, end of last week, saw a show, watched people in Leicester Square and had a lovely time in Joe Allen's. The staff was so welcoming. I had apple strudel as well, Jenny. I didn't have a starter specifically to have the apple strudel with ice cream. It was delicious, absolutely delicious. And she says, and the cocktails, well, say no more. And coming to see you in February. Joe Allen's will be open. I do hope so. I do hope so. Watch this space, because that would make a lot of difference for people. And as I say, we were talking actually about it the other day, because they've got a new manager in there. And I said, I've been coming here for more than 36 years. I never thought I'd say that, because the only reason that we found it is because Biggins came in when we were in Fleet Street in Gough Square. And we recorded an interview with him for future transmission, which we put out, I think it was like the week later or something. And I said, where are you off to now? I said, I'm going to Joe Allen's. We went, where's that? He went, it's in Exeter Street in Covent Garden. And so we went, oh, what is it? And he said, well, it's an American place. All sorts of people have been there. They don't talk about their celebrity clientele, because there are other celebrity restaurants. Joe Allen's is one of the originals, if not the original, and they've always played down the celebrity side of it. So if you go in there and you see somebody famous, you basically don't go and they don't encourage you to take photographs of people, because they're having their dinner. But very nice indeed. But isn't it funny? I had the apple strudel as well. I looked through it and I thought apple strudel for me, and it was warm. I was eating. Well, the duck. No, I didn't have a starter, and the duck's going. They've got a new chef in, and I think they've got fish on like a hash brown to replace the duck, because the duck's been there for quite some while, and you have to keep changing and evolving. So I'm looking for. It hasn't gone yet, no. But I didn't have it the other day, because I thought if I have a starter and a main course, I'm not going to want a pudding, and I really wanted a pudding, so I had a pudding. Lauren in Thamesmead says, I have Raynaud's syndrome. My blood vessels shrink in cold weather and my body can't move. Oh, good. And Steve, just had my tonsils removed on Friday. Woke up early this morning in a lot of pain, but your radio show has been helping. Thank God for that. That's dreadful, isn't it, really? But sounds like you had a great weekend, says Eileen, on the razzle with Corey. Yes, it was good, actually. It was really nice. It was really nice. We liked to do it. He was so drunk, he told me I was his best friend. That's how drunk he was. I think he's lightweight. Even the producer says he thinks he's lightweight.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Martin says the Milky Bar Kid was a Newmarket racehorse trainer a few years back. Oh, they've had hundreds of Milky Bar Kids. Loads of them. They used to send them out for promotional work, and they stuck him in a pair of glasses, and all of a sudden you became the Milky Bar Kid. Tim, who's very merry, just got back from a weekend in the Grampians. Blimey, you're a bit bizarre, aren't you? I mean, admittedly, I do like the scenery, but he was standing on the edge of a cliff for a photo opportunity and nearly fell off. I feel ill looking at it. Seriously, I mean, that's sort of just supposing that thing was balanced and your weight tipped it over the edge. I mean, that's you gone, isn't it? Dreadful. I mean, you know me, I've got no head for heights at all, but it's very beautiful. But I've always said, you know, the scenery in this country is among the most stunning in the entire universe. I think it's absolutely beautiful. And Sidcup Julie says, I'm coming to your show in February, going on my own. Sad, I know. And I'm booking up a table in Joe Allen's for one. Looking forward to their cocktails. Yes, well, it's not open on a Sunday at the moment, so you won't be able to book for the Sunday for Joe Allen's. But there's no harm in going there by yourself. I've been there by myself loads of times. But I do. The cocktails just take you into a different realm, I'm afraid. I'm a bit bad with cocktails. I've always liked cocktails. I don't know why. I've never used to have them when I was younger because I couldn't afford the blooming things. But they're nice. There's a dad who's the first bloke to get microchipped with his bank payment card. So normally you have a payment card, but he's had the microchips. All he does is wave his hand over the machine. You can imagine that goes down with the shop assistants, can't you? What's he doing? I don't know. Waving his hand over the machine. So that seems okay. Dickens was no Scrooge when it came to buying fine wine. It was just women he wasn't very good with, was it? He was quite a bully. In fact, he was a notorious bully. The Grampians in Australia, says Tim, not the UK. Oh, right, I didn't know there were Grampians in Australia. Heavens above, you live and learn. So, Grampians National Park is a nature reserve in Victoria, known for its sandstone mountains, wild flowers and wildlife, including and wallabies. So, oh right. Oh, it's got oh blimey. It's very nice, isn't it? Don't we have Grampians in this country as well? Or perhaps I've sort of made it up. Grampians, is that this country, or are they all the Australian one? I always thought the Grampians were in this country as well. I mean, there might be. I've yet to find out. We do have Grampians, yeah. Isn't it funny? They've got an awful lot of places over in Australia that copy us. And they love, oh, there you go, the location, Grampian, the tourist trail. You see, all these valleys, these would have been carved out by glaciers. They did a thing on a glacier the other day, because I'm fascinated by volcanoes and glaciers. Because glacier, I told you this story of there's a mountain somewhere, whatever it is, running straight down the middle of it is a glacier. And it moves at about 20 foot in a year. So it's constant, but of course you can't see it. It's only when you do stop-start photography. But anyway, they go to this mountain. Somebody's cut a tunnel in it, and you go all the way to the end of this tunnel. It's been lit. They put lighting in, and there's a door, and you open the door, and you open onto ice. It's a wall of ice. And what it is, you are under the glacier. So what they do is they get a hose full of hot water and they make a cave. They aim this hot water into this sheet of ice, which is not a sheet of ice, it's huge. I mean, it's about 400, half a mile across, this thing. And they make a big cave and yet they go and stand under it. It's dripping because obviously it's melting, but very, very slowly. And they look at all the rocks because it takes all the rocks down with it. It's the most amazing thing to see. They did it on the television. And then they go, watch this. It's in Mount St. Helens, is it? And they open the door, as I say, and it's the ice. And they close the door. They go back the next day, open the door, it's moved on. And it's just the wall of ice there. It is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I thought it was in France, actually. But aren't they amazing things? The East Crater Glacier. There you go, look, people there actually inside the caves. There's one place, it's a cave, and you can only go in there one at a time because it's like basalt. It's hanging from the ceiling, ice. But, of course, people's breath is melting it, so they've got to be very careful. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And it's cave with, wait a minute, tights come down. So stalactites in this cave, literally loads of them. You've got to be so careful you don't break them and everything else. And it's this when you see the pictures of it, you will just go, oh my God, that is lovely. That is really, really, it's so beautiful because you shine a torch into it and it all reflects throughout these sort of water droplets, which are, yeah, it's like your very own light show, which is very nice. Hey, I tell you what, the big fiddle going on at the moment, be very careful. I've now heard of it 3 times. Somebody buys from Amazon. I only know of Amazon. I don't know of anybody else. And it was in the papers the other day. A laptop. What did they receive? The first person ordered the laptop. When they actually opened the packet, bar of chocolate. Somebody's thieving. From Amazon. Spoke to my friend Darren the other day, and he said, he said we ordered something for the Magic Circle. He said, we got it. He said, what do you think was in there? I said, I don't know. He said 2 bars of chocolate. Somebody's thieving. If they know it's a laptop, they'll thieve it, put something else in the pack, reseal it, and have it delivered. So be careful. Be careful, because, there is the danger. You might not get what you want. There's now 3 occasions I've heard of people ordering, and somebody somewhere thieving. It's like you do sometimes get people who go and work for the post office at Christmas and thieve parcels and all sorts of things there. Luckily, the post office seem to be on top of it. Good. So Tim and his grampians... Sorry, it's this standing on this thing looking out, which is lovely, but I always imagine a gust of wind or something like that, and I'm frightened about heights. It's like watching people climbing up the outside of a building using, their bare hands. There's no rope or anything like that. I mean, I just feel physically ill, I'm afraid. Sandy from Peterborough says, had total knee replacement surgery 3 weeks ago. Still struggling with lots of pain. Just had some pain pills, cup of coffee, and lying here listening to you. Helps with the pain. Yeah, one of my neighbours had the same, had knees replaced. So still a bit sort of fragile. I think my brother had something which was sort of quite similar, where his knees were crumbling. They put a camera inside and you could see they just were starting to crumble, which is a little bit depressing, isn't it? So Sunak set for number 10. Johnson quits the race. He blames the lack of unity among candidates. Mandelson says Labour must be bold to succeed. We haven't heard from him for ages, have we, really? I'll tell you the one I'm bored with seeing everywhere. It turned up on Andrew Neil's programme the other day, Ed Balls. It's the casual thing. He doesn't bother wearing suits now. And but we have sort of top dog today, Sir Keir Starmer at 9 o'clock this morning with Nick Ferrari. And they'll be taking your calls. Furious Netflix films The Die Horror. It's just a TV programme, okay? Matt Goss reveals he got the cha-cha chills with a visit from his mum's ghost. He said he was voted off the show, and he said, the night after I left the series, I didn't want to watch the show. I just wanted to be in my own bubble. He's in his 50s. Seriously, I don't know who his friends are. No idea. But anyway, I was getting streams of messages from people, and I lay in the dark listening to music. A bag fell off a shelf, and then I said, Mum, is that you? If it's you, can the music stop? And so the music stopped. And then it came back on again and did it again. Happened about 5 times. I knew it was my mum. How? I have no idea. But it says, I knew it was a sign everything would be okay. Matt is also plugging his new single with the Royal Philharmonic, hoping to be number 1 at Christmas. And he said, there you go, I was right, actually. I used the word. He said, when he was on Strictly, he said it was pretty uncomfortable. He's just never happy. Never happy. You think, how can you not be happy? I don't quite understand it. I don't get it. You've got loads of money. Well, maybe not loads of money. But we don't know if he's going back to America to live. I thought he'd sold everything in the house. And he's going to go back there. There's no work there. He's already been in Vegas, done his little stint, done a few little bits and pieces. And so I've got no idea, really, why he doesn't step. But there's no work here either for him. Because if you're a singer and you were in a big boy band years and years ago, and then the boy band finishes, and then you go, oh, we're getting back, like they all do. They all, we're going to get back together again. So they got back together. They didn't sell as many tickets for the shows as they wanted to, and they had to cancel half of the shows because there was no interest. There's a limit. Everybody's got, a sort of an amount of people who will come and see you. And they didn't do that. And then they brought out the DVD, which was the best bit of the tour, because it was Matt losing his temper all the time with Luke. And just basically nice to loads of other people, but to his brother, he was vile. Absolutely vile. He's sort of accusing him of all sorts of things, and you think to yourself, you've got a lot of angst going on. But, where he's going to end up, God alone knows. I don't know. I mean, can these people ever go and have a normal job? Could you ever get a job working in a shop or something like that, or stacking shelves, or working in a bakery, or doing something? Because when your music career tiddles out, what are you supposed to do? I don't know. I've really got no idea.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC. with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Monday morning, October the 24th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. With you till 7. Don't forget, Sir Keir Starmer joins Nick this morning from 9 here on LBC. Now, here's a story. This is my producer, okay, whose mum gets a message purporting to be from him. Okay, now bear with me on this one. What I'm going to do is read out everything that his mum receives and the correspondence backwards and forwards. So his mum gets a message on her phone. Hi, Mum. I dropped my phone like an idiot earlier on and it's cracked the screen really bad. So I'm on an old phone for the meantime. I would have called, but I can't hear anything coming from this phone. It's really old, but luckily I have insurance, so I'll get a new one in about 2 days. This is the one that goes to his mother, purporting to be from my producer, Joe. She then texts, lovely, but what a pain, are you okay? Here comes the sting. Basically, this is what they write back. The bank froze my account for 48 hours after I updated my number, and I had some bills to be paid today. That's why I'm so stressed. It's been a weight on my shoulders. I didn't want to ask you, but would you be able to pay it for me, and I'll transfer you the money in 2 days once my account's unlocked. Okay, you picking up on this? She then texts, how do I do that? He then texts, well, it isn't him, it's somebody else. Can you do it through online banking? I'll forward the details now. And then they put down a sort code and an account number and says, please ensure to transfer the remaining £849.99 before the due date. Any late payment will result in a 15% late fee charge. His mum texts back. She still thinks it's him. Joe, I can't do online banking. So they then text back, can you do it through the telephone, Mum? She says, all I can do is give you the cash if you come home and you can sort it out using my phone. I'm so sorry, but otherwise I don't know what I'm doing. They then text back, it's due before midday, Mum, that's the thing. Could you please phone the bank and get them to do the transfer? It shouldn't take long. She then texts back, Joe, I need step-by-step instructions. Back comes, which bank are you with, Mum? Just call them and say you'd like to make a transfer to these details. She takes back, I'll do my best. Has it got to be by midday? Okay. And so, wait a minute. Has it got to be there by midday? And then she phones the bank, and the bank go, because she was about to do the transfer. So, anyway, they say, check with your son first. They then come back. I just called. They said before 6 p.m. is fine. Because, yeah, this was at 4:30. They sent that one in. So if you get anything like that, be careful. Because his mother was about to transfer that money. Had she not phoned the bank and checked, because it's very convincing. Very convincing. But, you know, you're sending it to this person who wasn't him, had their account details and all the rest of it. So we're not too sure, actually, where that one's going. But just be aware. Just be aware. I've seen loads of those. Not as convincing as that. That would convince somebody. If you're elderly, it's got to be there before midday. That's how they get you. These people should be taken out and shot, as far as I'm concerned. Because people buy into it. The fraud squad are onto it now, because all you do is you hand over the details and they will then chase it up. And you'll probably find they're not even in this country. And if they manage, you see, £800 is quite believable. So if you get a message from a number that you don't know, asking for money to be transferred because the screen's broken and I've got some bills to pay, I'll give you back in a couple of days, but they've frozen the account. Why would they freeze the account? Because they're liars. But if they ask for any money, be careful. You've seen the old hooker thing, haven't you, from abroad? There's a whole book on it, which is very interesting. Some bloke, and he wound them up. It was recommended by one of my former producers. And it was a guy, and all of a sudden he gets a message from a Russian girl. I mean, in this day and age, anybody with Russian on it, you get rid of straight away. But in those days, people didn't. And it said, oh, hi, it's nice to meet you on this chat line and all the rest of it. And what they do is they're reeling you in. 9 out of 10 times, it's a bloke, the other end. There are lots of scams that come from certain countries, and this one went on for ages. And, we get on really well together. And they put up photos as well. There was one woman thought she was talking to an army GI. She wasn't. And so they reel you in. And the woman says, oh, we're getting on so well together, it's lovely. Blah. They never can do a phone chat, but they can do something online. Put up a picture of themselves and things like that, waving at you. You know, the microphone's broken, sorry, but I'll just wave at you. And then they sort of go, oh, I'd love to come and visit you in England. So the bloke went, yeah, that'd be really... He knew what was going on, but he was determined to keep it going. And he made a book out of it. And it's a case of... she says, oh, I'd love to come to England. Well, I'll look forward to it. So I'll sort out flights and all the rest of it. Anyway, the next thing comes back. My mother's really ill at the moment. I needed the money to spend on medicine. Could you possibly send me the money so that I can buy the flights? So he goes, yeah, I'll do that. Send me the details of your bank account. So, of course, she sends the bank account details. It's not a her anyway. Remember, it's a bloke. And of course, he doesn't do anything. So literally within a matter of... I think it was a few hours, actually. She's back on. Did you transfer the money? And he went, I couldn't get to the post office, but I'll do it tomorrow. OK, that'll be really good. I'm so looking forward to meeting. He drags it out for a month. In the end, she realises she's been scammed. And so, of course, she, who is a bloke, hangs up. And so they never concluded it. But that one to Joe's mum was that she was going to transfer the money to this account. Even though the name of the account wasn't her son's name, which was even more bizarre. So, you know, be warned. She thought it was the landlady. Thought it was the landlady. So just remember, if anybody sends you a text to your phone and you don't recognise the number and they're asking for money because their phone's broken or the car's broken down or they've got to do this or got to do that, remember, just basically ignore it. Ignore it. You know, because people don't write things like that. They would phone you. Why would he, you know, you can phone. I know they'd made the excuse about the telephone. You couldn't hear very well on it. Just basically they're liars. But people fall for it. You can imagine. Oh, they think of everything. They think of everything. They're very devious, you know, disgusting people. Filth. Absolute filth. Gary from Woolwich says Bond Street, Lizzie Line Station opens today at last. Oh, right. I didn't know it wasn't open, actually. Have you ever been to Mother Shipton's cave in Harrogate? Lovely experience, says Gary. I've heard about Mother Shipton's. It's very famous, isn't it? Very, very famous. Lots of stalagmite. I like places like that. They've got all these toys hanging there, and they're covered in water, which then dries, and so it's like sodium in the water or something, and so they're all solidified. It is a bit creepy. Old Mother Shipton was a bit creepy. So that people put all these toys on there, and you can see what they turn into. It's in Knaresborough. So, you know. It's a strange one. So let's have a look inside Bond Street, Elizabeth Line Station. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. I've not been on the Liz line. I should do, really, shouldn't I suppose. But it's the ticket. The amount of people fiddling the ticket barriers, they've got to come up with a new way of that. They've really got to come up with a new way, because the amount of people who do it at Twickenham Station, they just force their way through behind somebody. It's easy to do. And the person on there, they're not going to interfere. I mean, the person who's sort of standing, manning the barriers, looks as though they're on their last legs. Seriously. Steve, hope you had a good weekend, had a busy weekend. And to visit my parents down on the farm, says Jake, my favourite Methodist pastor. On Saturday, and Bree and I finished the office den downstairs. Looked great. Had a busy Sunday with the church. And we've just finished rewatching The Darkest Hour in our new office stroke den and now relaxing, listening to me. It's all going on over here. I wouldn't wish the weather, Jake, on you over there that we've had over here. It's been terrible. And what with the politics? I mean, at the moment, everything's happening. All we need is a freezing cold winter, and all that water freezes, and that's not very good at all. And Connie says, Steve, you need a locker with a key at LBC to put your... I have two lockers. To put all your sweets in it, because Richard Spurs said on his show on Saturday, he said he had some of Steve Allen's chocolate. No, he didn't. No, there wouldn't be any... It all goes long before Richard gets anywhere. It's like... what's his name? Nick Abbott. He's another one. He's after it. Well, he's not having it. So I don't leave anything in the studio. It's all put in a certain area, and everything's microchipped. So I can discover. I've got a wand, and you can wand it past them, and I can see what they've eaten. I know what they've eaten, actually. I'm very, very, very... very careful. Tess on the Isle of Sheppey says, I got the scam message too. Thank God I was alert. You've really got to be careful these days. Yes, absolutely. And Dan says, my partner had this scam and played along with it, finishing with, I left you at nursery this morning. Why have you now got a phone? Our eldest is 3, says Dan. Read the scam message, says Helinka, asking for money from your children. I had one of these last week, but they made the cardinal mistake of calling me mum. All my children call me mummy, so I just deleted the message. Yeah, that's it. But just be careful, okay? Iceman said, we had a text saying, hi, mum. It sounded so convincing, for over £1,000. Yes. That's how they make their money. Bearing on, they would send out millions of these texts. If only a tiny, tiny percentage pick up on it, they're making a fortune at your expense. So just be warned. It's interesting, isn't it? And Derek and Donna, that's all the drivers at Camberwell Garage, up with us this morning. My driver this morning he was listening to LBC, which was a very wise decision, I think. Very wise decision. And turned up early, which is an even better decision. I like being early. It means you get more done, doesn't it? News at 5, back with you in 3.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to LBC. Welcome to Monday morning. Welcome to... Oh, yuck. Oh, yuck, it's Monday morning. Oh, it's wet, it's horrible, it's leaves everywhere. I don't mind the leaves everywhere, I just wish the council would sweep them up or suck them up in these giant leaf-sucking machines, which I have seen. But, of course, they flooded the drains, they blocked everything, and now you've got to wait till the drains, drain very slowly. But, of course, the more it rains, the worse the situation gets, which is not so good, is it, really? So what have we got today? Well, Boris has now seen himself out, although he claims that he could have won. And to be honest with you, I've heard quite a number of people say exactly the same thing. But he's out the running. Now we've got to find out what Penny's going to be doing. Is Boris going to make a statement saying you should all back Penny? In an effort. I mean, the infighting within the same political party is hilarious. Nobody likes anybody. Nobody likes anybody. Boris has only just been kicked out. Liz has disappeared, to somewhere. I don't know. She's vanished somewhere. Yeah, she's still there, but she doesn't. I mean, I think once you resign, do you have any power or anything at all? Or do they sort of go, oh, just ignore her, perhaps she'll disappear? Steve, I was on holiday recently and fell for this scam. Fortunately, got the money back from the bank, but had to cancel the debit card, so was left without one for 10 days. I'm usually wise to these things, but got taken in completely. It's very easy. When you heard me reading it out a minute ago, even you must have been convinced by it. Well, put it this way, Joe's mum, who's not daft, she got taken in by it. If she hadn't phoned the bank to check, and they said, check with your son first. Check with your son first, because otherwise they'd have transferred money to an account, and that would be the last you'd ever see of it, because the moment it goes into that account, somebody at the other end will be watching it. Whoosh, they've got it out. Never see it ever again. Never see it ever again. Steve just boarded the 0501 from Purley, 0412 Brighton. Headed to the city this Monday morning. You have to admit this weather is much better than that ghastly heat. I was thinking that the other day, Mark. He said, by the way, did Joe used to be your Sunday-only producer a few years back? Yeah. Whatever. Stalker. Slightly odd, isn't it? So here we go, as we drag out the torturously tedious personalities of the Strictly people who you've never even heard of. The Tories. This is Hamza Yassin, named as the 13th contestant. Many were asking who. Yep, we're still asking who. So they've sort of come up. He lived in his car for a year, and he's a zoologist. He came to Britain at 8 from Sudan. He's just a cameraman. He's a camera. Mind you, they took a bloke, didn't they, from Zoe Ball. He did the travel. The fact that he was gay turned out to be a blessing, because it sort of gave him something else to talk about, as if anybody was remotely interested. But if they're going to have a programme which says celebrities, these people aren't celebrities. What's different about this cameraman from any other cameraman? Answer, there isn't any difference. They're just cameramen. It's like you might as well sort of go to a West End show and say, you head of lighting? Oh, you can come on, you're a celebrity. I've never heard so much rubbish in my entire life. Quite ridiculous. So Jamie Oliver's going to build a TV studio. I don't know how big it's got to be, actually. They said it could be used 7 days a week. It would attract no more than 25 cars a day. So council have to check these. What you put in your back garden, I would assume, is up to you. It turns out he's got a fairly big garden. It's a big Tudor property, Grade 1 listed, in a place called Finchingfield in Essex. Details lodged. So because Jamie has already fitted bird boxes, hedgehog box and a bee box, he bought the home in 2019 and he's restored many original features. And it's lovely. It's an old Tudor mansion. So, what you want to build in it, what's it going to do with the council? Bog off, mind your own business, honestly. Nothing worse. He's very, very popular. Very, very popular. If you want to put something in your back garden, I mean, people put in Wendy houses, tree houses, trampolines. They put all sorts of things. Swimming pools. Do they need to get permission for all these things as well? Probably. And Peter says, I've been listening when I'm in London, and I'm listening to you now all the way from the Philippines. Brings me comfort. He says, I've been in the Philippines since September, and I miss the weather terribly, even though the weather here is averaging 32 degrees. You're welcome to what we've got at the moment. It's just tipping it down. Luckily, I've got 2 umbrellas with me. But when we went the other day, we parked near the Royal Albert Hall and then walked down to the V&A Museum. And the exhibition's great. And because it's free, I like it even more. I don't want to have to pay for things that are ours anyway. Do you know that they've got, in one part of it, it's the old part of the theatrical bit, they've got an old theatre box, which is beautiful in gold and red and everything. Where's the V&A? Knightsbridge. Literally, you've got the V&A, then you go round the corner, you've got the Science Museum, the Natural History Museum. In fact, if you come past the Natural History Museum, it's the next one. Down there, you've got the Science Museum, the Geology Museum, and because I know these things, I'm very, very lucky. I'm a culture vulture. And they're good. If it's free. But people were queuing yesterday. It was tipping it down. And people were queuing to get into the museums. I remember thinking, oh, my God, honestly, terrible. But we had our umbrellas and we didn't have to wait very long. Luckily, for some reason, there weren't huge queues for the V&A Museum. They said, oh, can you have your bags? Hello, can you have your bags ready, please? Well, I had 2 insulin pens in mine and loads of other bits and pieces. And he just basically shone a torch in my man bag. And that was it. I was in. Didn't make any difference. We were all dripping wet and fed up. You know what it's like when you sort of go somewhere and you're very wet when you get there and you have to shake your umbrella. Some people were standing in doorways because they had no umbrellas. You can buy little umbrellas now. I've got a little one, but that's another story. And it's a case of, you buy a little umbrella so that if it rains, I can put it in my pocket. It's it's tiny. No, it's not very big at all. And very nice. Very nice. I mean, as long as it's not windy, you're okay. Steve, some money went out of my account. The bank found someone had used it for a home delivery from a supermarket. I hope the bank or police went and knocked on their door, says Jill. Yeah, you've always got to report these things. You've always got to report them. The fraud office keep very busy because you will probably find that bank code and the bank account number have been used on many occasions for laundering money. Normally, the banks are pretty good at refunding. But just be aware. Somebody sends you a text, on your phone saying, oh, hi, Mum, or hi, Dad, or something like that. I mean, if ever I got one, I'd write back and go, he's dead. Okay. Yeah, I don't think he'd be writing to me from beyond the grave. One of those bizarre things. Chris says, if ever I get a message like that, I always ask a personal question. If it's friends, normally, how did we meet? If family, then something from our past. Only they will know. Well, I wouldn't even bother replying to them. I really wouldn't. I wouldn't reply to them at all. But it's very interesting that it's so easy. His mother was going to transfer that money. She thought she was talking to her son. It all sounded very plausible. He's got bills to pay. They've got to be paid. I love the idea. They've got to be paid by a certain time. What a load of codswallop. Here he is, this morning's resident vet. In the paper today, Dr. Scott Miller, recognised in the dash cam footage from the driver, Heather Kenwood, who said he was abusive. Now, he regularly appears on the television, on the Call Our Vet segment, because we like doing vet things. I used to have a segment with a vet on LBC. I had quite a number. We used to have Bradley Viner, and we had various. It was phenomenally busy. Because vets were so expensive. Won't find a poor vet. If you go to a vet now, the first thing they say, have you got insurance? Because you're going to need it. Take my word for it. But anyway, He was seen getting out of his car after Heather had beeped at him for parking at the end of a road. Oh dear. Maybe not a good idea. But anyway, she said she reported the incident, which happened in Woking, to the police and was told they were investigating. She said, I've got the dash cam footage of him being very vocal. He got abusive. I stayed in the car and he got out again, went to the passenger side, broke my wipers and wing mirror. Her son David posted snaps from the footage on Facebook asking for help in identifying the driver. And it's him. It's as simple as that. I showed the picture to the producer. He's an Australian-born vet. Not that that makes any difference. I don't know why they say that. You know, he was born in Grimsby. You know, does it make any difference? He says it was a moment of irritation which was regrettable. His publicist said the first act of aggression came from the constant beeping from a car driver who was clearly disgruntled that somebody dared park at the end of a private road. Yes, I can imagine how that. Mr. Miller didn't know this was a female until he conversed with the driver. He said it's obvious from the dashcam footage the driver could have easily driven round Dr. Miller's car, instead pulling up behind him and increasingly beeping. I mean, I have to be honest, yes. I mean, that would be... Perhaps she was a bit of an idiot as well. You know, beep, 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 beep. Yeah, I'm sorry, love. Are you really dumb and stupid? There's an Australian I found on, as you do. And he was on YouTube. He was a motorist, and he was berating two cyclists who were in the cycle lane for going too slowly. And he stood there effing and jeffing and all the kind of... And I'm thinking to myself, who are you, you stupid little man? And he was going, you need to go a certain speed if you're a cyclist. He went, no, we don't. Honestly, these people, thick as bricks. But this woman could have quite easily gone round him. He was parked at the end of a private road. I don't know, he might have been on the phone. I have no idea. I don't know that side of it. But I just think to myself, there's one way of being stupid or ignorant, and there's another way of sort of going, so he then gets out, he's now irritated. So now you've got two people irritated. Before you know where you are, people who go, I've got you on They do that, don't they? Some bloke was in a shop the other day on YouTube and in America, and he wasn't moving. This woman said, I'm not serving you. Get out of my shop. He said, it's not your shop. She said, it is my shop. Like that wonderful woman who had the argument with the disabled woman. What are you parking there for? Because I can. No, you can't. It's not for people like you. This went on and on and on. And she said, I've got a disabled sticker. And this woman went, yeah? Really? Show it to me. So she reaches into the glove compartment and goes, there you go. Can you open your eyes, thicko? These people are so dumb. So dumb. Ed Sheeran's going to lift the lid on his superstar lifestyle. Oh, God. I'm sure I wanted to see that. Thank you very much indeed. I don't think that's the right thing. Apparently, ex-Chelsea captain John Terry, there's a family and a half, says he's relieved when people ask him for a selfie during a run so he can get a breather. Oh, exciting. And somebody from Dragon's Den died. Only 36. This is a guy called Drew Cockton. He got 50,000 from Tuka Suleiman for his scented candle business when he appeared on the show last year. His brand, Owen Drew, was a success and got celebrity fans. Drew's mum, Kate, put a statement saying her son had died peacefully at home. Well, he must have had he's only 36. I mean, that's nothing, is it? Absolutely nothing. But anyway, I'm sure that'll emerge in a few days.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 18 minutes past 5. It's nice to have your company. If ever I get a message like that, Steve, I always question it. Always, always, always question it. At the risk of upsetting somebody, always question it. Steve says, Sula, I love the duck watermelon salad at Joe Allen's. Shame it's going. I know. But listen, new chef comes in, you get sort of somebody else's take on different bits and pieces. So, and it looked really nice. They did ask me wanted to eat it, but I was so full I couldn't eat anything. Just had my my apple strudel. I love a strudel, isn't it funny? Amazing. Steve, out of Clive Bull, Richard Spur or Nick Abbott, who's most likely to eat the goodies, says Roger. Oh, I think Richard Spur. Judging by the size of him, yes, I would say Richard Spur. I don't know. Actually, I mean, Nick Abbott, it's gone long before Nick gets here. My stuff goes very quickly. I mean, there's a load of stuff out there today for them, and it just tends to go very, very quickly. Can't help it, just very, very popular. But Clive might pick up one thing. I've seen Clive pick up one thing. It's not really his sort of thing, actually. That's how he maintains his physical shape. Joan in Edinburgh says, I received a message on Facebook from my husband asking for money to get home. We were sitting having dinner together at the time, she says. See, I love stuff like that. That's a very common one. I'm stuck at the airport. I've got to do this, got to do that. Is it possible you can send me some money over? Yeah, right, of course. And Jill in Enfield says, I had the same message, which caught me unawares, but I made the mistake of asking which son it was. So I gave them the name. Anyway, after them asking me for 1,400 quid, I phoned my son, who said it wasn't him, but was nearly taken in. It's dangerous. Dangerous. Listen, don't ever believe any of it. Rather risk the wrath of upsetting somebody in your family. Go on, tell them to bog off. Makes it easier. Steve, last week I ordered online an air fryer through Google search. Paid 58 quid for it. Got back a payment note to say they'd taken $64, then an email immediately after say I bought a pizza cutter with spare blade. Immediately got hold of the bank to cancel a card. I'm hoping, says Sandy, I shall get my money back. I hope so as well. Yes, I mean, fancy getting something you didn't even want. Why do you not order it? You see, you've ordered it through Google. Why do you not order it through Amazon? You know, just to sort of protect yourself. I would have thought it'd been a bit easier, but, you know, we'll learn for the next time round, shall we? Gordon Ramsay should stop serving octopus at his restaurants or his diners could be hit by a curse, activists have warned him. Apparently, somebody from PETA told Ramsay, by serving octopus, you put yourself and diners at risk of this fabled ancient curse, which is said to affect all those who kill, cook or eat octopuses. So there you go. I wouldn't want to eat them. I mean, yeah, I mean, even if there was a, you know, sort of there was no risk attached and all the rest of it, definitely not. I don't know. I've never eaten it. I wouldn't want to. It's an octopus. It's an octopus. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it should live in the ocean. Look at it. Look at the... Oh, it's just horrid. Horrid, horrid, horrid. You shouldn't be allowed to eat things like that. But that's in Gordon Ramsay's restaurant. Yeah. It looks disgusting. They obviously just grill it by the look of it. But they've cut it away from the body. Which I don't like. I don't like them doing it. I'm a bit funny about things like that. Mind you, I'm never very good with seafood anyway, so, you know, don't ever criticise me, but I couldn't eat stuff like that. I've watched the Chinese markets on YouTube. You go to YouTube and type in Chinese fish markets, everything under the sun. Everything under the sun, literally the biggest crabs, the biggest lobsters, everything absolutely enormous in these huge tanks, and you pick them out and they'll sort of pull it apart for you, and then you go home with it in a small bag. They presume you cook the meat. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't risk it. I mean, I wouldn't risk buying from a Chinese market anyway. You know, if it was, yeah. I mean, I have eaten crab. We used to have a little pot of it years ago, and I've never eaten fresh crab. Yeah, I just don't fancy it. And lobster, I didn't like. I wanted to like it because I thought that'll be nice, that'll be healthy, but it didn't agree with me. I went out with Clive. You know, Drives Nick's Ferrari's programme. And somebody, I can't remember who we went out with. And we go to this place. It's called Lobster and Burger or something. And, yes, imagine what they sell. And the lobsters were in the tank. And it arrived on the table. And I went, don't think so. So I didn't bother. A bit funny. I don't know why. I mean, I'm sure it's all really healthy for me. So here we go. Poor old Nicola McLean. I'm heartbroken that Butlers in the Buffers ended on a bum note. Oh, hilarious, isn't she? Hilarious. So she will miss the bare Butlers. Took you away from your normal life. God, honestly, where do they get these people from? Joey Essex has emerged as Dancing on Ice's leading safety risk. Oh, he'll be out quickly. Have you noticed how he's ageing? Have you noticed? The last picture I saw of him, I didn't even recognise him. And apparently he seems to have trumped blundering Bez from the Happy Mondays, who made Dancing on Ice history last year when he became the first celebrity to be forced to wear a helmet on the ice. But as I say, Joey Essex not really contributed anything, apart from, you know, people laugh at him, not with him, which is always a little bit of a shame, isn't it? So Sunak set for number 10 as Johnson quits the race. Unless something's... I mean, he's only, I think, 7 away from 155, which means that nobody can touch him anyway. Doesn't matter who it is. Boris claiming that, you know, he could have won it. He could have been back in Downing Street by Friday. I think unlikely. But Boris quit the Tory leadership, leaving Rishi Sunak basically the latest unelected Prime Minister. So we'll wait and see. I mean, to be honest with you, it doesn't make any difference to me. Some people trying to make out a race issue, saying, oh, they weren't going to be voting for Rishi because... And you think, oh, for goodness sake, honestly. I heard people phoning up and saying that. And you think, no, I don't know why there would be any bother with stuff like that. You know, people sort of worry about the least interesting thing. The dockers are striking for a fair wage. I'll tell you what, why don't you just bring the country down? Fantastic. Why don't you screw up everybody's Christmas? You know, it turns into, everybody's going to worry about, you know, we haven't got enough money to pay our bills. Everybody's in the same position. Everybody's in the same position. It's not like it's something they go, oh, what about food banks and everything else? You go, well, you just have to carry on using them. They're always going to be there. They've been there a lot longer than I ever imagined. A lot of people saying, let's have a general election now. This is mainly the poor old Daily Mirror banging on about it. It's not going to happen for ages. In fact, they've got 2 years. They don't need to do anything for 2 years. By that time, you'll have forgotten about who's in power and what they do. Although you might not have missed the bills, I'm afraid, as they arrive on your doorstep. So the pub's forcing to hibernate. Tom Stainer, chief executive of the Campaign for Real Ale, said, I'm hearing that pretty successful, vibrant businesses are considering their options. So by hibernating, not paying staff or suppliers, they could survive to reopen next year. I don't know, you just have to clean it up, don't you? If you've all of a sudden you're not using the pumps and the tubing and everything else, you've got to get all that cleaned up. So it could be false economy. Could be false economy. We remember when sort of pubs were closing during COVID. I mean, that was left, right and centre. And the social distancing of people, you know, going to the theatre was a bit of a problem. So we're all secretly hoping that it doesn't come back. But it doesn't seem to make any difference to people. I still see people on... They're so stupid in America. There was one woman who claimed she was a doctor. She was about as thick as 2 short planks. She was no more a doctor than I was a brain surgeon. And she was saying, I don't have to wear a mask. What are you worried about? And then she coughs in the face of this shop assistant. You know, I mean... Anybody else, they'd be pushing up daisies, let me tell you. I mean, I'm a doctor. I know what I'm talking about. This thing is all made up. Yeah, that's why all these people are visiting their relatives in cemeteries, because it's just made up, isn't it? Around 926,000, count them, drivers risk a £1,000 fine after failing to renew photocard licences that expired in the last year. I'm still waiting to get mine back from the... it's probably been about 2 to 3 weeks, something like that. After I got caught speeding and I got a £100 fine and 3 penalty points, but I have a clean licence. I sent it off, you know, to the address that they said. And I mean, I'm assuming they have loads of these things to do because they've then got to print the new card with the you've been a very naughty boy. And come round and smack the back of your legs. But, yeah, so we're still waiting for that one. The Royal Mail customers urged to swap existing stamps for the new one. All the details are in the papers today. So it's these... I think the barcoded stamps look horrid. What have they done that for? I don't know why they've done it. Consumer expert Martin James says for a company that's all about communication, Royal Mail has singularly failed to communicate the most radical change to postage in decades. So how much is a first-class stamp now? Go on, Joe, how much is 95p? Okay, so it means a book of 12 stamps is now worth £11.40. So people who can't use their stamps before the 31st can swap them for barcoded equivalents for free. So just go to their website and there'll be the details on there. I think you just pop them in an envelope. So now you can scan the barcodes using the Royal Mail app. What for? It's a blooming stamp. Why do you want to scan the barcode? So people can watch videos. I don't want to watch videos. It's a stamp. You know, they say, and you can send birthday messages. Go away. I don't want to send birthday messages. So customers can send stamped mail to choose which one the recipient can see when they receive an item of mail. Who cares? They're having to make 6,000 people redundant. Quite clearly, they've got it hopelessly wrong. So, I mean, on one of them, at the moment, the barcodes are digitally programmed to show customers a video featuring Shaun the Sheep. Riveting. It's a stamp. God, honestly, you do lose the will to live, don't you, at times? You think to yourself, does anybody really care? Why make it complicated? You get elderly people going, what's that there? Apparently, Shaun the Sheep. I don't even know who Shaun the Sheep is. It just sounds funny. Steve, octopuses are one of the most intelligent creatures on the planet and should never be eaten, says Tal. I agree. It's not the fact that they're intelligent that they shouldn't be eaten, because we eat loads of things which I think are fairly intelligent. It's just a case of just don't think it's fair on them. I really don't. If you see them in these Chinese markets, you really wouldn't want to eat octopus ever again. They treat them just dreadfully. They really do. And bearing in mind, these things are sort of cut to pieces while they're alive. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't like that.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Si and James, husbands from sunny Antalya in Turkey. Just spent 2 weeks here and haven't missed your show once. Oh, they've missed it. I say they haven't missed it. Being 2 hours ahead of the UK, so we've listened right the way through each day. Happy to be heading back to Blighty, now on our way to the airport with you and LBC and our earpods all the way. How cool is that? Actually, a friend of mine the other day said they've just come back from Turkey. Seems to be the popular destination because it's not too expensive. It's not too expensive. I think if you get one of those all-inclusive hotels, that's quite good value, isn't it? I could drink them under a table anytime soon, I think. Here we go. Let's look at that. Cheap Turkish holidays. Awesome. Very pretty, isn't it? Mind you, it's designed to look pretty. I was speaking to one of my listeners the other day, Jo Allen's, and she was doing a balloon ride yesterday. A balloon ride. How cool was that? I've got her name somewhere. I've got it in my wallet. I shall find it for the next part of the programme. But that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I'm just not a holiday person. That's two things I'm not. I'm not into octopuses, and I'm not into... I always think... We did a thing years and years ago on LBC. We did a phone on my programme on whether or not animals feel pain. Because we were looking at fox hunting. And the whole idea is... I mean, now we allegedly don't have fox hunting in this country, but I'm reliably informed that to go certain places you might find it. But they're supposed to do drag hunting, which means that you just drag the scent and the hounds follow the scent. Because when the hounds get the fox, they apparently rip it to shreds, and then people in the hunt dip their handkerchiefs apparently in the blood of the fox. I just don't see I never saw the point of it. Whether you lived in the country, and the people who lived in the country were going, oh, it's what we do in the country. I thought, well, I tell you what, why don't we make you run through all these fields, and we'll just get people on horseback with 12-bore shotguns, see how long you last. It's just appalling. I didn't actually, wonder about it, and they sort of go, well, of course, foxes cause a lot of damage. You go, well, they were there long before you were. Long before you were. We have town foxes, so we're well aware of what foxes do. They scavenge. And, they get mange, they do all sorts of things. But it's like badgers. You see people going out badger baiting and they put them up on the news and they send these terriers down. You think, I tell you what, let's shove you down in a set, shall we? And then send in the dogs for you. I just don't understand the mentality of these people. It's too much for me. Football fans who want to follow Wales or England all the way to the World Cup final must expect to pay how much minimum for the privilege? How much minimum for the privilege? 2,000. Good guess from the producer. Wrong. 5,000. 5,000. The Football Supporters Association blasted the Qatar tournament. I wouldn't go there if you paid me, thank you. As the most expensive World Cup ever. So if fans manage to get hold of the cheapest match tickets, you'll pay around £1,200 to see your team go to the final. Return flights are from £800 to £1,100, whilst the cheapest accommodation is around £88 a night, adding up to £2,552 if fans go to all matches. And apparently there is a 5-star Europa cruise liner docked in Doha, but that there for a minimum of 4 nights is £486 a night. Minimum 4 nights. Suites are £1,900 a night, which adds up to £55,100 for the whole tournament. The Qatar Supreme Committee said fans could attend 2 matches during the group stage for around £1,600 based on a 4-night stay from November the 23rd. Don't tell him you're gay. For God's sake, don't tell him you're gay. You know what they're like. A beer, they're sweets. They're sweets. How much is that? How much is that one? That's, yeah, 2 adults. I could get 6 in there easy. Not exactly. A bit pokey, you know. Not really the best I've ever seen. But anyway, a beer costs about, in hotel bars and restaurants in Doha, 12 quid. That's for a beer. Ashley Brown of the FSA says, I think it probably has to be the most expensive World Cup ever. The cheapest category of tickets are very difficult to come by. If you have a few beers, then that number adds up. Well, football fans are easy to rip off. You just tell them the team is changing the strip and that's it. You know, they'll happily buy into it. I know, I've been on holiday. You know, which is not so great. What else we got here? We got a lovely picture of Beyonce. Concert ticket prices for her, £44,000 for a pair of tickets. But these were sold at an auction during her mum's fundraising wearable art gala over the weekend, including VIP flights to the show. And she hasn't announced the dates yet, but the rest of the tickets will be a little more affordable for those people who don't have £44,000. Claudia Winkleman, talking of Strictly contestant Hamza Yassin, head of his ballroom performance, if he's any good at leading the country... if he's any good at leading, the country's got a job for him. I said, nobody knows who he is. Even the paper started the interview by saying, so-and-so, so-and-so, whoever he is. And he's just the cameraman. I don't even know who the cameraman is on shows. It's ridiculous. Listening to you in Taipei, says Paul. How nice. I've never been to Taipei. That sounds quite nice. And Eileen says there's a wonderful documentary called My Octopus Teacher. A marine biologist makes friends with an octopus. Made me cry to see the octopus jump onto his chest and cuddle him. He was trying to kill him, Eileen. OK, that's how it works. It wasn't cuddling him at all. Shame on people who kill them. It's the thing that hurt me the most. I don't have a problem with what people eat and all the rest of it, but it's the fact in these fish markets, they literally just sort of stretch them out, cut off their tentacles, and this thing is writhing in what must be agony for it. You know, I've you know, I don't know. They're very some of them are huge. Some of them are huge. You get little ones, but it's the ink they squirt, isn't it? And apparently people like the ink. Apparently people drink the ink. I know, it sounds disgusting. Sounds disgusting. Let's not talk about it. Far too depressing. What do we got here? Oh, we've got cleaning guru Anne Russell has built up 1.9 million followers on social media. Riveting. I love social media. It gives you people like Joe Wicks. Did you see him on Gogglebox? They were having to review him. All the families are going, have you heard this bloke? Have you heard this bloke? You know, with his little squeaky voice, like that, squats and all the rest. It was the biggest pile of rubbish I'd ever seen in my entire life. Mind you, Gogglebox sometimes it's slightly disturbing, some of the programmes they make them watch. But at the end of the day, it's sort of an entertainment. But, I mean, they all concluded that Joe Wicks would do just about anything for money. Just about anything for money. So, and we've even got something, he said, for people in wheelchairs. So, you know, if you're in a wheelchair, you can apparently do exercise. Unbelievable. Apparently lifting your arms up. There you go. Solved the problem for you. Just send a £5. Thank you very much indeed. And Steve, Mrs. South Downs and I had our COVID and flu jabs on Saturday. To South Downs, Nick, could you give a shout out to the staff and volunteers at the Staining Medical Centre for doing a fab job of keeping us safe and well? Well, I wouldn't guarantee it keeps you safe and well. You've got to add your bit to it. See, whenever somebody mentions Benidorm and Malaga, I can't help laugh, says Mark, at that story you told where you and Dale stepped outside the car in the main street and got straight back in again. Only you. Yes, Dale's brilliant idea. Let's go and have a look at Malaga. You know, it's supposed to be party town and all the rest of it. So we take the car and we said to the bloke, don't sort of drive off. We might not be here too long. We opened the car door. Dale got outside the car. We looked at the people in the bars. We got back in the car. We went back where we came from. We're going to be risking that. More storms. So we got a month's worth of rain yesterday. 2.3 inches. Doesn't sound a lot, does it, really? Stop exaggerating. That's not 2.3 inches. Really isn't. And so it's a weather front. No kidding. They're so intelligent, aren't they? They didn't warn us about this. However, bright news. Once the storm passed, temperatures could be as high as 22 degrees centigrade. Oh, Return to the Chateau comes back very shortly, which we're very much looking forward to. The family are growing like Topsy. And we always like them. We love them over there. Dick and Angel, we think they're fab. They're fab, and the kids are growing up, and they've got into the whole mindset, and it's just brilliant. It worked out so well for them. Couldn't be happier. Could not be happier. Steve, useless fact for the day. I read that all octopuses are orphans. Dad dies after mating and Mum dies after birth. Fascinating, says Jill. Oh, well, that means basically, I mean, they are doomed to be orphans from a very young age, as you know, because after a female octopus lays her eggs, she stops eating and begins self-mutilating, tearing off her skin and biting at the tips of her tentacles. By the time the young octopus wriggle out of the egg, the mother's dead. No birthday cards for them. I wonder how many there are in the sea. I mean, you know, you sort of see shoals of fish when you go to Antarctica and all different places like that, and you think octopuses. I wonder how many there are. Because you don't see the fishermen fishing for octopuses. They fish for crab and they fish for lobsters out in the Bering Straits, and they're fishing in the most dangerous conditions, but the programmes are fascinating when they pull up these cages just full of I mean, crabs. There must be billions of them down there. But we don't know how many. But there are apparently 300 species of octopus. 300 different species. Wow. Really interesting. Yawn. And no, that's great, isn't it? So there you go, Jill. You were absolutely right. Octopuses are orphans. So once she gives birth to the eggs, so it's eggs. Who'd have thought? What if they've got that on film? Octopuses giving birth after she's mutilated herself. Mind you, they do that. Is there not an insect? Is it not a bee or something like that, or a wasp, that lays its eggs inside the body of another creature? And as they hatch, they eat the other creature from the inside. That provides their nutrition. And I can't remember what it is. It could be a daddy longlegs or a spider or something peculiar. Whatever it is, it's they eat from the inside. So when they sort of wake up from their deep sleep, they've got food already provided. There you go. The wasp larvae sits tight inside the body of its host until the caterpillar is almost fully grown. And at that point, the wasp puts on a growth spurt. It eats the entire content of the caterpillar's body and spins its own tough cocoon to pupate in before emerging as another adult wasp. Body snatchers, they call them. Oh, how awful. Isn't that dreadful? I don't like this. I'm kind of going off this idea, ladies and gentlemen. I don't like the sound of that at all. That sounds really horrible. I'd rather...
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Coming up 10 to 6. 10 to 6. I mention the time frequently in the morning because I know people are trying to get trains and buses and everything. I've never seen people run for buses, but I see them running for trains all the time. And you think, listen, it leaves at the same time every day. Why do you get up earlier? Make it a lot easier. You see people running along, eating a piece of toast, you know, ironing while they're running, you know, trying to get onto the train and then get there. And it's, whew. I mean, I'm always managing it. But of course, I mean, today, if I really want my potato waffles from McDonald's, I'm going to have to sort of get the slightly later train. Because it's the way that the buses work. You know, the bus has only got to be sort of 7 or 8 minutes late, and that just makes everything else late. So you can't sort of keep up with it. So here they are on Abbey Road. The unemployed Just Stop Oil protesters recreating the shot. 4 people, and I don't know who they are, but all 4 unfurled Just Stop Oil banners before sitting down and gluing themselves to the tarmac. So drivers tried to mount the pavement to get round them. The road was closed for more than an hour as four police vans and dozens of officers. What a waste of time. 4 police vans and dozens for 4 people. I mean, it's ridiculous. 4 people were arrested. Yeah, it'll be these 4. I love the way they talk about them as if it's somebody else. 4 people were arrested on suspicion of willful obstruction of the highway. And, you know, the road closed for more than that. But 4 police vans and dozens of officers. I'm so... would it not be easy to put them up at the Ritz or something like that? Or the Dorchester? Anyway, eco-activists in Germany hurled mashed potato at a multi-million-pound painting by Monet. And the artwork, it was one of the Haystacks paintings, sold in auction for 110 million. Protester Mirjam Herman says we're in a climate of catastrophe and all you're afraid of is tomato soup or mashed potato on a painting. You see, they're that stupid. They're that stupid. Even in Germany, they're thick. Unbelievable, isn't it? 2.4 inches of rain, Steve. Are we still on a hosepipe ban? Yep. We are. Apparently not enough. So, although you'd be hard pushed, wouldn't you, for somebody to go, sorry, it's absolutely tipping down, and here I am with my hosepipe on, and they're going, what are you doing? And you go, I'm watering the garden. Don't want to miss out on these things, do we? Shane says, it's more than that, Steve. Octopuses have 2/3 of their brain located in their arms. Each arm has its own personality, basically, so we kill more than one personality when we kill them. I don't think we should kill them. I think equal rights, for octopuses, poor things. And I just feel, it's horrible, horrible, horrible. What else we got here? Oh, look. Here's Meghan Markle. Doesn't not really do anything, does she? Just faffs around. She was going out shopping with a friend in California, where she lives with, what is that ex-member of the royal family's name? Harry. And she was wearing a wide-brimmed hat. She obviously thinks she's some sort of celebrity, which, of course, she isn't, because without the royal family, she'd be just that very average actress. Harry, nowhere to be seen. Probably sitting in doing painting by numbers or something like that. It's a bit embarrassing, really, isn't it? I thought they were so tight together, but obviously not. And Whoopi Goldberg criticised her because there is a woman in America called Vanna White, and she's been on game shows for 40 years. She doesn't see it as demeaning, but there again, Meghan thinks that the world wants to listen to her. Sadly, Meghan, they don't. It's as simple as that. So now we know all about octopuses. I can't bear to even hear anything else about them. The Thatcher statue. Do you remember the one? It's now been vandalised for a third time. And it's in St. Peter's Hill in Grantham. It's been sprayed with the words Tories out, so somebody really intelligent. It stands atop a 10-foot plinth, unveiled on May the 15th. Grantham residents reacted on social media. One wrote, done by a brain-dead yob. But local Peter Tully says the graffiti, which appeared between Friday and Saturday, demonstrated the feeling towards the Tories in the town. Oh, God, another thicko. That's all we need, isn't it, honestly? So let's encourage vandalism, shall we? Why don't you just go round and burn Downing Street down, have done with it, honestly. But I love the idea. Not a brain-dead yob. It'll be somebody really pathetically stupid. Do you remember the other one? His wife didn't even know he'd been out there and done it. I don't think they're together anymore, which is always quite appealing, isn't it? So here we go. Why is the heiress to the Getty oil billions bankrolling the ecomaniacs? Yes, surprisingly. Here is the... they've also got a picture of the climate protester who threw the tomato soup over the Van Gogh sunflowers. There's something the matter with them, isn't it? You can just tell by looking at them they're not the full ticket. They're sort of missing quite a lot of things. Also, Salman Rushdie has lost the sight in one eye after this brutal attack. I don't know why, actually. It was such a long time ago now. I thought most people had sort of got over themselves with the satanic verses, but this particular one, obviously somebody with illness, and his injuries are quite serious. So he's got 3 serious neck injuries. Mobility of one hand has gone because the nerves were cut by the stab wound, and 15 injuries to his chest. So there you go. He's very lucky to be alive. Very lucky to be alive. Apparently, in an interview with the German magazine Stern in August, he said death threats had become more normal, but that the fatwa no longer scared him. Matar, who's the person who inflicted it, pleaded not guilty to secondary attempted murder. Obviously a bit stupid then as well at the same time. Unbelievable. Birthdays. If you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns of the day. Dervla Kirwan, the Irish actress, starred in Ballykiss Angel and Goodnight Sweetheart, is also famous for voicing the "This is not just food, this is M&S food." I always thought I should have had that job, actually. This is not just any chocolate pudding. This is Marks and Spencer's chocolate pudding. I was too busy drooling over it, actually. The funny thing is, there's anything I never ate because I can't bear chocolate. Well, it's not that I can't bear chocolate. It's just it didn't interest me. I thought I'd have a fit. Kevin Kline as well, the US star of Sophie's Choice, dubbed the new Errol Flynn. I would think that would be the worst thing you'd want to be. Errol Flynn, the man who had an addiction to cocaine, the like of which you've never even heard before. He's one of a select few to win an Oscar for a comedy role for his hysterical performance as a dimwit mobster in A Fish Called Wanda. He's 75 today. So many happy returns of the day. Also, Jane Seymour, in 1537, Henry VIII's third wife, died in Hampton Court Palace weeks after giving birth to their son Edward. It was just fatal for anybody to be associated with Henry VIII, wasn't it, really? And in 1979, the first episode of the BBC sitcom Terry and June was broadcast. Did you ever see Terry and June? You probably didn't. Not really for you, no. It's a little bit before your time, a little bit sophisticated, I suppose. But yes, it starred Terry Scott and June Whitfield, which I thought it was lovely. It was middle class suburbia. It was sort of, they represented. That's why people watch those sort of things, because it represented their life. It was one of the only sitcoms on television where there appeared to be no pictures on the walls. You'd have a huge wall and there'd be one little picture in it. And I think, blind, my walls are covered. Absolutely covered. I mean, there is not an inch of space on my walls because I've got all theatre posters. Some very old, some very young. But you see nothing on the walls at all. It's just, you think it looks a little bit bare. You know, not because people had wallpaper. Ghastly. Ghastly, can't bear wallpaper. I mean, they do it in a lot of hotel rooms, actually, where they sort of have the bit behind the bed. There'll be one sort of piece of wallpaper, and they call it, you know, it'll be sort of balloons or clouds or something ridiculous, which we're all supposed to go, oh, it's so sophisticated. Because I love watching all these I love the Four in a Bed. I love the Four in a Bed programme. All these people who hate each other is just absolutely amazing. And you could see the ones playing a game, you know. We didn't like your sausages for breakfast. Yeah, well, we wouldn't welcome you anyway. Some of the prices they were charging. There was one the other day. It was in London, owned by this pair of guys. And their rooms, plain would be an understatement, £347 a night. And you could see them going, how much? But basically, this other couple had rooms which were twice as big for £55 a night. £347. They say it does include breakfast. And then you look at it and you go, maybe not. Some of them just sort of put on a buffet. You know, they like sort of doing things like that. I'd want the fry-up as well. And then they go, OK, could I have these sausages only done on one side? And the egg, could you just do half of it both sides and the other? And you think, oh, get over yourselves, honestly. Are people really that dumb? Yep, absolutely, they really are. How come an octopus has 3 hearts? I don't know, Connie. That's what it says in the film Finding Dory. Is it true? I don't know. I mean, they have 3... I mean, well, they do have 3 hearts. They do have 3 hearts. But it's partly a consequence of having blue blood, because they've got 2... peripheral hearts pumping blood through the gills where it picks up oxygen. A central heart then circulates the oxygenated blood to the rest of the body to provide energy for organs and muscles. 3 hearts. There you go. How about that? I sometimes feel I've got 3 hearts. Sometimes feel that, but not really. The idea, sometimes I've got no heart at all. But it doesn't matter. And treat furry animals as furry pals as animals, kisses and cuddles, along with one-sided conversation. Which depends how much alcohol you have, doesn't it, really? That's what it's based on. You know, if you start hugging your friends when you go out for a drink with them, it's because you're drunk. You don't want to hug them. You don't just go up to somebody in the office and go, "Gug, let's do group hugs." You don't. I mean, we do it here, but that's different. We're in showbiz. But you wouldn't do it normally, would you? I don't think so. Rishi ready to be crowned the new Prime Minister as Boris pulls out. But what of Penny? What's going on there?
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 3 minutes past 6. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast on LBC. And we're with you till 7. Sir Keir Starmer joins Nick Ferrari this morning at 9 o'clock. On LBC, and we'll be taking your calls, so that should be very interesting. I wonder what he'll have to say about it. Mind you, we're all keen, aren't we, as mustard, to find out, you know, where we go. I think I don't want to sort of put the kibosh on it, but I would have thought that, you know, Rishi Sunak is going to be the next. I mean, I might be wrong. I was wrong last time, actually, when I was totally convinced Boris was going to be. But Boris said he was going to be, and a few other people had said exactly the same thing. Then he pulled out. Interestingly enough, climate change activists causing havoc are being partly funded by the granddaughter of an oil billionaire. This is Aileen Getty, set up a fund, and her grandfather was the late John Paul Getty, once the world's richest man, with a a dynasty worth $4 billion. She established this this climate emergency fund about a few years ago, claimed she donated $1 million. Speaking from her home in California, she said, "It's true that over a century ago my family played a role in unlocking fossil fuels at a time when we didn't know what they were, blah, 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 blah." And they reckon it's handed out about $3.5 million. It's interesting. It's like wheels within wheels. You have to check. They pass it on to another company. You pass it on to another company. But John Paul Getty, who died in 1976 when he was 83, married 5 times, actually. 5 times. That's what happens when you're sort of rich and on your last legs. People marry you as quick as possible, hoping they're going to get something out of it. But interestingly enough, so I still don't understand why the police can't act faster than they do at the moment. They're so slow. So slow. So, you know, after they all turned up the other day, and then they sort of walked across the crossing, and people going, "Oh, they're walking across the crossing," and then they unfurl their little banner, you know, written in sort of childish writing, and the police just stand there and watch them, and then another 4 police vans turn up and 12 police officers for 4 people. What do they think they're going to do? Start a fight? Because that's the way it's going, isn't it? It just gets a little bit sad. But as I say, I always think leave them. You know, I mean, especially if it's going to rain as well. Let them superglue themselves to the road. Stay there. Fantastic. Thunderstorms and heavy rain could cause flooding, building damage and hazardous driving conditions. Well, the amount of lightning, I'd never seen so much lightning like that in donkey's years. This was early hours of the morning, but it went on because I got woken up this morning by a huge thunderstorm and the crack of thunder and everything. And I remember thinking, what, you know, when it really, and you think, my God, that sounds a bit dangerous. It must be very nearby. And it turns out it's like, 50 miles away or something. It's just that sound travels, which is very nice. William, to help plan Charles's coronation. I thought they were doing a low-key thing. They don't need to do anything too big, do they? He wants it to be more modern and relevant to multicultural Britain. Really? What could they do to make it more multicultural? Shorter at 90 minutes and less extravagant at a time of rising inflation. Not that the royal family have to worry about rising inflation. I mean, they really don't have to worry about it. They think, because when the Queen had her coronation, 8,000 guests. 8,000 guests. I mean, that's what you call a party. So they think a lot less. About a quarter of that, I think, for the king. But it doesn't matter. Everybody seems to like him. I think they like her more. But there again, he was like that when he married Diana. Diana was the one they wanted to see. Her coronation, not Diana's, but the Queen's, our late Queen, 3 hours. 3 hours. If you watch it back, you can see bits on YouTube. And it was all, you know, but we've moved on. We've moved on. You know, times they are a-changing. But and hopefully for the better. Hopefully the better. Record numbers of over 60s are ending up in hospital accused of what? Well, not accused of anything, but because they've been doing what? Record numbers of over 60s. Drugs. Cocaine in particular. Cocaine in particular. Last year, 517 older patients were admitted with mental or behavioural problems linked to cocaine. I mean, that's a huge amount when you consider that 2011 to 12 it was 115 people. And so the new total includes 408 people in their 60s, 86 in their 70s, 50 in their 80s, and 8 over 90. I mean, good God, I should imagine you'd be dead by 60 if you were taking cocaine. Can you imagine? There's 8 people over 90 who've been admitted to hospital for cocaine addiction. Where do they get it from? Unbelievable. But it's interesting, isn't it, that there was some people the other day in the paper, and I remember thinking, I must mention that. It's people who've been going abroad to get cosmetic surgery to make you look thinner, which is highly dangerous. The standards are very different, and there was one woman who came back. She could barely stand up. The pain inside her was so bad. She was admitted to an NHS hospital, and the NHS, of course, who have to clean up the other people's mess, said, you know, if somebody comes in and they've got these problems, we will help them as much as we can. And I thought to myself, how desperate do you have to be to go for cosmetic surgery abroad to a place you've never been to before, to a hospital you know nothing about, and to surgeries you know nothing about? And these people basically are butchers. Some people were going to Russia for cosmetic surgery. That'd be the last place I'd be going to. The last place. Ridiculous. I'll tell you what's disappearing as well, gannets. On Bass Rock, which is in the middle of nowhere, they normally have home to 150,000 gannets. They all turn up there for breeding. Well, now it's down to a handful. It really is, because of bird flu. Bird flu apparently is absolutely rife, and it appears to be sort of wandering through as quick as you can say, my goodness me, where have the gannets gone? And the answer is they're all dead, which is not so good. But I do like the story. I like a pleasing story, because if there's one thing people argue about nowadays, as we've discovered over the years, it's people's wills. It's how much money have I been left? I can remember my mother saying to me, she made a will, I've made a will as well. You know, I think you should, if you get to a certain age and you own your own property, make a will. It makes it so much easier. And I went down, we used a solicitor, they made various copies of it. My brother's my executor. He also has the power to have me committed, which is fantastic. So he's working out that one even as we speak. How quickly can we? Yes, how quickly can we get him out of the way? But if there's money involved, and sometimes there's a lot of money involved, but most people, if you own a property in London, you're looking at minimum £300,000-400,000. You know, and in many conditions of people who own property in London, in certain areas, you're looking at millions. You know, an elderly lady who's lived at... We went round the Royal Albert Hall the other day, and there's all these mansions, mainly lived in by elderly people, and they're worth a fortune because there's no parking. It's a nightmare for parking around the Royal Albert Hall. But they have these apartment blocks, mansion blocks, which have got huge ceilings. They're very big. People have lived there for donkey's years. They would be worth easily in excess of £1.5 million. Easily. But here is the story of a farmer. His name is Andrew Guest. And Andrew Guest was a farmer. In fact, he's been a farmer since the age of about 16. And he worked on his parents' farm. And his father repeatedly assured him, one day, my son, all this will be yours. And that's what people go on. You know, you take the word of your father. But anyway, he was earning between £9,000 and £11,000 a year. Seriously, peanuts. His parents, David 81 and Josephine 80, it's a 300-acre farm. And that's what he's earning. That's what he's earning out of it. Anyway, he was told that he would inherit 40% of the value of his parents' dairy farm and half the worth of its business, assessed at £1.3 million. His parents cut him out of the will. They gave it instead to younger siblings, Ross and Janice, apart from being told he could live in a cottage on the property. So he took his parents to court, and I'm delighted to tell you, he won. And the judge awarded him £1.3 million. So he used to live in a cottage with his wife Tracy and their children, Richard and Hannah. Said, after 30 years of loyal service, I was left homeless and jobless overnight. He said, the door has been left open for my parents to resolve it. What ghastly parents! Don't know why they cut him out. Not my problem. But the judge also offered an option to pay a reduced sum now, so his parents don't have to sell the farm. And he's a herdsman near Swindon now. Said there had been repeated rows about his desire to modernise the farm. But you know, when they get to 80, 81 and things like that, they're stuck in their ways, I'm afraid. So after being cut out of the will, Andrew took David and Josephine to court under a little-known land law, which I'd never heard of either. And he says, we were at a funeral the other week. The same funeral. I said, good morning. Didn't even get a response from them. What ghastly people. How revolting. But anyway, Solicitor Polly Ridgway, who represented him, said his parents put in place a series of measures which were designed to leave Andrew in his 50s with no home, no job, no savings and no pension. So just as well. And in a statement, David Guest said, Josephine and I took a mortgage out when I was 19 and kept up repayments until we owned the farm, having undergone all the stresses associated with keeping our heads above water. It was more than disappointing to be faced with this dispute, which we'd hoped to enjoy into our retirement. We cannot help but feel there are no winners here. Well, there is for your son. You basically screwed over a wall, I'm afraid, after he'd worked for you all that time. What ghastly people you are. But I'm glad he gets his 1.3 million. Although, look at it. 1.3 million, you know, he's getting on a bit, the son. But he's a herdsman, which means he's still looking after cattle and stuff like that. But he gets the 1.3 million. But he's still got to live in a place and everything else. And that will help him and his children. In fact, 9,000 to 11,000 a year. And people say, oh, yes, I think I'll go and work on a farm. And you go, in fact, they have this programme on the television. I don't know if you've seen it. The Farmer Wants a Wife. It used to be based on a song, which I think went, the farmer wants a wife, E-I-A-D-O, the farmer wants... What language that was, I have no idea. But the farmer wants a wife, and then you'd sort of... It was a game we used to play in the playground. I, of course, never got anything at all, but it doesn't matter. I wasn't a bitter person in any way, shape or form. And you look at some of these farmers, and some of them, they just work the land. That's what they do. It's no easy job. I tell you, it's not a walk in the park. You've got to get up all through the winter. You've got lambing. There you go, the farmer's in his den. The farmer's in his den. Hey-ho, the dairy-o, the farmer's in his den. And then it's the farmer wants a wife. And so quickly, the third verse is the wife wants a child. Go whistle. I haven't got time for that. Then the child wants a miss. The child wants a miss. Hey-ho, the dairy-o, the child wants a miss. The miss wants a dog. The miss... Very needy family, have you noticed? Very needy. But I'm glad that he got his 1.3 million. What horrible parents. What horrible, horrible people. So there you go. Well, you can do what you like with the farm now, but you'll sell it and he'll get his 1.3 million, which makes me feel a lot better that there is justice, finally.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 21 minutes, very nearly, past 6 o'clock. Peter from Watford says, listening to you in Heathrow Terminal 5 departures, waiting to go to New York with my wife and daughter for our first visit. Oh, you love it. It's everything you imagine. It's like the movies. Nothing changes. You just got to remember that these streets are on a grid system. So if, you need West 37 and you're in West 24, just count up the streets. You just walk up in the direction and they're sort of laid out before you. It's a grid system. It's very easy. And you have to do all the touristy things. And everybody hoots. Never known anybody hoot so much. But the good thing is there's loads of fresh fruit available. You go to most of the delis, they're on every street corner. And fast food places, but just remember, their portions are bigger than you can ever imagine. So if you go to a Chinese restaurant, I keep telling people this, and you order what you would order over here, there's enough to feed a family of 20. They've got no concept at all of doing small portions. That's why you find homeless people sitting outside restaurants and they go, would you like... Because they always give you a box to take the food away. They assume if you haven't eaten it all, you want to take it with you. Why? I can't imagine. That's why you left it. Because we ordered it before. Sweet and sour chicken, special fried rice, chicken chow mein, and then something else. Well, I mean, she sort of looked at us, brought it. There was tons of it. Yeah, tons of it. It was like a case of... Because I was expecting little plates of things, but not a bit of it. But it used to be cheap for us over there, but it's not cheap at the moment. The dollar and the pound not particularly doing well. But have a nice flight. It's quite quick, isn't it, really? About 9 hours, I think. Or less than that? You think you can get less? Wow. It's good, isn't it, really? If you get 8.5, 8 hours, depending if you're crossing time zones, I suppose. 8 hours. 8 hours, there you go. See, what I would do is I'd have something to eat and then go to sleep. Who was it? Lily Savage was doing a thing with Michael Parkinson, and as Lily Savage. But Michael Parkinson said, "So what do you do for Christmas?" And he said, "Well, I wake up Christmas morning." He said, "and I take 2 tablets." He said, "and I'm out until Boxing Day." Because most people hate the festive season. I don't know why. Dale hated it. He hated the festive and hated New Year's Eve. Hated. Whereas I don't mind New Year's Eve. I don't want to go out on the town, thank you very much indeed, because I can't think. On New Year's Eve, I'll go to bed early because I'm generally working on New Year's Day. So it doesn't make any difference to me. It really doesn't make any... It's just that, I've been here in Leicester Square and in Trafalgar Square when you're sort of the aftermath, the bottles and broken glasses and everything. Oh, it's awful. It really is terrible. And trying to get through the thousands and thousands. I don't know why everybody wants to come into town on New Year's Eve. You can't take booze into Trafalgar Square. They stop you taking booze in there. And so you're just basically standing around like a lemon, waiting till Big Ben chimes. And then you go, Happy New Year, and probably throw up over the person standing next to you. Because that's all it is, isn't it, really? Because we don't really know what to do. Nobody knows the should, forget. For old lang. Nobody knows. And there's so many different verses of it. What have we got here? Oh, Peter O'Toole's watch. The late Lawrence of Arabia was given this watch by a Saudi sheikh. He died in 2013. He died. I'd forgotten it was that long ago. He got this watch, 18-karat gold, for his 1963 Oscar nod, and he wore it to collect an honorary Oscar. They reckon it's worth 30,000 quid, which is quite nice, actually. I've heard of watches that cost an awful lot more than that, but £30,000 is not bad. It'll probably be within the family, and they'll go, listen, what are we going to do with it? We're not going to wear it. That's always the frightening thing, isn't it? They say, oh, would you wear a £30,000 watch? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Where are we going here? Oh, Tenerife. I didn't like Tenerife. We called it Tenerife. I thought the whole thing was just a bit sort of the Brits on holiday. You know what it's like. Rishi Sunak, front of every single paper. So, as somebody says here, Camilla Tominay says, don't be fooled into thinking the psychodrama is over, because it ain't. It's as simple as that. And you've got to hand it to Nuscani, the Tory MP for Wealdon in East Sussex, in tweeting her party leadership declaration with the words, Penny and Rishi are credible candidates and a credit to the party. The science minister actually thought she could make Boris Johnson disappear. I don't know why he came back, actually, then. If he had no intention of standing, what was the point? And also, if he really did have more than 100 people, then why has he not produced evidence? And the answer is because he probably didn't have anywhere near 100 people. Less than half of 100 declared publicly. So, that's why. So it was a bit silly, really, coming back here. Because it didn't make any difference. And he looked so dishevelled when he got off the plane. But Andrew Castle said, well, that's his look, isn't it? The dishevelled look. But and then some woman phoned up Andrew Castle on Saturday and said because of the way he looked, it was disgusting. She was quite vehement about it. Disgusting. He's done this and he's done that and all the rest of it. I thought, well, it doesn't alter whether or not he can do the job or can't do the job. Liz Truss, we thought, although actually we didn't vote for Liz Truss, so I don't know why the Tory grandee didn't realise that she was obviously totally useless. She told lies. She promised this, she promised that. She couldn't do anything at all. And in the end, she had to bite the bullet and leave. But before that, she had to pick up the phone and do a reverse charge call to King Charles and go, really sorry, can't do it. And he'd go, a bit short, isn't it? I mean, Charles might have another busy day today. I mean, to be honest with you, as I say, you do kind of lose the will to live, don't you? What else we got? Biden admits he could drop dead tomorrow. Yes, we've been saying that for a long while, actually. I don't think there's anything new there. I mean, already the oldest ever US president. He'd be 86 if he completes a second term. So he's 79 at the moment. And of course, listen, you can say that about anybody. You could drop dead tomorrow. I mean, to be honest with you, sometimes I've seen you and I've thought, is he moving? Is he breathing? It's a bit difficult to tell. But it can happen to anybody, can't it? And interestingly enough, there's another report in the papers today. They're all dwelling very much so, and I'm quite sure that Sir Keir Starmer, when he comes on, will say exactly the same thing when they ask about, and Nick will undoubtedly be asking about Boris and asking about everything else. But sort of Boris comes back, because he does love the publicity. There's no two ways about it. He adores the limelight. He loves absolutely everything. But the comment, for the good of the party and the country, Mr. Johnson set his dream aside. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but he has been in the job. He's not been out that long. It's like he's been on holiday and now coming back into it again. But they say this is a gesture of wisdom, honour and statesmanship. So more baloney. His time will come again. Oh, I think that's highly unlikely, don't you? Highly unlikely. They can't do it, I don't think. Rhododendron. There are certain gardens around the country that open up because people like watching gardening. And they've got rhododendron varieties bloom at separate times so they don't go extinct. Apparently, in the Hengduan Mountains in China, the season is staggered, so that so they're always there, they're always flowering. And I've seen some rhododendron parks in this country, absolutely phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. No, I don't have rhododendron. They can be enormous. They turn out like trees, absolutely beautiful. They really are. They're very, very, very nice, very, very pretty. But I think best in somebody else's garden. I mean, I stick to smaller things. At the moment, yeah, I've got the winter flowering pansies, which I haven't even bothered planting. I've just left them in the pots, watered them. Well, I say I've watered them. I think the heavens did that the other day. Not only watered them, drenched them. Doctor Who had viewers time-travelling last night with a thrilling farewell to Jodie Whittaker. See ya. But no, they had to bring everybody on. Paul McGann Do you know what number doctor he was? Do you remember? He was the 8th. Yeah, very good. Did you guess that, or did you read it? Oh, that was a very good guess. Very good guess. Sylvester McCoy, doctor number 7. I liked Sylvester McCoy. Peter Davison, what was he? 5th, not 6th. 81 to 84. Colin Baker was 6th. Will Hartnell, my favourite.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
It's amazing how much early computers fetch nowadays. There's one which has come up, actually. It was owned by Steve Jobs. And it's a Macintosh SE computer from 1987, when they really looked dated. I promise you, when we started getting computers into LBC, I mean, they just looked so archaic. Anyway, he used it at Next, the firm he set up after he left Apple in 85, which Apple then bought in 97. Bonhams said all the confidential and other data had been removed. The hard drive still gives an insight into Jobs' work. And it's going to be sold at Bonham's History of Science and Technology in New York. They expect it to fetch £265,000. God, which have been in my collection. Jobs, of course, died in 2011, aged 56, after battling a rare form of pancreatic cancer. When did computers come into office? Oh, gosh. I can't remember, actually. I thought you were going to say, when did they... All I know is, over the years, computers have got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. The first ones that we ever had in this building were so that the phone operators could type the name of the person, and then it would reappear in the studio with the presenter. And then before that, it was typewriters, and you wrote things down and held it up at the window. Scripts for programs and stuff like that were typed on copy paper, yellow, pink, and blue in the stack. And so you would give one copy to the presenter, which would be the top copy. Second copy would be given to the engineer who's driving the program, and the third copy would be put in the tape to look after it. So, but when computers actually came, I can't remember. It was probably I can remember we went to ITN. We went to ITN and they said, oh, we're going to have classes. You all have to go on a training class. Well, I opted out immediately. A training class to learn how to operate a computer. I thought, why do I need to bother? I'm a radio presenter. I've never needed to bother how to do a computer in my life. And when you look back on it, I think I lasted one little session. They were going, OK, so can we all log on? I don't know. Listen, I have to ask people now how to help me do things. I'm totally useless. Totally. I think you get to a certain age and there's so much stuff in between your ears, in my case, cotton wool, that means that you just can't learn. Some people are very good with computers. Some people are very good at sort of, somebody would say to me, oh, can you copy and paste this? And I'll have to look at them blankly. I've got no idea what they're talking about. Not a clue. Steve, if there's still a hosepipe ban on, why do football grounds still use massive sprinklers before the game and at half-time, says Albert? I think car washes are still open. They're allowed to be. There are certain places which are exempt. And that would be, it doesn't apply to businesses. So it's quite good, actually, isn't it? Steve, 3 more prime ministers until Christmas, says Robin Tottenham. You might not be that wrong, actually. You might not be that wrong. Gerard in Uxbridge says the Christmas tree was delivered yesterday. I'm a bit worried, though, because I ordered 6 foot and it came in a 5-foot box. Oh. Well, that's all right. It'll come in 2 bits. It'll be in 2 bits. So that's okay. That's okay. 2 bits. We had computers at Hammersmith, says Mark, an ex-producer of mine. And this ancient system called New Star. I don't remember that at all. Listen, I just switched off, Mark, when it was anything to do with computers, because I just didn't understand them. I had no idea how they worked. I didn't need to. I use it now, but all I've got to do is sign on, and then I wouldn't know how to write a memo or something like that. I wouldn't have the faintest idea. Seriously, no, I'm absolute rubbish. I just bluff it. I mean, I can just about operate the telephone. But, if somebody said to me, oh, can you send this and send it out to all the people beginning with P in your phone book? No, not a clue. Not a clue. I don't know how I'll do that. I definitely don't know. I don't think I want to know, actually. I don't think you should have to learn it. You get people round here. If ever my computer in the company here, or the computer I'm on, goes a bit peculiar because of the things I'm sort of doing on it, they have to send down, and sometimes it'll be a girl who comes up to do it. A girl, look at that. I mean, the times they are changing. They'll get the vote next. Unbelievable. And they would come up there, and I always think, how do you know these things? It's so clever they can say, oh, no, you did this. Or sometimes we had a problem a short while ago where the engineers had to come up and go through the system for us. I can't remember what it was about, but it wasn't... That's right, the text screen had gone a bit peculiar with it. Somebody had obviously fiddled about with it, and then it completely obliterated all the texts. But sort of somebody will pop up. The last time they did it remotely. And actually, my computer at home, sometimes I would turn it all off and reboot the system. I've not done it for months and months and months. It often works, doesn't it? You turn it on, turn it off, and then turn it on again, and it seems to work. Works in cars as well. I had a thing the other day. I'd not driven my car for seemed like ages, and the battery had gone flat. So consequently, the car was still locked, but I just couldn't open the door. So in the end, I had to use the key, which I never use the key. And all of a sudden, it sort of activates the alarm. Woo, 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 like that. Well, that was me. And then I got in the car, started it up, and I went for a drive just to give it enough boost. I thought it was odd because I could always tell if there's not enough power in it because the backlights in the car don't come on. The front lights come on, but the back lights, on the back seats. But I got it done, and when I drove down the other day, yesterday, to my brother's, that gave it a good charge up, so that was needed. Because otherwise, you're sort of lost in these things. But I have learnt that sometimes turning it on and off 3 times sort of will sort the problem out if it's something that you can sort out. Campaigners are calling for the world's oldest captive green sea turtle to be granted her freedom. Lulu, she's 82 for God's sake. It's a sea turtle. Okay, she lives at Sea Life in Brighton, the world's oldest aquarium. Before that, she spent 19 years at Sea Life in Blackpool, but outgrew the tank. She'd previously spent 30 years at London Zoo. It's understood she was taken from the wild as a tiny hatchling, used by a TV advertising agency. So she spent 80 years in captivity. She doesn't know it's captivity, quite clearly. And experts say that in the wild, turtles like Lulu swim thousands of miles each year, often returning to the same beach to lay their eggs. So people are saying, oh, she should be released. Well, I think she should be asked. So they're going to take her out of an environment she knows very well to an environment she has no idea of. Put her at the mercy what's she going to eat? She's so used to being fed that all of a sudden, are they going to stay with her and feed her? Give her a discount card for, sort of McDonald's or something like that. She might want to go, going where? What are they doing? She spent 80 years in captivity. It's been nothing short of cruel if they release her now. I know that they swim thousands of miles, and the little tiny hatchlings, many of them don't get any further than the beach. They're picked off as snacks for all sorts of birds, seagulls and herons and all sorts of things. And that's even before they've hit the water. You see the birds swooping down, picking them up. They're tiny, little tiddly things. But this one, they say after 82 years deserves freedom. It would just be cruel. She doesn't know how to defend herself. She doesn't know what to do. At the moment, she's just all by herself. But Freedom for Animals said in the wild, green sea turtles migrate over 1,600 miles. Yeah, but she's been in captivity for 80 years. That's like taking a lion who's been in captivity for, 30, 40 years and sticking them back in the jungle or the Serengeti and going, well, you have to learn how to kill your food. What? It doesn't arrive on the back of a truck? So I think that would be very unwise. Listen, let the poor thing live out its life properly. Makes it much easier. This week's chart battle is between Taylor Swift and the Arctic Monkeys. They both got new albums out, which came out on Friday. Taylor Swift sort of gets a mixed kind of review, but people seem to like her. And the Arctic Monkeys are very popular as well. So, out of those, I don't know, Taylor Swift? Probably. I don't know. I couldn't tell you any of the Arctic. So they've got 2 tracks from the car in the top 20. I don't even know what I'm talking about here. Have you noticed? I just started talking rubbish then. Trying to pretend I knew something about music, which of course I used to, and I do know a lot about music. I just don't know any modern music, which is a bit of a shame. Madonna is in a row with rapper Cardi B after she claimed she paved the way for young female artists. Oh dear, don't upset Madonna. You know what she's like? She'll have one of those Queenie fits and a bit of a tantrum, and we'll all have to put up with it. But the car, these are the Arctic Monkey songs. There better be a mirror ball. I ain't quite where I think I am. Jet skis on the moat. Sculptures of anything goes. It's good, isn't it? I bet none of them took more than 5 minutes to... I'll tell you what I watched the other day on the television. They were very good. ELO in concert. That was that group. ELO? No, they were in concert, and they sounded as perfect. as they did on the albums. It was really very good. Crowd loved it. I loved it as well. I was clapping along to it and singing. Morning, everybody. 4:03. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. We are cooking with gas. And we are here till 7 this morning, as far as I know, unless something magically is going to happen. But I think unlikely. Keir Starmer, hear him on LBC yesterday. Fantastic. Did you hear what he said? He's not going to the World Cup. You know why? Because of their human rights issues. I don't know why anybody's going there. I really can't, It's about time he clamped down. And is he supporting the eco-warriors? No, he's not, which is good news. Mind you, Bob Geldof, there's a name from the past, apparently supports the eco-warriors. And then the two numbskulls who turned up in Madame Tussauds the other day, hiding their little thing, then taking our shirt off, and then here we are. And then sort of putting a cream pie or whatever it was in the face of the statue of King Charles, which is a bit embarrassing because he's more green than anybody I've ever met in my entire life, and I've never even met him. And the ambulance worker, how much do they end up with? At the end of the month, he said, I save lives, and I end up with 1,300 quid at the end of the month. And you think, what? What? £1,300? I mean, I recently, today, got a letter from the winter warming people who are based up north or something, winter warming, and the government. But they're based up in Wolverhampton, this particular branch, and I get the winter fuel allowance. Don't ask me why. I have no idea why I get it. I opened it with trepidation. Apparently everybody over 66 gets it. Well, I don't remember getting it last year, but anyway, I mean, I might have got it and I didn't realise. But I get £500. Which is, it's very nice. It's very nice. I'm paying tax, so I suppose they can sort of claw it back from somewhere. But £500. But then I thought to myself, I wonder what my bill's going to be. It could be 2,500, in which case £500, better than a kick in the teeth, isn't it, really? Definitely. What else we got? The stars were out for the Pride of Britain Awards. Every day there's an awards ceremony. It's quite nice when we give out awards to people. It's just an excuse, though, for all the girlies to dress up. That's all it is. It's not anything else. It's just a case of all the papers that can then spend 3 pages on, who's wearing what. And you think, I'm sorry, have we kind of forgotten what these are? These are award ceremonies. It's got absolutely diddly squat to do with what they're wearing. Might as well have turned up in bra and pants. The DNA, which has solved the cave riddles, which I'll tell you about later, which is actually quite good. The 80s was the best for music and film. I would go probably 60s, 70s, 80s, but probably more 60s, 70s. 60s because I thought the music was better, and most records were under 3 minutes. You could guarantee. In fact, I think there was one record, I can't remember which one it was actually, and it was 2 minutes 20. 2 minutes 20 on it, hardly worth bothering to press the thing. I suppose it depends when you grew up, but I loved the 60s music. I was a big, like Noreen. Her and Brian, they love the 60s music and the 70s, and it depends what you listen to. But the very first record I bought, don't ask me why, because it's not really my sort of thing, was the Bachelors singing The Sound of Silence. I bought a little record player, which, I mean, it was quite remarkable because it was made out of cardboard, covered in like a Fablon type fabric with a deck in there, which played three speeds. And I bought it for it was peanuts, like £4 or something for this thing. And it was beautiful, in a little attaché case. Because if you go to Amazon and you try and buy a little record player, they're really cheap. You can get one in a case which has got the speakers in, and mine had it. What year did that come out? Oh, I don't know. It was a long time ago. The Bachelors, The Sound of Silence. I don't know. Go on, tell me. Tell me. 69 or something. 66. God, I'm older than I thought. Is that what it was? But the good thing was that when you bought a record and you played it at home, you didn't just play the A side, you played the B side. And I can remember there was one record, it was done by Jonathan King as the Weathermen. And it was called The Same Old Song. It's the same old song, but with a different feeling since you've been gone. And on the B side was Jonathan singing Why Should I Fight? And we used to play the A side, and then you take it off and play the B side. And then you play the A side again, and so it would go on. And so many people in the 60s were put in the position of being in a group, but they weren't. They were session singers, but they sang. So you used to get all sorts of different groups popping up. As Noreen will tell you, well, the Monkees were absolutely put together. They put an advert in the Variety magazine, but the first record was already recorded. So when they went there thinking, oh, we're going to be singing our own songs, no, absolutely not a bit of it. It was already done, and thus led, I mean, they didn't even know that there were little images out of them, like dolls. And they didn't get anything out of things like that. It ran for years. It was, they were huge because of the television series, but don't ever make the mistake of thinking you've got editorial control, because you haven't. That goes to the studio. And so, the Monkees were sort of successful. It was like the Bay City Rollers. They never sang on their first record, which I think was Keep On Dancing. Keep on dancing. I mean, it's a bit of a shock for people going, oh, I mean, well, it happened before, hasn't it? It's happened with Simon Cowell. And they say, oh, right, so you won X Factor, whatever it happens to be, and we're going to get your first record. Oh, yes, I've written this lovely... No, sorry, we've already decided on the song that you're singing. The artist is not in charge. That's why George Michael had a big row with Sony. He wanted control of his work and everything else. And when they said no, he went ballistic, because it's taking away the artist's integrity. And it's very sad, but there were so many groups who didn't exist. Honeybus, I Can't Let Maggie Go, Beach Baby by First Class. It was all the same lead singer, who apparently on one episode of Top of the Pops turned up on 3 different groups. He just moved from set to go and sing. His name was Tony Burrows, and he brought out an album. If you go to Amazon and type in Tony Burrows, yes, he was Edison Lighthouse as well. He was Edison Lighthouse. See, that's the trouble. If you grew up my age listening to the music, you remembered he was a very prolific person. So in fact, he was Edison Lighthouse. He also did United We Stand by Brotherhood of Man, White Plains, who did a song called Step Into a Dream, but the one he had was My Baby Loves Loving. The Pipkins, Gimme Dat Ding, gimme that, gimme that, gimme. And Beach Baby by the First Class, which I loved because he was fantastic. And he brought out an album as himself, Tony Burrows. So during 1970, 4 singles by 4 different acts reached the top 20, in which he was the lead singer, yes. As I say, he went to Top of the Pops, and I think he was on 3 different songs on Top of the Pops. You don't get it now. Well, nowadays it makes no difference whether they can sing. They've got auto-tune. In those days, people sang. I can remember Dale and I went to... we were working at UBN, as you know, the United Biscuits Network, and we got an offer in to go and interview the Drifters. And we went to Bailey's in Watford, which was like a nightclub. You went there and it was sort of, people went there. They would have a big act. It could be a big American act. It could be Chuck Berry. It could be all sorts of people. But it happened to be the Drifters. And you sit down and you have your fish and chip supper. And then there's, the warm-up act, and then the main act of the evening. They used to do it here in London, Talk of the Town, loads of places like that. And it was just fantastic. We were looking at some posters, Darren and I, the other day, and it had so-and-so, the Talk of the Town, Shirley Bassey. And you would have the cabaret, you'd have the dancers coming on, the stage would rise out of the floor, you'd have your fish and chips, or whatever it happened to be, and you'd have your wine, and it was an all-inclusive price, and people loved it. You don't get those times nowadays. You really don't. It was a great shame, because when you look back on it, and that's the advantage. People say there's no advantage of getting old. Bloody well is. £500. Hello, I'll take that any time soon. And you've got those memories of all those great songs. You're quite right, Steve, says Shane. I love the 60s and 70s music, and the first record I had was Hitching a Ride, Vanity Fair, who also had, I think, Vanity Fair, I think they had a song called I Live for the Sun, which went, sun, 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 wee-oo, and it was like that. That's what I think. Kevin the Milkman, they did. I thought so. See, the funny thing is, on the 60s, I'm very good. I'm very, very good. I Live for the Sun, 1968. And, but I couldn't tell, because when they had, do you remember... what was the song called? It was Paul Da Vinci was the lead singer of this group, and he sang, he did Sugar Baby Love, Sugar Baby. Then he left the group, and all of a sudden they didn't have as many hits as they were having before, because he had this It was, wait a minute, Paul da Vinci. It was the Rubettes. The Rubettes. Yeah. I'll get there eventually. I'm a bit slow, I'm afraid. Kevin the Milkman says, when it comes to short records, the box tops, the letter, when I think about the good times you gave me. Yeah, the letter came out 1 minute 53 seconds. The needle had barely hit the vinyl. Ironically, the first record I bought, clutching my 7 and 6pence in Woolworths with my mum, was Ernie, the fastest milkman in the West. God, talk about fate, eh? I know. His name was Trigger. He pulled the fastest milk cart in the West. I mean, records weren't expensive. No, you could buy an album. Well, the Music for Pleasure albums, which were the Sound-alikes, which is where Elton John started. He was singing. You would get all the hits, but sung by other people who were sort of pretending to be them. 19 and 11pence they were. 19 and 11pence, which was under the pound. Music for Pleasure, yeah, it was. I mean, they were very popular, these things, but people liked the singles. I would always go in and go, what reggae have you got? And I would buy all the stuff that came out on Trojan Records, because they were based down in Willesden. And every song that went into the charts, all the big ones, there'd be a reggae version out within a matter of hours. They were so fast. So they were lovely. So I grew up with things like that. Steve Woolworths used to do Embassy singles, which were copies of the originals, but they were brilliant. Les Carl wanted to be Ken Barry, voice actor and singer, original voice for Postman Pat. See, people treated people differently in those days. And it's weird that you can get all of these songs now on your phone. And you can go to YouTube and type in, if you've got a favourite song from the 60s. I used to like Eloise by Barry Ryan, Paul and Barry Ryan, because one of them used to live down in Petersham. House is beautiful. House is beautiful. He doesn't live there anymore, I think, because they died. I think. I wouldn't swear to that. I've been known to kill off people before on this programme. You wouldn't believe it. Some people you don't want to kill off, and other people who you wish weren't here anymore turn out to be here. So Keir Starmer, very good on LBC yesterday. Very good. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Taken off air, the BBC host who gloated after Johnson gave in. And she's been getting loads of coverage because if you work for the BBC, you're not allowed to have an opinion. Certainly not on a political programme or a news programme. You're not allowed to have any opinion at all. So it's only when people finally leave the BBC, they realise they've been stifled for all these years, and they come to maybe LBC or various other places and suddenly realise that they can actually have an opinion. Paul and Barry both died. Paul, 92, Barry died last year. I thought they were great. My Eloise. It went on for ages, that record. Went on for ages. It was like a 6-minute record. We used to love things like that. In the discotheque, you'd have it as, that was called a going to the toilet record. Because you could put it on, put the needle on and quickly nip to the loo. Always good. But Paul and Barry Ryan. Excellent. One of them married a princess, and I think it was Barry Ryan. Married somebody who was titled. They actually had a title. But the house, if you go to Kingston on the bus, from Richmond, you go through Petersham. Tommy Steele's house is the one where the bus has to scrape round the corner. Tommy sold it years ago. And it used to be on the corner. He owned the filling station and everything else. It was a beautiful house. Petersham is beautiful. If I could afford to live there, I'd move in. And then you go a bit further round, and if you sit on the top of the bus, you look at this place, which looks like it's come out of Tudor times, but they've got huge elephants made out of topiary in the garden now. It's owned by a designer. But the house is beautiful. And I used to look at it thinking, oh, that's nice. I'd make sure I was in the garden sunbathing naked. So when the bus went past, way.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. It's amazing you tap into something. I don't know where we got this record thing from. I can't remember. Or Tony Burrows, who we talked about in the past, actually. Somebody says, Tracy in Brockley, do you remember the Mini Pops? I did, but not with the best thoughts, Tracy. She said, I was only a little kid myself at the time, so I loved them. These were little children, little tiny children, and they would come on. It was like they would sort of sing all the hits of the day, but they looked very young, but they were all made up and everything else. It was a bit like one of those I can't remember if they were the 80s, but they were very popular on television. Mind you, so were the black and white minstrels, so you can't have everything. But they used to do it. I used to like a programme called Junior Showtime, which was on the television with Glyn Poole and the Poole family. And again, it was more interesting television at the moment. It's a bit it's not as exciting as it was, Yeah, there was the show last night, the big appendage kind of programme, which I thought was the biggest load of rubbish I've ever seen. There you go, mini pops. There they go. Girls just want to have fun, but they're little girls. So it is. I thought it was a bit creepy as well. But if you were a little girl, I should imagine your dream was to be on the mini pops. It really was. But find the other programme, which was called Junior Showtime. Junior Showtime, very popular, and they had a finale, and it was just fun. They went to the Talk of the Town. They did all sorts of things, and it was kids who were talented. But they used to dress them all up, but they sang and they danced. It was great fun. But that's what television was. It was fun. It doesn't seem to have the fun nowadays. Now you get ghastly reality shows. We'd all say it was a bit naff if it was on now, but of course at the time it was brilliant. It was brilliant. We loved all of it. Steve, another one says, short record, says Howard. Adam Faith was the expert. Oh, I don't know. I thought he was okay. Oh, the thing I was always amazed by Adam Faith is how short he was. He was not a tall man at all. Loved him. Lee says, one of the guys out of Vanity Fair was my English teacher, Steve, 30 years ago. Woo! Because there must be loads of people who are in those groups. Many of them still tour. Ask Noreen, she'll tell you. They go and see. She'll say to me, oh, there's so-and-so, there's sort of one person out of this group who goes out into another group and everything else, which was good. Steve, the Wrecking Crew, says Paul in Exeter, were American session musicians who played on a lot of the hits of the 60s in the States. Great documentary on YouTube. Tony Burrows also sang the Let's Go to San Francisco. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day, actually. He was best man, says Michelle in Peterborough, at my parents' wedding in '68. There were two songs about San Francisco. There was Let's Go to San Francisco, the grass grows, and there was Scott Walker. Was it Scott Walker who did If You're Going to San Francisco? Scott Mackenzie. Can't get it all right. Steve, you mentioned Bailey's in Watford, says Tim. I saw many stars, including David Essex. Great night out. The other great night out was Caesar's Palace in Dunstable. I took my first girlfriend to see Des O'Connor. We had chicken in a basket and a bottle of wine, 15 nicker each. That's not bad, is it? That's what it's all about. Caesar's Palace in Dunstable. I didn't know of that, but there was a chain of them. But I did know Bailey's in Watford because we went there to interview. Well, Dale did the drift. I just went along for the for sort of the ride, and it was interesting because they sort of did us, and then they changed into their clothes and then go on stage, and they raced through their songs like there was no tomorrow. It was very good. Kevin says, into your 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s music choices, I'm just a few years younger than you, but far behind. Used to record Top of the Pops onto cassette, aged around 10. My very first vinyl purchase was Squeeze, Cool for Cats. Jules Holland, who turned out to be the person who tried to teach me piano. There you go. Yes, very successful. He has the best little black book in the business, even better than Christopher Biggins's. I think in Jules Holland's book, he has like King Charles's number and things like that. He can phone these people up. I don't know how it ever turned out like that. I really can't remember. But Biggins has got the next best little black book, which was very good. Did you see Scott the other day on Loose Women, which was very good? Nice to see him there talking about Barbara and the book and everything else. The book's out now. Yeah, very sweet, very sweet. That's what I don't like about life. You suddenly realise when you get through it, enough fast. I mean, it only seems the other day, I remember some things, other things I can't remember for the life of me. I remember things like car number plates, phone numbers, and stuff like that. And yet ask me what I talked about on the programme yesterday. Not a clue. Mad as a broomstick, I'm afraid. We got the parents today worrying about modern dangers. Philip Schofield's wine range has been taken off the shelves, apparently. People have said it was horrible, undrinkable, which is very odd because, as I've said before, when they launch something in Waitrose or Sainsbury's or Tesco, wherever it is, they go through exhaustive trials to make sure it's right. And apparently people said it was undrinkable. Whether or not it was because it's got Philip Schofield's name on it, I don't know. And people just went, oh, I don't like this. But I never buy brand. I never assumed that because a celebrity was endorsing a product on the television as an advert, it was any good. I just thought they were doing it for a fee. And I was right. Louise Redknapp celebrates her career with a third greatest hits album. She hasn't had 3 albums worth. What a load of old rubbish. What a load of rubbish. There you go. On the reviews on Pip Schofield's wine, one said, there's nothing whatsoever you can do to make this drinkable. Chill it to freezing, add ice, consider a mixer. It is simply beyond saving, avoid. Another wrote, excited to try this, but thin, acidic and thoroughly unpalatable. One said, I made a return trip to the store to return it as it was undrinkable. Do you think these are trolls? They might be trolls. Because nobody's that stupid, are they? Especially if you go to Waitrose. You know, you're not getting... It's simply beyond saving. I can't believe that I even bought it in the first place. But other Waitrose customers disagreed. Lots of people slating the wine, but approach with an open mind, and the stuff is lovely. One of my favourites. Yeah, I think it's trolls. You know, why would you be that thick to go out and buy a bottle of wine and then go, oh, I don't like this, and then take it back, You'd have to be the ultimate dimbo, wouldn't you? That would really be the ultimate thicko person. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Ford are going to scrap the Fiesta. I can't remember if I ever had a Ford Fiesta. They were sort of cheapo cars. It was Britain's most popular car. So they've obviously just, I don't know if it's still, no. I think Bentley Continental Flying Spurs are Britain's most popular car at the moment. I think so. Kathy says, loads of cool records and stories being remembered with your show today, and I thought I was with it. After all, I saw Howard Keel in concert. You didn't. Honestly, you're far too young to be seen how, oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I'm going through a strange phase in my life. Strange phase. The Father in the paper today. Best-selling car in the UK now. Oh, I don't know. I can't remember, actually. It'll be something. Is it the... Oh, it's that, is it? The Vauxhall Corsa. They've sold nearly 30,000 Vauxhall Corsa. I suppose because people like to pretend it's a proper car. Yeah, it's not bad, is it? I mean, I quite like the different colours. Quite like a different colour. How much does that sell for? Do we know? How much can we get a Vauxhall Corsa from? Well, I'm looking for sort of top range, top loaded. Incidentally, in case you don't know what top loaded is, it comes with everything. You know. So the Vauxhall Corsa. I wouldn't know if I go down the motorway. Let's have a look. Officially, zippy new engines and with an all-electric option. They look lovely when they're nice and shiny, don't they? I think so. And how much? From £18,015. Blimey. From 18,000. Well, it would have to be bloody brand new for that. 18,000. That's why people nowadays, most people would put that on hire purchase, wouldn't they? They do a finance deal on it because 18,000. So wait a minute. On the anniversary edition, which is our new limited edition, it's got the metallic paint, checkered tartan sport seats, 17-inch gloss black alloy wheels, black pack styling, panoramic rear view camera, so you can see the person you're crashing into. Yeah. Heated front seats and steering wheel. Steering wheel? Why you'd ever want a heated steering wheel is totally beyond me. Blind spot alert plus socks. Socks? What do you mean you get socks with it, do you? There's another one which comes with a 7-inch colour touchscreen with satellite nav and Apple CarPlay. 17-inch bi-colour, that's 2-colour alloy wheels, electronic climate control, LED headlights, rear parking sensors, sports body styling and sports style front seats. They get all sorts of bits. I like the idea on the Ultimate. It's got the usual thing, a 10-inch colour touch screen with sat-nav, but it's got massage function. I don't think I'd want that. I think if you're going out for a drive, not when you're driving, all of a sudden it's like, woo. I told you the first time I bought a Bentley, they'd left the heated seats on. I thought I was becoming incontinent. Got halfway home thinking, oh, I don't like this.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to, gosh, I tell you, the fireworks for Diwali last night went on forever and ever and ever. Yeah, it was fireworks for Diwali. You get loads of them, which I like fireworks. But they had one lot. It was gone 1 o'clock, and they're still letting them off. Still letting them off, which, doesn't really bother me. But if I lived in a close where they're letting off loads and loads of, that would drive me absolutely crackers. I'm trying to get some sleep. Ashley says, Fiestas were not bad. I had the budget model with air conditioning. The windows never shut. Thank you. All-round steering. Yes. The difference between that and a skip. Georgina in Spain, España. Remember Blazes in Windsor? I do. We saw Roger Whittaker there. Can't remember what he sang. Oh, he'd have sung everything. He'd have sung, "Let me take you by the hand and lead you through the streets of London." He used to do everything. And also... Oh, Roger Whittaker was fab. Absolutely brilliant. I loved him. I didn't realise he was huge in Germany. When I was in Austria, they said, "Oh, we've got tickets to go and see Roger Whittaker." Complimentary tickets. Thank you very much indeed. So we tootled off to go and see. It must have been ages ago, because in those days I was doing the breakfast show over there and could still go out to a concert fairly late. I must have been surviving on like half an hour's sleep. But anyway, he came on stage and did the entire show in German. Sang in German, spoke in German, everything. Everything was in German. It was amazing. I thought, absolutely lovely. If you ever get the opportunity to listen, fabulous voice, and he whistles and he does everything. He was great. Lots of hits. Tess on the Isle of Sheppey says, I absolutely love, Steve, my Vauxhall Corsa. It's a lovely car. It's a small car for a small person, and that's me. Even a heated steering wheel, which is amazing in the winter. Only you. Only you. Another one which says, I remember Junior Showtime, and yes, I do agree that now it's all reality TV, says Stella. It's cheap trash. It's full of, people who go on there and their sole claim to fame is they're going to get their boobs out. And that's it. That is it. That's how desperately low we have sunk. A little bit embarrassing, isn't it? You think, sorry, what's your talent, love? I'll get my boobs out, and you go, oh, God, is that it? I mean, at least years ago, you had to have some sort of talent. But they make all this money, don't they? So many channels, nothing on any of them. I mean, I'm thinking of writing to Judge Judy. Even she's changed her hairstyle. She's all of a sudden gone from sort of to looking like quite old. But she is quite old, but she's phenomenally rich. I think she's one of the richest people in America. No, I don't think it's a wig, no. Well, at the moment, her hair seems to be scraped back. But still nice. Steve, let's not forget the record shops. In the 60s and 70s, we all had our favourite shops. And you could buy and talk music with like-minded people. Mine was Small Wonder Records in Walthamstow. They sold indie, new wave and punk, even having its own record label as well. Pete, the owner, was the first one to sign The Cure in 1978. Saturday mornings in the late 70s, I'd be there with a full wage packet. Saturday morning and a much lighter wage packet, and about an hour later, but an armful of vinyl waiting to be played when I got home. Happy days. Happy days, yeah. I love things like that. We used to go to one... Oh, I can't remember. I could take you to them, and they would play the records. Dale and I used to go to a place in Soho, and you'd go up the stairs. It was a real dive of a place, and they had the latest records in from America, and they would play it to you, and we'd sit there, and you'd go, "No, I don't want that one. I'll take." He was very good on his music. I was terrible. Apparently, if you buy a Skoda, you get a free umbrella. No, come on. If you buy a Skoda, it comes with a roof. OK, it's not necessarily a free umbrella, but it's nice that you've sort of bigged them up a little bit. Nick says, nice to hear your voice, serenading the airwaves, getting ready to walk the dog while it's still dark, due to a secondary cataract, which I'm hoping to be treated with laser soon. Not on the NHS, you're way down the list. Cataracts are way down the list at the moment. Steve, my Skoda Fabia is all you'll ever need. 20 years old, elegant model, top of the line, heated seats, aircon, all you need, and a nice speedy 1.92. Oh, Dan, come on. I've got a 7-litre engine. Well, 6.7 litres. You only have to touch the accelerator and don't see me for dust. Mind you, can't drive it anywhere like that at all. Ralph McTell sang The Streets of London, also wrote the song, said David. Yeah, Roger Whittaker recorded it too. And, Roger Whittaker recorded loads of songs. I'm gonna leave old Durham town. I'm gonna leave old Durham town. They were great. So the Eco-Yob, they're a bit pathetic, aren't they? I think we just get them in prison. Lock them up 6 months. That'll, sort them out. And if you go London to Edinburgh, come on, hands up. Well, don't do it now. You might be driving. But would you rather go by train than plane? Most people pick the train. You know why? Because you go to the station, you get on the train, you get a window seat. get a window seat. Oh, and you watch the world go by. I used to go when I did go on the train, not that often, but I did go on the trains, and I would always go to the restaurant car, book in for breakfast, and you kept the seat for the whole train journey. It was fantastic. So you could eat your eggs, sausage, and bacon and everything else. How long by train? I don't know, about 3 hours something, isn't it? 4.5 hours. But it's such a nice journey. And also you could go to sleep. Couldn't you? You could go to sleep for 4.5 hours. I think that's quite a nice idea. But definitely having breakfast. 1 hour 20 on a plane. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not sure. But Darren flies. Yes, I know. I don't know which is cheaper. Which is cheaper? Is it cheaper to go plane or is it cheaper to go train? Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's one of these complicated ticket systems, isn't it? Where if you book on the third Tuesday in Lent, you know, when something's happened within the church, then you probably get £1 off or something. Yeah, if you took a train this morning, expensive. It's a bit like I can't work out the Uber ratings. I did love a thing the other day. I think I've told you. I was watching YouTube, and it was an Uber driver who was white. Okay, so this woman gets in the cab. She's obviously had a few sherbets, and she's quite a hefty hideaway sort of girl. And she gets in, she goes, "Oh, how lovely to see a white guy." And he goes, "Sorry?" And she goes, "Oh, it's just great to see a white guy." He goes, out the car. He says, "I'm not taking you." So she goes, "What's the matter?" He goes, "That is so inappropriate." He was very nice about it. He said, "That is just inappropriate." She said, "I'm just stating a fact." He said, "Out." He said, "This journey is terminated." And he turned off the engine and sat there. Seriously. America, of course. Steve, I booked myself for my first chest wax, says Barry, sorry, I was only joking. Woo! I'm doing it for charity, but I'm worried about the pain. There is no pain. I don't know why people go, when blokes get waxed or something like that, "Oh, it's going to hurt you." No, it doesn't. Unless you're a right little girl's blouse, in which case, yeah, I've had waxing done before. Everywhere, my head, and, yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, we don't worry about things like that. It doesn't hurt. Single train ticket, London to Edinburgh, this morning at 8. Are we going to make it? Yeah, we've got to get home, get changed. How much? 132 quid. 116. Oh, right. Does that include the sauna and the swimming pool, use of the swimming pool? That's standard. That's standard. How much is first class then? Get me first class. First class, 167. The trouble is, what I used to hate, we went on one train once, and people from the other carriages were coming to sit in first class, and I thought, oh no, that's not right. But I'd go first class, because you're only going to do it once, aren't you? How much is return then? Sorry. Yeah, coming back this evening. I quite like. I've gone berserk now. Let's book it. Let's book it immediately. Not that I'm booking anything at the moment, but I just quite fancy the idea of a return trip. So just sort of going up there, having a wander around Edinburgh, and having sort of a cup of coffee and a croissant or a pain au chocolat, and then just getting on the train and coming back again. But they do it on the Eurostar. We had the meal on the Eurostar. £79 return. £79 return? How can it be? Oh, on top of the 167 or what it was. Oh, right, okay. Now, £79. So it's 195 return, 200 quid. Well, that's not bad, is it? That's not, is it? I don't know. I don't do things like that very often. We're not going anyway. It doesn't make any difference. But, yeah, I was 190. Oh, well, at least now you know, if you were thinking. I forgot to mention the man who fell off a roller coaster, 26 feet. I mean, I've always worried about roller coasters. That's why they closed the one down in Battersea Park. It was a wooden roller coaster, and that was a big disaster, and they closed it down. I think people died, I'm pretty certain. The only thing that's left there at the fun fair in Battersea Park are the steps, the concrete steps that went down, so you could go through the turnstile. Bob Geldof supports the eco-warriors. Well, he would, wouldn't he? God, when was the last time he did anything? Does he do anything now? I don't know. Battersea Park, there you go. 5 children died and 13 others. This was in 1972. The ride manager and the engineer was subsequently tried for and acquitted of manslaughter. And 13 people had non-fatal injuries. That's 30th of May. The wooden roller coaster train came off the tracks. You know, because there are wooden roller coasters. You find them all over the world. They're all over the place. And so it was a big fun fair. When you look at it, it was big. There was a boating lake and everything else. And I've always liked roller coasters, but the wooden ones, you are relying on the fact they don't rot and stuff like that. It does look very flimsy. I mean, they would that thing there is the rotor, where they're all standing against the wall, and the idea is it turns around like a spinning basket, and then the floor drops away, and you're stuck to the wall, which is very good. Which was very. I didn't know there's all these pictures. Great, isn't it? YouTube. You can find everything. Find everything. Betty Davis touch. I shall tell you about in a moment, a story that Ron Howard has come up with. We interviewed Ron Howard for my In Conversation programme. I just kept thinking, it's Richie Cunningham. It's Richie Cunningham. Doesn't get any better.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 5 is the time. Kim says, what a fine voice you have, son. It's not bad. I was in the school choir. Actually, I was in a church choir as well. Salvador says you can get the Caledonian Sleeper from Paddington. Oh, how nice. The Caledonian Sleeper. I'm not sure if I could sleep on a train. Yeah, you can, actually. I think you can sleep on a train. They do sleepers, don't they? And you sort of, you know, I quite fancy that idea. But I want to wake up, you know, with the steward saying, I've made your triple cooked chips, Steve. And some bread and butter. Yeah, that'd be lucky, wouldn't it? That'd be quite nice. Robbie says, my late aunt. Oh, look, there it is. Travel, but that's the Caledonian Sleeper. Oh, bunks. Oh, I don't want to share a bunk. Oh, I don't like that idea. But it looks like there's quite a lot of room, doesn't there? That looks okay. I could do that. I could do that. I'm not sure if I want to go on the top or the bottom. Yeah, I think I'd definitely go for the own room with the double bed in. Because I'm never going to stretch out. I can tell straight away I couldn't stretch out on that bed. I'd have to curl my legs up sideways. But the Caledonian Sleeper. There you go. Well, I couldn't work it. I think it's a window. I don't think it's the television. He was hoping it was the television. And it looks quite nice, doesn't it? And where does that go for? That goes from Paddington. There you go. You learn everything. My late aunt, says Robbie, used to have a pub in the Lake District. She gave me all the singles out the jukebox without middles, of course. Yes, they used to take the middles out because it had the one middle on the jukebox and it would put the record over and it went straight onto it. So it didn't have that. Steve, Jet 2 to Newcastle from Alicante this week. £638 as it's half term. I have to travel this week, says Pete, for a family funeral. So I'm driving and getting the Santander Plymouth ferry, then driving to Newcastle as I wouldn't pay it. Oh, you meanie. 638 quid. Yeah, half term, up go the prices. Up go the prices. Kim says, if you're going to Edinburgh, a wee cup of tea and a wee bit of shortbread is called for. Oh, I like shortbread. I like shortbread. It's not very good for me, but I do like it. Eileen in Scarborough says, did you see Dexy's Midnight Runners on this morning, now called Dexy's? Kevin Rowland still sounds fab, brought back memories as they sang, Come on, Eileen. If I had a penny for the amount of times people have sung that to me, you'd have a penny. Will and Grace star Leslie Jordan has died after a car crash. Oh, really? He was the little gay guy in it. He's died, has he? Oh my goodness me! He came over and I interviewed him. He was a real character. He was gay in real life, and he's only 67. The world is a much darker place, they say. But I mean, he was lovely. So he did Will and Grace. Only 67. Good Lord above. But he's been killed in a car crash. Trying to remember what part he played. Well, he was the one. He came up with all the camp lines. And he was very, very good. Very, very good. He was very charming. Very, very charming. But he made a musical blues album with the likes of Dolly Parton. Very talented man. I think he got an Emmy, says Paul. I think you might be right, actually. He was driving in Hollywood when he crashed into a building and he suffered a medical emergency. But he had 5.8 million followers. They had him talking about his past using his catchphrase, how you all doing? There you go. He released a gospel album called Company's Coming with Dolly Parton and Pearl Jam's Eddie Vedder. So, well, that's a shame, isn't it? He was lovely. Famed for his southern drawl. Well, I don't know about that. He was like that. Great character. Bless his heart. So, only 67. Thank you, Paul, for that. Phil in New Zealand Says, I used to buy the old jukebox singles a few months after they'd been in the charts. They always had the middle piece missing, a lot cheaper. And as a teenager, I bought the Dickies singing Banana Splits. 1 minute, 20 seconds short. The Dickies singing. But that wasn't Banana Splits. That wasn't na 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 na. 1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4. Was that one? Or was that something else? Oh, it wasn't. It was Bananas. Well, I know, but it was based... Don't start this morning, honestly. He's got a cob on. Andy in Cambridgeshire said, I've got a Jaguar XJ with massage seats, and honestly, it's sublime. Don't knock it till you've tried it, Steve. They're invaluable on long motorway journeys. Well, I'm driving, sitting in an armchair, so of course I don't worry about long motorway driving. Steve, you can even take your dog on the sleeper train, although my Scottish friend said you need a car, really, unless you want to stay in the city. Thank you so much. And from Steve in Southampton, it's my 41st birthday today. Just wait to finish work and a day of celebrations. Woo, 41. God, downward hills from here on in, I'm afraid. Doesn't get any better. Gets worse. Steve says, Victoria, listening to your show and heard you need to have cataracts treated soon. No, I've had them done. He was having a procedure done, but they won't do them. But I've had my cataracts done, both eyes. Had them done a few years back now. I get my eyes tested regularly because of diabetes, and I got them tested, and he said, you need... In fact, I knew about it because I went in to get some new glasses, and she said to me, you've got cataracts. And it's where the eye starts clouding over. Okay, so what they need to do, they need to sort of remove the lens and put in another lens, the lens that's over your eye. And you can always tell because things were a bit blurred, not noticeably blurred for me, but it was certainly a bit more difficult. You know, I couldn't read anything without glasses, put it that way. And so she said, I'll get you an appointment to hospital. Hospital said, yep, we can book you in. I got booked in, and I went back a few weeks later, and he said the other ones need doing, but not immediately. He said, but should we book you in anyway? I said, yeah. So I had them done at Kingston Hospital, and they were brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So I got them both done, and it's pain-free, it's everything. It's just, you can't see anything at all, just a bright light. What they do is, when you're sitting there waiting, and it was about 20 minutes for me, there was about 8 of us, I think, waiting, and then they come out and they put drops in your eyes, they tear open this little thing and put it in there, and that basically numbs the eye, but you don't feel anything, there's nothing it's like they could have dropped water in your eye, and then you go in, and then they ask you your name, and your address about 500 times just to make sure they've got the right person. And we're doing the right eye. Yes, we're doing the right eye. It's okay. And then they put this sort of cloth over your face. And they can obviously then... So it sort of blocks off the other side. And they lift up your eyelid and they pin it back with like a little clip or something like that. So it keeps it open. And then they shine a bright light in. And that's when they shatter the actual lens on your eye, hoover it up, bring out the old Dyson, like that, and bring out the Henry in my case. And once they've done that, he then said to me, so we're putting in the new lens now. They put in the new lens, and that's it. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I think it's one of the most popular operations for people, but thank you anyway. Very sweet. Thank you. And then, yes, you can leave. I think you need to wait for about an hour just to acclimatise, but also you need to take sunglasses with you, and somebody needs to come and pick you up. So I just ordered a taxi, which was easier. Steve, Philip, I'm down on one knee, yes, sir. I went across Canada by train, Toronto Monday night, Vancouver Friday morning. Sleeping on the train is great. I did wake up when the train stopped for passengers in the middle of the night on the prairie. My chemist, Mr. Shah, he did it wasn't the Trans-Siberian, but whatever it was the one where you go through the Rockies and it's all snowy and everything else. And I think Chris Tarrant went on one a short while ago on one of his train journeys, and it looked brilliant. It really did look brilliant. That's right, the moving train journey. And you're sitting in this sort of glass bubble at the top of the train, and the scenery, it's like a double-decker bus, but the scenery is just beautiful. I mean, just beautiful. The Canadian Rockies by rail. Absolutely beautiful. And they've got, you stay on the thing. And you look at that scenery, you think, does anybody live out there? It's beautiful, isn't it? It's absolutely wonderful. And then when it gets snowy, it's even prettier. And you go through there and you think, oh, I'll have another coffee and another croissant, a pain au chocolat, please. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah. I mean, do you sleep on this thing? I'm assuming you do. Yeah. How much is that one? We like that. I'm sure we've looked at this one before, actually, the Mountaineer train. And they've got all the food looks nice, doesn't it? Cool. Is that chips? Oh, the bedrooms. Look at that. Oh, you could bounce your way along the journey on that one, couldn't you? I like that idea. That's very nice. Very nice. Do you know there's some beautiful places in this world? Beautiful places. The luxury suite looks absolutely my kind of place. My kind of place. The glass dome train. And, there's a couple there on the bed to get to. No, I can't look at that. Very embarrassing, honestly. Just wearing their pyjamas. So, it's good. Paul says, I'm travelling between Cardiff, London, Brussels next week before heading to Marbella for 5 days. Anything to get away from dreary Sutton Coldfield. I know how you feel. But, listen, as long as we don't get much more rain, at least you can guarantee in Marbella you will get some sunshine. I hope, anyway. I hope. Listen, we'll take a short break for the news at 5. I'll be back with you in 3 minutes. So you've just got 3 minutes to go and do a quick wash and brush up and get a cup of tea.
Bad management costs employers around £84 billion a year. Good management is a skill set, not just a job title. It needs to be recognised, nurtured and practised. And yet 82% of new managers in the UK are promoted without formal management training. At the Chartered Management Institute, we're working to change that. Imagine if you made it your business to change that too. Take action. Search CMI Action.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Richie. That's what it's going to be today, isn't it? And he gets his moment in the spotlight. Not that he's not been in the spotlight before. Penny didn't get her moment in the spotlight, and Boris just decided to give up completely and not do anything at all. But today, one in, one out. So a goodbye speech and a hello speech as well. So Liz Truss will hold her last cabinet meeting at 9 o'clock this morning. Then she'll do the farewell speech at 10:15, and that'll finish at 10:16. And then Rishi will go to the palace. Oh, first of all, she goes to Buckingham Palace for the final audience with King Charles. OK, you're leaving, are you? Thank you. Bye-bye. And then Mr Sunak goes to the palace, and the monarch will invite him to form the next government. And then he travels back to Downing Street. So if you're around London at around these sort of times in the morning, you will see him going into Buckingham Palace from the front and coming out. Because to be honest with you, he could have walked. You don't need to go by car. It's only down the road, isn't it? And then he's going to do the public address at 11:35. So he's the first British Asian Prime Minister. The next guessing game for most people in my business is who's going to be in his cabinet. Do you think Penny might be in the cabinet? I don't know. We'll have to wait and find out. Anyway, it's nice to have your company. I'm Steve Allen. This is LBC. It's Tuesday, October the 25th. And it's a day. It's a day. Every day's been a day for the past God knows how many weeks, actually. And but we've sort of made it through. What's going to happen at the end of it? I've got no idea. I mean, I don't think there's going to be an election for 2 years. For 2 years. I think that because they don't have to have it for 2 years. If they don't want to, they just sort of cling on. And that's what they do. Steve, I've just watched 2 brilliant films. There's Joe, A Town Like Alice, and Reach for the Sky. And Sam Kidd was in both of them. Of course he was. Of course he was. Very popular boy. Very popular boy. So the story about the BBC have taken a news presenter, Martine Croxall, off air for saying she was gleeful when Boris Johnson pulled out of the Tory leadership race. So she began a Sunday night newspaper review by saying, well, this is all very exciting, isn't it? And then it went downhill because she then said, am I allowed to be this gleeful? Well, I am. I think what she meant was, it's finally been sorted out. We've faffed around, and so I feel quite grateful, that I'm... Anyway, she admitted during the News Channel segment that she might have breached BBC guidelines. Her comments sparked claims of bias. The BBC said it was investigating a possible breach of impartiality. I mean, for God's sake, honestly. It's an odd thing for a newsreader to say, but I think she was probably as bored as everybody else is with the whole thing. It's a case of, so finally it's over. Finally it's over. But interestingly enough, The Sun say today So many at the BBC News either cannot grasp impartiality or simply disagree with it. When presenter Martine Croxall asked on camera if she was allowed to be this gleeful about Boris ending his leadership bid, she should have known the answer was no. But on she went. It felt safe. All at the Beeb share her views. Millions forced to fund it. Don't, the BBC. But they rightly took her off air. But correcting all that ingrained bias looks harder than holding back the tide. Yeah, I agree. But you cannot have an opinion, especially if you're a newsreader. It's like sort of saying, and Boris has left. Other news stories. You know, you can't do things like that. It's supposed to be impartial, but of course we all know it's not. We all know it's not. You hear people saying things all the time, don't you? Mark says, just boarded the 0501, 412 Brighton, from Purley, as per the norm. We shall reach the city soon. Every day I use the railway, and every day I see fare evasion, people pushing behind somebody else at the barriers, and even people leaping over the ticket barriers. I'm fed up of it all. Total fraud. Karma will get them one day. Oh, they were doing it in Twickenham. When they were building over the road at the old sorting office, most of the builders and workers on there were leaping over the barriers at Richmond Station. I used to watch them doing it, thinking, and then, they'd push two through at the same time. Crooks. Seriously, it's absolutely disgraceful. And I saw some kids on the train once. The inspector came round, and they were young. He didn't even bother asking them for tickets, because you knew damn well they didn't have tickets, and yet he asked for mine. I felt like saying, you didn't ask them for tickets. Nothing worse. Taking the train to Winchester, says Mike, later, then using my Freedom Pass, to take the bus to Chandler's Ford to attend a get-together to celebrate the life of my friend Lorraine's mum, who died during lockdown. Lorraine? I don't know where that came from. Lorraine and I first met as 11-year-olds at Barton Peveril Grammar School in 1967 and still firm friends. Well, there you go. It's funny, isn't it? Some friendships last a lifetime. And some friendships just go a little way. I mean, do I keep any friendships? No, because I moved schools so many times, so I didn't really have a chance to sort of forge friendships at school. And I left at 15 anyway, so it wouldn't have made any difference. But no, a lot of people... In fact, when I went back to Newbury a short while ago, well, a couple of years back, I still saw people who were in Newbury when I was in Newbury. And you think to yourself, you haven't moved. You've stuck in the same town. There's nothing the matter with it. It's a nice little market town. But it's a case of you've not moved on from that to anything else. Whereas me, 15 years old, I was in London. It's the way it goes, isn't it, really? But, to have, good friendships since 67. Who's my longest-serving friend? I don't know, actually. I've got quite a number. In excess of 35 years would be quite normal. I get confused, actually, because people say, do you know we've known each other for... Have we? Oh, dear. I do try and keep friends. It's trying to keep up with friends and trying to keep up with sort of friends to do things with. And as you get a bit older, you get a bit more tired, it has to be said. So when people say, can you do this? And you originally say yes. And then you go nearer the time, I just don't think I can manage this. I really don't think I can. I'm very good at the moment of, because of various illnesses and everything else, of sort of saying, no, I need me time. The me time is, if I don't want to do anything, I don't do it. It's as simple as that. Whereas years ago, I'd be, up there, as I say, I must have survived on about an hour's sleep in the night. But nowadays, I don't bother doing it. So I don't go out during the week at all. I like to make sure I'm back indoors by, I like to make sure that I'm back indoors normally by, at the latest, 1:30. 1:30. I mean, Warren I've known for quite a long time, as you know. And I've got Darren. I've got various friends. I've got a small but very loyal circle of friends. Dale was probably the longest. Had he not died, he would have definitely been the longest. And people that I met, friends like Jackie Gill and people like that, who you don't see, but when you do see them after you've not seen them for ages and ages, you just pick up where you left off. That's the way it works in this business. I get people writing to me saying, "Hi, Steve, so and so, so and so." And you go, oh, goodness me, how are you? It's good. What else? We got? We've got Jerry Horner meeting Ed Sheeran. Two gingers together, they've said in the paper. Because isn't he doing something? Oh, that's right. He went out there to watch the Red Bull team doing something. They were launching some sun cream or something. I can't remember why, but for gingers. The radio DJ who died on air presenting his breakfast show was called Tim Goff. He was 55. He was about 50 minutes into his show when he collapsed with a suspected heart attack. Studio staff tried to contact Tim, but he broadcast from his home. So they didn't know what was going on. So he just sort of stops. And he was playing the song Grey Day by Madness, which stopped suddenly. But when the attempts failed, they called 999. They later confirmed he died. And so he was working from home. A lot of interesting, isn't it? He was working from home. I don't know why he was, actually. But he was a Norwich City fan. He went on to present shows across a host of local stations. And yesterday, fans paid tribute to him. Somebody said, very sad news, condolences to his family and friends. And it's a shame, really. David Game says, local radio legend from back in my days of listening to him on Radio Orwell. See, it's only people of my age who'll even know what Radio Orwell is. And he will be very sorely missed. But as I say, I was sort of pleased for him that he went doing something he loved doing. Because if you're a radio presenter, you love doing it. I never understand anybody who wouldn't ever love it. You can only ever love something. Not only can you have a bit of fun, but it pays money. Little bit, can just about get your way through, if you've got bills in. Of course, the winter allowance is very good. Always very handy. The producer goes, could you die towards the end of the show? Steve, I'm getting worried now. If you stop talking, says Warren, for a period of time, I'm calling 999. No danger. The producer won't. He'll just sit here going, go on, get yourself out of that one. Yes, he'll be nipping downstairs for a cigarette, waiting for the ambulance outside. Not. So Ford have axed the icon. 46 years, the Ford Fiesta. 46 years. I'm sure I must have had one at some particular point in my life. But apparently it was the most popular car to have sex in. I thought this is a fact in the paper today, yeah. Yes, only small. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Idris Elba worked the night shift at Dagenham, building Fiestas for 2 years. It appeared in the Bond film The Spy Who Loved Me with Roger Moore. The car was originally developed under the name of Project Bobcat. The car based in 1976 cost, or the base car, 1,856. And it could reach a top speed of 79 miles an hour. The most expensive Fiesta cost £675,000. It was built in Cumbria, won the World Rally Championships in 2017 and 2018. But they're not making them anymore, OK? So there you go. What can I do about it? Nothing. Eddie Redmayne, good-looking boy. He says he hasn't always had fun in Hollywood. He said he was terrified when he worked with disgraced producer Harvey Weinstein on the film My Week with Marilyn. Well, he wouldn't have been interested in you at all. So, nothing to worry about. And Harry Styles. Nobody could ever question his acting again because he's got a new film out. It's called Mr. Policeman. And he romps 7 times in it with men and women. He's learned how to play the game so well. It's very clever. Very clever. Nobody else... I couldn't... no, don't do things like that. But Louise Redknapp celebrating her career... Well, that was the bit that got me to start with. I didn't write this. With a third greatest hits album, despite only having released 4 solo albums. I can reveal, says Simon Boyle, the Eternal singer, who has 2 sons with Jamie, is finalising the latest collection, and in good news for fans, it will include a number of new songs, because she never had that many hit singles, I'm afraid. I mean, it's just ridiculous to bring out a third greatest hits album. Louise had been in the middle of touring with the record before COVID hit and was forced to abandon it. Have you noticed she's not put it back on again? Probably due to lack of interest. Wasn't that when Peter Andre was supposed to be touring Australia and something happened? He got offered a television programme over here. So basically he ditched all his Australian fan and they've never rebooked it in. Never. They're still waiting for the reschedule. But apparently a source said it's been a great time to write and record for Louise. Really? Oh, well, you live and learn, don't you?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, locked into the Spikies Waj this morning. Thank you very much indeed, young man. And Kathy says, I remember Radio Orwell based in Ipswich. And back in the day, everybody listened to it. I even won a poetry competition. Oh, happy days of local radio. Happy days. I can't remember. I should imagine it's probably one that we own, actually, now. I don't know what it became. They all sort of become, sort of different radio stations, but global. Orwell in Ipswich. Do we have a station there? We probably do. We seem to have them all over the country. We've got about 150 of them, I think, at the moment. So it's a big net that we can't. Do we not have that one? We can't find it. Oh, we do own it. There you go. It's ours. It's ours. And what's it been rebranded as? Oh, we don't know, but we own it. Okay, it's either Capital or Heart. That's what we did. We rebranded a lot of them. I've never even been to Ipswich. I don't know why. I don't know what Ipswich is famous for. Is it famous for something? Is it, people? A radio station that we own? But there must be other things as well, mustn't there? And Steve, that's so true. As I've got older, I've become more homely as I don't go out as much, mainly because I'm tired all the time. Well, I don't get tired all the time. I'm quite good on things like that, because people always say, you sound very chirpy in the morning. I say, yes, because I've been to bed. This is my morning. And I've got those potato waffles to look forward to. Well, were you tired by the end of the day with Corey? No. Corey and Thomas were great. Absolutely. Oh, you mean when we went out on Saturday? No, not in the slightest. We were just drunk. Which I think would be the best way to explain it. But you get to that stage where you can do so much, and then you think, now I need to go. But you really want to be like Bewitched. You want to wiggle your nose, and all of a sudden you're back home in bed. That's what you really want, as opposed to, I've got to get the bus, I've got to get off the bus, and I've got to cross over the road, and I've got to go do this, and I've got to get the train, and then I've got to get home, and then I've got to get another bus. So, was I a late person? Oh no, I never did parties. I was always working. Party, even on New Year's Eve. I think I only ever went out once on a New Year's Eve with a couple of friends, and I hated it. Absolutely hated it. I couldn't understand why anybody in their right mind would ever want to go out on New Year's Eve, be pushed and jostled around in clubs and bars and everything else, and there'd be somebody going, well, of course you leave, you can't come back in again. Oh, go away, I can't be bothered with it. It's the only time they put security on the door of clubs to make sure. And you think, do you know what is pleasant about this? So you get drunk, which you can do at home, and then you've got to make your way home. Somebody will rip you off in a cab or whatever it happens to be. So no, never pleasing. And I was always working. I was always the person who, when they said, would you like to work on New Year's Eve? I worked New Year's Eve. I was quite happy to do that. And then just headed back home again, and just sort of, as long as I had a loaf of bread at home with butter and I could have some toast, I was good. Steve, my oldest friend, Sue Lacey, we met in primary school at the age of 6 and 7. When we meet, the chats are just like yesterday. Occasionally chatting on WhatsApp, her husband and my girlfriend love the great friendship, says Conrad. It is, it's the picking up of where you left off. So somebody says, oh, have you seen so-and-so? I go, no, but when we meet up, we'll just pick up where we left off. It's as simple as that. I used to work with Idris Elba's Uncle Joe. Steve, he was our local union organiser, lovely guy, but nobody believed him when he told us about his young nephew, that he was going to be a star. Love to know what he's up to now. I know, you'll never hear of him. Never hear of him. Steve, how are you, mate? Oh, it's Thomas Bosch. Here we go. He says, me and Big Collins are out on the vans this morning delivering mattresses, but we're going to the cafe first to have a big fry-up. Are you sure that's a good idea? Are you sure? I don't want to be rude. Do you know, I've not had a good fry. When you get a real greasy fry-up? I've not had one of those for ages. And it would have to contain sausage, bacon, eggs, fried both sides, fried bread, beans and mushrooms. No black pudding. No tomatoes either. I don't like tomatoes. Well, I do like tomatoes, but I eat them raw. Just pick them off the vine. I'm not growing them. I just buy them like that in the shops. And chips. Oh, I'd love chips with a breakfast. I bet Thomas will be having chips with a breakfast. Judging by his size, he must be eating something. It can't be all healthy stuff, can it? But that's the whole idea. Because they always say if you have breakfast, that sets you up for the day. And I tend to find if I have breakfast, I don't eat really sometimes. In fact, yesterday I didn't eat anything else at all. I did have a few potato waffles, it has to be said, Thomas. I had them from, I had to queue at McHugh at my age. And, oh, look, see, that's quite, I'm not sure about the chips, but that looks nice. Egg, bacon, sausages, beans, mushroom. In fact, it's got everything I want on it, except fried bread. They put toast there. And that's a pain because you've got to take it out and put butter on it. But chips, definitely. Are you just finding random pictures of fry-ups for me? I do like the idea of bacon, beans and chips. Oh, look, is that that's fried bread? That's something. I don't know what it is. Oh, that revolting black pudding stuff. Don't have that, Thomas. Don't have that. But you and Big Collins, you have a nice day. which I hope you will do. It's nice when you can load things up first thing in the morning and sort of tootle off out there. I think that's a nice thing. Ed Sheeran, Steve. Apparently Orwell is now Hart, says Tony. Thank you, that's us, which is very nice indeed. Ed Sheeran lives 10 minutes from Ipswich. He sponsors the football club. Does he really? Is it a market town, Ipswich? I mean, I'm probably showing my gross ignorance, I'm afraid, because I don't really know. But it's we normally get some pictures up and I go, oh, that looks quite nice. Oh, there you go. It's a town in Suffolk, set on the River Orwell. Oh, it's got a waterfront. Oh, that's nice. Look at that. A little bit oldie-worldy. Oh, it's not too bad at all, is it? Though, mind you, every place looks brilliant when it's got nobody on it or nobody there. It's got some nice old places. It's apparently it's a lot nicer than I thought it was going to be. Definitely. Well, there you go. There's some people. There's a man carrying a briefcase and bags and everything else. So it's on TripAdvisor. Everywhere's on TripAdvisor. Casablanca Hire Blogs. I don't know what that is, actually. It's the next up-and-coming destination. There you go. Ipswich is the place to go to. If it's got an association with Ed Sheeran, that's okay. Thomas Bosch, you could go there as well. Mind you, he's probably going everywhere today. There's a bank worker in the papers, I love these stories, who's won £22,000 as a payout after her boss rang her while off sick to warn her not to post pictures of cakes that she'd baked. Okay. She is PTSD. Her name's Victoria. She was told the Facebook images from her cake-making sideline might upset colleagues. The call during a family holiday led to a 30-minute panic attack. Miss Lindsay quit after 20 years at HBOS in Hamilton. She won her constructive unfair dismissal case with an employment judge ruling the boss would have known the call would distress her. I mean, she's been there for 20 years. So, and apparently, I don't understand why somebody would say images from your cake-making would sort of sideline would upset colleagues. Why would that upset colleagues? So she makes cakes. Who cares? Steve says, Kevin the restaurateur, please tell Bosch Thomas that if he makes it to Wandsworth, I'll give him the best breakfast he's ever had. Ooh, look at that. My goodness me, we're getting all sorts of offers in this morning. Cataracts 1 minute, and then now a cooked breakfast. It gets better and better. Heard you talking about night trains, says lovely Carol at Eurostar. Steve, my husband and I used to take the hotel train from Paris to Barcelona or Madrid. First-class cabin with an ensuite bathroom complete with showers. The ticket included a 3-course dinner with carver and wine, and then brekkie in the morning. Unfortunately, they stopped the service a few years ago in favour of the high-speed daytime service, and I think you'll find the Caledonian sleeper goes from Euston. I'm in big trouble now. She says, don't be a stranger now. Well, I hope you're well down there at Eurostar. I hope you're well. Everything seems to be picking up. Do you know what I mean? Loads of people are sort of going out. I told you when I came into London on Saturday to go to Joe's for something to eat with Corey, London was heaving. I've never seen so many people. It was noticeable. And when we get Winter Wonderland in, and I've noticed that Tony and all the boys in Leicester Square, they finished doing all their bits and pieces. That will appear to be done because they've cleared the square, and now they'll be putting in the cabins for the Christmas market. We used to have a fun fair here, but we don't have a fun fair here anymore, which is a great shame, actually. 9th of November it opens, and we used to see Tony most mornings. He'd be there in his van, one of our stalwart listeners, but now it's all been cleared up and everything else. We've been down there. I keep telling people, Leicester Square, you lift up the pavement and the steps that go down to it. It's really clever, really good. And Mike in King's Langley says, I am steadfastly of the opinion that beans do not belong in a fry-up. You don't fry them, do you? Well, you can. If you want to, I should imagine. You can fry them. He says, OK on toast at tea time, but not part of a fry-up. What say you? Oh, no, definitely beans for breakfast. Definitely beans for breakfast. Oh, no, definitely not for tea time. They're an essential. If you have beans at tea time, that's for children. Beans on toast would be a children's thing. I mean, I couldn't just survive on beans on toast, but if I'm having a breakfast, beans are an essential part of it. I mean, that just makes... I don't know. But it's kids who have beans on toast. Mind you, if I was having beans on toast, I would have them with grated cheese over the top. And then probably some sort of sauce. I'm torturing myself. I'm making myself ill now. You see, it's no good because I can't have any of this stuff. But occasionally I do have beans when I go home over mashed potato and grated cheese and little tiny cocktail sausages. Butter and what? Butter on what? Which bit of it? On the potato? Yes, on the potato. Of course, butter on the potato. Because sometimes I'm using instant mash. But I've discovered if you use the frozen.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
One from Iceland, you don't need to put any butter on it at all. It's really buttery. But if I have normal smash or something like that, which I don't have very often, because it's okay, but it's not brilliant. There used to be a better one in Costco, which was really creamy, an American one, and it was powder, and that was but you put loads of butter in that, and that's really good. And then grated cheese over the top, and then baked beans. It's like having a baked potato in Costco. You can have a baked potato with sort of cheese and grated cheese. Sorry, cheese and grated. I told you I've got to stop drinking first thing in the morning. This is absolute rubbish.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. Do you know there's one thing, there's food in the papers every day. I don't know why, but they do it to torture me. They know that Steve Allen is going to be reading the papers. And this is Prue Leith. And I don't know whether you've ever had Welsh rarebit. It's basically cheese on toast. And you toast it under the grill. She does one with crispy bacon on granary. And it looks delicious. My mother used to do cheese. So literally, you get bread, you toast it, you put cheese over the top, stick it under the grill, and it's absolutely wonderful. And a bit of mustard and stuff like that. She does quite a few of them. She's done one. Have you ever heard of this one? This is the oddest one ever. Apricots, almond, and clotted cream on an English muffin. I've never heard of that before. Have you? No. Tomatoes with English pesto on toasted focaccia, but bubble and squeak with hollandaise on fried bread. Yum, yum, yum. Fried bread's always good. The trouble is, the clue is in fried. That's the clue. And if you sort of look at it, my mother used to take it out of the frying pan, and we never used to think, oh, it's dripping in fat. We just used to think, that looks gorgeous. And that would be it. But in fact, all you're doing is you might as well just sort of lie down, get your mother to pour the oil into your mouth. It makes it so much easier. But, I used to love fried bread. I used to go to the garden centre up at Squires in Twickenham, and they do a 6-item breakfast. I don't know why they do 6 items, 8 items, 10 items, or whatever you want. And I always end up with 2 portions of beans and 2 portions of fried bread. And then if I've got any credit left over, I stick in a sausage as well at the same time. And the beans on the fried bread go down a treat. Absolutely a treat, because it seems to soak into it. So the tomato ketchup side of it is just really delicious. Really, really delicious. But not for me this morning. I shall just have to suffer and probably have some potato waffles. I daren't tell you how many I ate yesterday. I really daren't tell you. You'll think to yourself, my goodness me, Stephen, that is not so good. We don't do fireworks on Halloween, do we? Do we do fireworks on Halloween? Firework night, yes. I know we did them for Diwali the other night, but we don't do them for bonfire for Halloween night. You probably could do. They do say keep your kids safe this Halloween, because we seem to be adapting this thing from America where we all celebrate, and I don't think we should celebrate Halloween. I don't know why. I mean, there's no logical reason why I think we shouldn't celebrate it. I just think it's an opportunity, I suppose, for kids to sort of get dressed up or go out, and it became big over here within the last, I would think, 5 to 10 years, something like that. And you started seeing costumes on sale, but it's only the kids who dress up. Although I have been in Leicester Square, when you see people walking through and they're dressed up and you think, oh, that looks quite interesting. I wouldn't do it myself because you've got to get home. And you don't... Have I ever done fancy dress? I did in Vienna. I went as a clown with the complete makeup, the wig, the boots, the baggy trousers, everything, because they've got loads of fancy dress shops, because there's so many universities over there. The one thing that the Austrians and all the visiting people do is dress up for You know, so if they say we've got a night where it's fancy dress, people dress up for it. There's no sort of shame or embarrassment or anything else because Vienna's quite small. And it was really lovely, actually. It was. So I've got pictures of me dressed up as a clown and looking quite good. I had no shame whatsoever. No shame. Yeah, I shan't be tweeting those ever again, I think. What else have we got in the papers for today? I don't know. It's all sorts of... well, it's Rishi. Put it this way, if ever he wanted to start a scrapbook, now would be the time to start the scrapbook because he's on the front page of every single newspaper, as indeed he would be. And he's been named Britain's third Prime Minister of the Year. Third Prime Minister of the Year, so well done to him. Long Johns are back. Do you remember Long Johns? You put them on to keep... A lot of market... They're like tights, but men can have them as well. And I remember talking to a friend of mine who's a market trader, and he knows a lot of market traders who wear women's tights under their jeans to keep your legs warm. Because I don't understand how girls in the middle of winter, you know, with their short skirts, they must be frozen to death. Frozen to death. I can't believe it. Absolutely can't believe it. Exercise may make COVID jabs more effective. Oh, no chance then. I'm obviously not going to be very effective. And Sir Mick Jagger uses the Queen's English in private but switches to Mockney in public. Sally Arnold looked after Jade, the Rolling Stones legend's daughter from his marriage to Bianca. She said, strangely, Mick spoke the Queen's English in private with only a couple of people around, but the minute there were more than that, he'd on the phone, he'd switch to the sort of Mockney accent. Oh, he's very, very middle class. Very middle class. And that's why they all had to pretend that they were working class boys, but they weren't. They absolutely... It's like Guy Ritchie. He's very middle to upper class, very middle, but of course does all these other things, you know, by making his sort of films. Steve, my friend drizzles, oh no, maple syrup and adds sprigs of rosemary to the bacon, says Deborah. I've heard of this before. I think this is an American thing. I think it's an American thing, drizzling maple syrup. They put honey over bacon. And I can't do honey. It's just I might as well pour the sugar bowl in my mouth and have done with it, actually. So absolutely delicious, says Deborah. Steve. GB Rail Freight supply the locos for the sleeper train. Well, looky here. Look at you jumping on the bandwagon. And Trucker Joe says, Steve, I hope you and the team are well. I don't know, they look okay. They could actually do with eating. If somebody came in there now and said, I'm just going to cook you a fried breakfast, they'd be there straight. They'd be hands up, down, and go, yeah, I'll go for that. We'd all go for it, actually. He says, going down your neck of the woods on Thursday to the Big Smoke for a mini break. Going to see Back to the Future, the music. Oh, you'll love it. It's just down the... in fact, loads of famous shows have been at that theatre. I saw Me and My Girl. And I saw Sunset Boulevard there, loads of shows, but that's where Back to the Future is on. He said, big fan, but never seen or been to a theatre or musical before, said Joe. My God, you haven't lived. You've never been to a theatre or a musical or anything like that? I mean, to be honest with you, it's not cheap. But, you know, we want people to go to as many things. And we've got to... I'll tell you, once you've been once, you will be going again and again and again. Seriously, it'll bankrupt you. You have a nice time. You'll love it. Absolutely love it. South Downs Nick says, stopped to get diesel last night. It's up to 193 a litre. You must have been buying on the motorway. At R1, it's about 180 something. Pretty much 10p dearer in just over a week. Yeah, I agree with you. They're just putting it up because they're hoping you haven't noticed. I noticed. Steve, it's 6 years since I lost my lovely wife. Her best friend Alison is listening to you now. They used to come and see you at your one-man show. It'd be great if you give a hello to Alison, says Alan. Hello, Alison. But there you go. Hopefully made your day. Ipswich is part of Constable country, says Tony. John Constable is from the area and painted many paintings here. Ed Sheeran played an impromptu gig in the town 2 weeks ago outside the town hall after he bought a new guitar from a music shop. You can see it online. I've seen it. Big fan. The Wetherspoons American breakfast is amazing, says Billy Flint. Is it? Show me a Wetherspoons American breakfast. An American breakfast. I have a feeling it's going to come with this maple syrup thing. But we'll have a look at... Oh, that looks... 4 sausages. Are you sure that's the Wetherspoons breakfast? My God. 2 sausages, 2 hash browns, 2 bacon, 2 eggs, and 2 pancakes. That's maple syrup. I'm telling you. Definitely not for me. But the rest of it, yeah. Perhaps you could swap the maple syrup and have something else. But I like the Wetherspoons Robert Shawbread. Look at these. Why do they look bigger in some of the things? And also, very generous. 2 bits of toast, 2 rounds of toast, and 3 butters. Yeah, nice looking bread, but 3 butters. When we went to the V&A Museum the other day, a friend of mine had a croissant, and he said, do you have any butter? And he said, yes, 50p extra. For a little tiny pat of butter, 50p extra. I mean, you've really got to scrape it out, haven't you, really? Jane says, my brother-in-law was telling us that his local shop had sold out of thick tights, as lots of men buy them to keep warm. Well, they do if you're working the markets, because when it's cold out there, you're standing around. It's cold. You need to keep yourself nice and warm. Sarah Jane Dunn, you remember her, she was the boring one, who was in Hollyoaks, and then she was booted off there for refusing to take down her OnlyFans webpage. I felt a bit sorry for her, really. She was doing this usual baloney we've heard about, it's empowering women and everything. No, you're basically getting your kit off and men are paying you for it. That's what it comes down to. She told supporters, 1 year ago today, I stood my ground for one of the first times. There was no standing your... What is this rubbish you're coming up with? There was no standing your ground. They said, will you come off it? You said no. They got rid of you. End of story. There's no standing your ground at all. Anyway, she's raking in a fortune. Good for you. Good for you, but don't drone on about it, dear. God, blimey, honestly. So, waste of time training you as an actress, wasn't it, really? Philip Schofield was out last night as well at the Pride of Britain. I don't know where they get their stamina from. Mind you, he's got a place in town, hasn't he, now, I believe. And so they were all there, Emily Atack and Kate Garraway's frock, very pretty. But I have to be honest, it's Holly's frock that kind of sort of wins the day. So that's going to be shown on Thursday on ITV.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's 11 minutes to 6. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to October the 25th. Welcome to... We've got another Prime Minister. I mean, I'm tempted to say, do you think this might be it for a little while, or do you think we might get some more backstabbing? Me and my dad are on our way to work, and this is torture, Steve, says Will. Please stop talking about breakfast. Oh, no, you've got to have a breakfast. Even if you have a piece of toast. Toast and peanut butter folded over on the train. That'll really annoy people. Steve, have you been to the Twickenham Record Fair? I went to a record shop the other day. The prices have rocketed. Do you remember our price at Waterloo Station? I don't, but we have a Twickenham record shop down Church Street, actually. But it's for people who buy vinyl, and I don't buy vinyl. I mean, I do buy DVDs, and but it's not quite the same, I know. But it's very popular, very, very popular vinyl. You do get proper vinyl junkies, as they say. Holly in Lincolnshire, the Wolds. How lovely. Lincolnshire's lovely and cheap property. Now, when I say cheap property, compared to London prices, it's phenomenally cheap. But anyway, the best cheese on toast or cheese toasty is done in the air fryer. Butter the outside of the bread and it tastes like fried bread with cheese. Oh, that sounds evil, Holly, but I like the sound of it. I like the sound of it. I like stuff like that. I told you we went out to a restaurant with the godchildren and their respective boyfriends and girlfriends and their mum and dad, and I had this bruschetta with cheese on top, and it was toasted. It was just like eating cheese on toast. It was delicious. In fact, I wish I'd ordered 2 lots, because it was marginally better than the haddock, which I had for my main course. They always tell you, see, the trouble is if ever you go to a restaurant and they've got haddock, always eat it, because it's the tastiest fish. Some of the others are a bit bland, and I like a tasty fish, and so I always have haddock. And because Phil Vickery told us that haddock is the nicest fish, and I have it with, well, just chips. I don't do the mushy peas thing. I'm not doing anything peculiar. I think mushy peas is just odd. I don't think that's normal. Either have proper peas or don't. But I mean, you can't eat peas. They're not good. I don't know what vegetable you would have with haddock and chips. Yeah, but peas are impossible to eat. A spoon or what? Oh, it's just ridiculous. So I don't know what else could you have with it. I tell you what I do like, but it sends my blood sugars through the roof. What is it? Cauliflower cheese. I love cauliflower cheese. Sends my blood sugars completely haywire. Not with fish. You could have it with fish and chips, couldn't you? I see no reason why not. Curly whirly fries, anything like that. Twiggy. Remember Twiggy? very famous, Leslie Hornby, was once told by a New York cabbie that she had a pretty face, but from the neck down she could forget it. They're so blunt, those New York cabbies. So blunt. The actress and model, whose looks defined the 60s, says she was very young at the time and was shocked. She's 73 now. I mean, it doesn't seem possible. But she was discussing comments made to her with Julian Lennon, who gets a lot of attention because of his father John. He sounds the same. When you hear Julian Lennon sing, he sounds like John. It's as simple as that. And so Helen Flanagan has split from her partner. Not married. Not married, Sybil. Single rooms. Scandal. It is a scandal. They have 3 children. They started dating in 2009, but she's now told people close to her, that'll be OK or Hello Magazine or anybody else who wants to hear it, that they're no longer together. But they are committed to co-parenting. Oh, that'll be good. Nice to know the children feature in it, thank goodness. She says she told fans she'd found the perfect wedding venue. Unfortunately, they can only fit us in 2024. Well, it's all of a sudden I know that my brother's daughter, she's up for an award, actually, for taking wedding pictures. And loads of awards. She gets awards all over the place. She's got so many weddings booked in, I can't tell you. She takes wedding pictures, and there is a COVID backlog. But all the people who'd booked with her stuck with her, and when the COVID was finished, now they're getting back into it again. But she says, I've been with Scott since I was 19. It feels like we're married. Yeah, but you're not. OK, it doesn't matter what do you mean it feels like you're married? Obviously not, dear, because now you're not with them together. So they could only fit you in 2024. Well, go somewhere else. Obviously not that bothered about it, are you, really? But anyway, she took part in, or she has recently taken part in the I'm a Celebrity All-Stars in South Africa. Like that was of interest to people. I don't know. Where do we go? Steve, just wanted to say hello. Hello. It's quite nice, that, isn't it? I think radio's clever. I think that was it, actually. I hope you have a good day. Vicky from Snodland, Kent. P.S. Could you say hi to my partner, Colin? He's been an avid listener for many years, and I know he'd love a hello. Another hello. 2 hellos in the same thing. Look at that. Shout-outs, as they say. Steve, unfortunately, the M3 service station is 209, and all the local stations are now 191. This is for the petrol prices are going through the roof again. Can we get this back on track, please? I am still in possession, Steve, of my army issue long johns. Amazingly comfortable and very practical. I've also got my army issue underpants, drawers, and occasionally, as they were listed on my issue leisure, commonly known as tea bags, they had 1,001 perforations. Oh, right. I'm now looking, actually. Totally functional, but don't go out on a date with them on, says, is it Bobby or Robbie in Edinburgh? Oh, right, that's what they are. But it's the only way. I mean, I've never had these things. I've never had these things at all. But they look very nice, don't they? And I suppose you're right, actually. It's a bit of a fiddle if you need to go to the loo or something like that. Practically sort of divest yourself of every item of clothing before you can even find it. And even then, it's a bit of a problem. Steve, so, yes, I mean, I like the cashmere ones. They do look very nice indeed. But it's not my legs that go cold. It's my feet that give up. My feet are very cold all the time, but the rest of me is fine. In fact, actually, when I'm in bed, I don't know why I'm telling you this, but if I rub one leg next to the other one and put it on, my legs get really hot. And it's really quite nice. My feet, stone cold, but my legs, very interesting. I push them together. I don't know why. I'm a very odd person. It's not my fault. I'm 68. Original Spiker Wendy here. Try samphire with fish instead of peas. Delicious. I had samphire the other day. I was trying to explain to the producer what it is. And it's lovely. They do it in Sandy's. You can find it in Sandy's, and it's marsh samphire. They had a bloke on the Come Dine With Me programme, and he went out foraging for it, and it's delicious. It's absolutely delicious. You just steam it, a bit of olive oil and something like that. What it tastes like? It's green. That's what it tastes like. I don't know. Don't ask me, honestly. It's like saying, what does sprouts taste like? Imagine trying to say to somebody, what does sprout taste like? And we know what it is. But you see, you don't like sprouts, do you? See, I adore sprouts. Absolutely. I'm not supposed to have them. We discovered it. They're really bad for diabetics. I was checking that we had this list of vegetables and everything else. And, of course, all the things I don't like squash. Although they did a thing the other day on This Morning with the thing there. And they hollowed out a pumpkin, filled it with 3 different types of cheeses and popped it in the oven and then had it as a fondue. Looked delicious. Really? Oh, no. What's the matter now? What's the matter? You don't like... You're not eating the pumpkin. No, it doesn't. They've hollowed it all out. And they've done something with it. I don't know what. But then they pour in all the cheese. They mix it with a few little, like, nutmeg and bits and pieces like that. Put it all into the thing. 40 minutes, I think, or something in the oven. Take it out, and the cheese melts. And then you literally just sort of scoop it up with... I think they were using courgettes or something like that. And it looked delicious. It really did look delicious. And my brother's content, he's up early this morning. He's getting up earlier and earlier, actually. It's an age thing. But wait a minute. And so thank you very much indeed. Because we got paid, so he has to transfer the money. Keeps him going. Steve, that's a lovely old-fashioned little cafe called Peggotty's in Cromer. They have wonderful cheese on toast, lovely white bread. Peggotty's. Sounds like an old Dickens character. And Yvonne says, I always have a piece of cheese with my fish and chips. My husband's family started me off on it. But having a look at Peggotty's, they do a nice cooked breakfast, don't they? Nice cooked breakfast. And it's only little, isn't it? In Cromer, but it's the sort of place, I could end up in a place like that. I'm quite happy with that. They've got tablecloths. That's my age group. They've got tablecloths. Do you know more than 257 million Americans believe that aliens exist? Mad as toothbrushes, I'm afraid. Completely mad. It's like Matt Goss the other day saying his mother came to him in a dream. And I remember thinking, no, she didn't. No, she didn't. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. I'm in the real world. You don't believe in ghosts, do you? Thank God. I have to make sure if the AP starts to stop it, don't even go there. Because otherwise people, if 257 Americans believe aliens exist, they believe that ETs are real. And half of the population believe they're friendly and pose no threat to Earthlings. Earthlings, I ask you. We're all Earthlings now. It was lovely, ET. Very nice, but it was just imaginary. OK, there was no ET, there never will be. The daddy of all misquotes. I saw them doing this the other day on the television, actually. And Darth Vader's famous words, Luke, I am your father, are one of the most misquoted movie lines of all time. What the universe's darkest daddy actually said was, no, I am your father, in The Empire Strikes Back. And despite Houston, we have a problem being repeated by film fans for the last 27 years, the line from Apollo 13 is the most inaccurate of the lot. In the 1995 film, Tom Hanks was heard to say, Houston, we've had a problem. There you go. That's ruined your day, hasn't it? You can just tell, can't you? It's ruined your day. Let's go make a cheese fondue. Let's push the boat out. Let's invite Rishi round, because he's got a busy day today. He always looks smart. He's the only person I see who literally looks good in a suit, whereas poor old Boris just looked like a very badly made duvet, which wasn't very promising at all. Anyway, we'll take the news. Back with you in 3.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to October the 25th. Welcome to, well, we've got Halloween around the corner in a matter of days. Although what we're supposed to do for Halloween, I don't know. People go out dressed up, and I think they do trick-or-treating. They do apple bobbing, and that's about it. I can't think of anything else that you do for Halloween. Why do we... Can anybody explain to me? Yeah, apple bobbing is very unhygienic. But why do we do Halloween? What are we celebrating on Halloween? Is it religious? Because I've been doing it for such a... when I say doing it, I talk about it all the time, but I've got no idea really what it is. I just assume it's an opportunity. First time I knew about it was in... I think it was in E.T. But I know it's a holiday celebrated. I think, is it between the 31st and Halloween 22? So it's the 31st. So in the ancient Celtic festival of Samhain, when people would light bonfires and wear costumes to ward off ghosts. In the 8th century, Pope Gregory III designated November the 1st as a time to honour All Saints. Soon All Saints' Day incorporated some of the traditions of Samhain. The evening before was known as All Hallows' Eve and later Halloween. So over the time, Halloween has evolved into a day of activities like trick-or-treating, carving jack-o'-lanterns, that's the pumpkins, you carve them, festival gatherings, donning costumes and eating treats. But it doesn't... So basically, we're warding off ghosts. We must send that article to Matt Goss. I mean, I just don't quite understand. So it doesn't really mean anything. It goes back an awful long way, and it basically is you're just eating an apple bobbing, and that's it, because you're warding off ghosts who don't exist in the first place. But in the days when they did this, they believed in ghosts and things like that, and witches and spooks and all sorts of bits and pieces. Nowadays, we're a little bit more sort of adult about it. And I remember the test to find out if you were a witch, the ducking stool. If you drowned, you were innocent. If you floated, they killed you anyway. So it was a no-win situation for witches. I mean, the last thing you do if somebody knocked on your door is for you to say, hello, I'm a witch. You'd be dragged down the local pond before you could say, cheese on toast, anybody? You know, wouldn't be happening. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. So that's what it is. So after we've got that out of the way, and I'm sure there'll be fireworks. I'm quite sure there'll be fireworks. And then we've got November the 5th, which is very good. And then we've got Christmas, haven't we? We've got, in the meantime, just after November the 5th, which is on the 5th, quite clearly. I don't know. Funny, I remember going to Austria years ago and saying, do you celebrate November the 5th? And they went, why? But, of course, why would they? It's only to do with us. It's Guy Fawkes, isn't it? Most countries, you can buy fireworks all year round. And over here, we do it because that's what Guy Fawkes did. He was going to blow up the Houses of Parliament. With hindsight, seemed like quite a good idea, actually. But, far be it from me to say that politics is getting more interesting by the second, because it probably is. And then we'll have the market open here, the Christmas market, so we'll feel a bit more festive. If we got snow at Christmas, that'd make it a bit more festive, wouldn't it? Although I fall over all over the place. And one thing you don't do at my age is fall over. Falling over is a disaster. I was talking to somebody the other day, and they said, you're having a fall, it's, and you can buy all these things that you clip onto your shoes, which mean that you don't slip over. I might have to buy something like that. I've had them in years gone by, but I've lost the blooming things. But they're very good. More of these misquotes. Wrongly heard lines. It's a new movie game called Clipology, which is quite interesting. Apparently, Clipology study found 30% use film quotes in real life with "Here's Johnny" from The Shining and "If you build it, he will come" from The Field of Dreams being the most popular. Because he does say that, doesn't he? If you build it. Did he say he will come or they will come? I now can't remember. He did it for me, because James O'Brien offered me money. They will come, yeah. So if you build it, he will come from Field of Dreams. But if you build it, they will come. That's what I thought. Have you ever seen the film? You've got to watch it. It's a great film. It is absolutely a super, super film. Yeah. If you just do it for me now. Today? Oh, honestly, nothing worse than queuing something and nothing happens again. I don't push the buttons here. I'm not employed to do things like that. So this is from Field of Dreams with Kevin Costner.
I'm Ray Liotta, and you're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. If you build it, they will come.
There you go. It's they will come. But everybody says he will come, but it isn't. It's just such a good film. It's such a good film. I can't recommend it enough. It's donkey's years old now, and it's about a man who buys a farm, and his father, I believe, was a baseball player. But out of all the corn come all these baseball players from they've all been dead for donkey's years, and they come back, and he builds them a stadium so they can actually play a game. It's a fantastic film. It really is. It sounds really dull, but I promise you wouldn't be disappointed in watching it. And then at the end, they come out of the corn, and the family are sitting there watching them, and they don't realise that they're all ghosts. It's just and it turns out he's talking to his own father, who's a young man. It's really good. I'm going to cry. I'm just an emotional wreck, I'm afraid, most of the time. So there's lots of brilliant movie quotes to remember. But a lot of people get muddled up about things, but it doesn't matter. Let's talk about cannibalism. Very popular, as you can well imagine, especially on a Tuesday. Some of the first Brits were man-eaters. They have discovered. Yes, I hate to tell you this, but the UK's oldest human DNA, obtained from the remains of cave people from over 10,000 years ago, shows evidence of ritualistic cannibalism. They have found this in a cave called Goff's Cave. It's in Somerset, and boffins believe it's a clear sign that the cave dwellers ate other people. Did you know as well? Have you seen this footage on YouTube? I'm so excited by these things. I remember this, and it's completely out of kilter. And it's in, I think it might be in Florida, and there is an egret. Well, it could be somewhere else, actually. I'm not sure if they have egrets in Florida. And it is walking about on the side of a sort of a lake kind of thing. And this crocodile is stalking it, and the egret can't see it. And it gets closer and closer, and then it lies to the ground, as lions do. You know, when lions are stalking, they all of a sudden go very close to the ground. Anyway, this egret is totally unaware. No, it's not this one. And this crocodile gets quite close, and then out of nowhere appears this giant crocodile, which grabs the other crocodile in its jaws, because they eat each other, apparently. They're very cannibalistic. And it takes it back into the water to eat it. It drowns it. So, sorry? What? Yeah, oh right, the telly's broken, so I can't watch their Winnie the Pooh and things like that. Actually, somebody did my gag the other day. They said by the time we come back after the holidays, you'll probably find that Paddington Bear is running the country. But no, the crocodile thing is amazing. This huge crocodile leaps on the other one and literally turns around. It's got it in its jaws and takes it back to the water. No, it's not this. It's not this. It was a recent thing. It's all green and verdant and looks lovely. And but it's the egret. No, none of these ones. None of these ones. But when you watch it, you think, it's not going to kill it, is it? And they do. They do eat other crocodiles. Crocodiles eat crocodiles. If they're big enough, and this one looked big enough. And so they drown it. They basically take it back to the river, drown one of their own. Perhaps they don't know. Perhaps they don't know these things. I saw diesel yesterday, says Jean, 191 and petrol 163. Nearly 30 pence difference. Oh, it's outrageous. It really is. I've got to put petrol in the car. Put 80 quid's worth in the other day. Lewis is in funky Essex. Since when has Essex been funky? Goodness sake, honestly. And Ian said, just about to grab a white Americano from Pret and a bacon and sausage roll from my favourite cafe. 3 sausages, 3 bacon. That sounds quite nice. I'd go for that. Go for that. They used to do Pret bacon rolls, and occasionally you find them. But to be honest with you, it's a bit hit and miss. It's like Marks and Spencer's at Twickenham Station. It's hit and miss whether they do their ham and cheese croissants. Most of the time they don't. I don't know why. Perhaps there's a world shortage or something. Steve says, Juliet, I don't know what I'd do without you. Oh, I don't know. Still recovering from a bad car accident, and you get me through the night. Thank you. Tanker driver Phil, under the influence of painkillers, because he's got a dislocated shoulder. He says, us truck drivers have used tights to keep warm in the winter for years. Working timber off the docks in Liverpool, we were so cosy. Yeah, I mean, I'd heard about it a little while ago, actually, now. Big Andy says, early breakfast with Steve Allen has taken on a new meaning. I am now starving. I know, but that's why you're Big Andy. That's why you're Big Andy. Cameron in Washington, D.C. says this American does not believe in aliens. Thank goodness. Somebody normal. Somebody normal. And Brian says, Steve, you gave me a nasty shock about Brussels sprouts just now, but Google tells me this. Brussels sprouts have grown more popular in recent years, and they definitely deserve a place in your diabetes meal plan. Cooked fresh, 1 cup of sprouts has 10 grams of carbs, according to the USDA. What's USDA? Yes. Yeah, I mean, we read, they said you can have them, but not very many. Not very many. Whereas I eat packs of them. They do them in little packs of the little tiny ones. And because I don't like the big sprouts. I don't like big sprouts. I like bite size, and you can get 3 or 4 on your fork. And I eat a whole pack of those. It's like 24 or 25. And you know when you sort of peel back the plastic on the top of these boxes, you pour them in the thing. If there's one left, in there, I always feel sorry for it that it's not joining its friends. So I always ease it in the pan. I ease it out of the packet thinking, if I then throw this one away, it's going to be going, well, where are my friends gone? So I do that. You're right. I'm completely losing the plot, aren't I? Completely losing the plot. Sidcup Julie says, you read my message yesterday. I just mentioned I was going to your show in February by myself. And that afternoon, I had a message on the Facebook Spikers group from Elaine saying I could meet up with her and friends, hopefully meet in Joe Allen's. How kind. Yes, we've got to wait and find. They are going to tell me when they're going to be open on a Sunday. And I don't want anybody turning up tiddly, thank you very much indeed. They used to open on a Sunday, yes. But then they sort of stopped after pandemic and all the rest of it. But it could be back on the cards again.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, 6:20. So the stars glammed up to honour the real unsung heroes, although it just tends to be a dress fest. That's what it is. I mean, the boys don't get a look in. It's only the girls on this one. Although Philip Schofield kind of fits into both camps because he's the only man photographed because he was with Holly Willoughby. So they're all there. Everybody from Dame Kelly Holmes, Shirley Ballas, Molly May Hague. I mean, claim to fame, Love Island. And that was it. That apparently now makes you a celebrity. Susanna Reid was there. Frankie Bridge. Kate Garraway. Very smart dress for Kate Garraway. In fact, one of the best ones I've ever seen her in. It's very Hollywood. She was up early yesterday. Yeah. But she's up. Also, who looked gorgeous? Katie Piper. Philip Schofield. See, the trouble is for the blokes, there's nothing to wear. It's just got to be a dark suit or something like that. Unless you're H from Steps, in which case you'll turn up in just about anything, I should imagine. Rochelle Humes was there. Gemma Owen. I mean, you know, the trouble is they've obviously all been told how to stand for their photographs because Gemma Owen looks about as uncomfortable as you could get. Put your hands by your side, try and pose and try and pretend you're somebody interesting. Helen Skelton was there. This is the one whose marriage split up a year before she decided to tell the rest of us. Nicola Roberts. She turns up for most things, doesn't she, Nicola Roberts? What does she? I don't know what she does. Well, she turns up for these. I don't know what else she does. And Ekin Sue, whatever her name is. Very inappropriate dress, but there you go, dear. Not really expected to know everything. You have to sort of learn it. It's a process. The cabinet of all the talentless, say the Mirror. But, of course, you would expect the Mirror to say that, wouldn't you? And they're sort of looking at all the people in it. Dominic Raab, Afghan shambles. Matt Hancock, COVID rule breach. Suella Braverman, broke Minister Code. Gavin Williamson, sacked twice. Nothing worse than sort of, you know, being sort of the ne'er-do-wells, the people who haven't got in yet. When you get into power, you know, and you start promoting them, I mean, at least be a little bit more generous. I mean, Sunak blanked Hancock yesterday. So, yeah, I did say it. But that's the interesting thing, is we want to see, you know, exactly what the cabinet's going to look like. I see that Starmer, yesterday, he was with Nick Ferrari, and he boasted of being a bit of a lad who got a detention for fighting in school. Fighting in school. Come here, you. Slap, slap, slap with a handkerchief. You can just see it, can't you? But he said they were always round the back of the sheds. There was bits and bobs going on. So there you go. I think what they have to do, if they're sort of running for Prime Minister, they have to make out that they've got something in common with the people who might vote for them or might not vote for them, depending. You know, and you have to remember Theresa, you know, the fields of wheat. Yes, I do remember that. It's funny, isn't it? You remember all these different bits and pieces. But, I mean, all I want to see is, after Rishi's been to Buckingham Palace Day, then he'll do his speech about 11:35, and then they'll start announcing who's going to be in the cabinet. Now, whether Penny Mordaunt is in, I know Ian Dale would love Penny Mordaunt to be in the cabinet, remains to be seen because we don't know. Nobody's leaked it as yet, but I'm sure there must be. I mean, you'll find there's all sorts. Theo Usherwood, he'll have the lowdown on what goes on. All the heroes, the England football Lionesses and the Brent girls team. Now, it's interesting because they've got various people. I mean, some of them I've got no idea who they are. They've got, you know, lots of people. Michael Sheen was one of the judges. We like Michael Sheen a lot. And Idris Elba was there as well. In fact, they've done pages in the Mirror. I suppose they would. It's their sort of thing, isn't it? And people get a Lifetime Achievements Award and Fundraisers of the Year, Outstanding Bravery. And it makes me wonder how many of the people these children would recognise if they know who they are, or if they just go, this is so-and-so, have you pictured it? Who are they? Well, that's Philip Schofield. That's Holly Willoughby. You know who Holly Willoughby is. Everybody does. Tired of giving lifts? Here it is. A single-seat Heinkel. It's a collection of little tiny cars. Micro cars amassed by Edwin and Jean Hammond in Kent. They bought it for their son Andrew in the 70s. He's got 47. They reckon they're going to be selling this whole collection for about £250,000. They're basically cars with a lawnmower engine in them, and they go like that. My father used to have a Messerschmitt. Some of them are very tiny, and people seem to like them. They're like bubble cars, yes. They're like bubble cars, and they're sort of very popular. I mean, the Heinkel, I think is quite nice, but I mean, you'd be hard pushed to get sort of, if you were a larger type person, you're not going to get in these things. I always think if they were three-wheelers, they were going to fall over. My dad's was a three-wheeler, and the whole front lifted open, and they go back to, I don't know, the 1950s and 60s, I think. But I quite like them. They used one in the film Hairspray, where she went around at the end, and I thought that was quite nice. What else we got? Keir Starmer, he's already said on LBC yesterday that he will not be going to the World Cup, which is quite right, because he says here it was alleged that Qatar security forces arrested and abused LGBT people as recently as last month. The Human Rights Watch group interviewed 4 transgender women, 1 bisexual woman and a gay man, detained. They were verbally abused, kicked and punched. It's a ghastly place. So Keir quite right not to be going there. Of course, that doesn't stop David Beckham taking the 10 million, which we hardly ever mention. Andrew says, you were mentioning pie making last week, and it's encouraged me, some friends here, to listen to you. Now I'm getting messages from friends asking what I'm making and can they visit. Today they will settle for fairy cakes. Well, they're not the best fairy cakes I've seen. I mean, the icing's a little bit wishy-washy. But he said, I thought of you this morning when my house guest, William, came back from the supermarket with a Viennetta. Wow. He wanted to try one, but they're the equivalent of £7 here. £7. So I told him he'd been ripped off. Yeah, Viennettas are quite nice. It's funny when you think they're made on a machine. You know, they look quite complicated, don't they? But no, the icing is... maybe not. I do like a Viennetta. I haven't had one for ages, but I used to like that roll thing, Arctic roll. That was quite nice. I mean, just basically sponge wrapped around a piece of ice cream. Linda says, Steve, pantomime season almost here at Cecil Hepworth Playhouse in Walton-on-Thames. Oh, yes, it is. And oh, yes, it is. From the 17th to the 20th of November, tickets from MolseyMusicTheatre.com. So if you live in that area, support them. Support them. MolseyMusicalTheatre.com. Have we got to have a look at that one? Producer's very good. You mentioned something, and immediately he goes there. And I think they're doing... Are they doing Dick Whittington? So I was going to do the joke, but I thought, no, best not, actually. But you can go, so Dick Whittington with his cat, staged between Thursday the 17th and Sunday the 20th, a total of 5 performances. Oh, bless them, only 5? Come on. You can do more than that. I've never even seen Dick Whittington. I just know it's Turn Again Whittington. That was it, and, you know, and then... but that's all I know about it, actually. I can't remember. And they're trying to raise cash and all sorts of bits and pieces. So Dick Whittington is what they're doing there at the Cecil. In America, they go Cecil. Hepworth Playhouse, Walton-on-Thames. So MolseyMusicalTheatre.com. Thank you, Linda. Steve, says Carol... In the Catholic religion, November the 1st is known as All Saints' Day to commemorate all the canonised saints. And November the 2nd is All Souls' Day, which remembers all of those who've died. That must be a much longer ceremony, I should imagine. A much longer ceremony. Oh, yes. And don't forget this Sunday, clocks go back. Clocks go back. OK, so we spring forward, fall back. Lighter mornings, darker evenings. Probably more rain, I should imagine. So it goes back. So you'll do it at probably... Well, I always do it before I go to bed, so then I don't get confused when I wake up. Not that... I mean, I'm up anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. So this coming Sunday... Yeah, no, I won't be awake for that. I'll sleep through. 2 a.m.? Well, I don't know, might be. I generally do them at midnight, because most of my stuff, apart from my watch and a few other bits and pieces, they change automatically. And so that's okay. But just remember, you lose an hour this Sunday. Yeah, if they're going back. Oh, you're gaining an hour. Oh, we never get it right, do we? We never get it right. Yes, you get an extra hour in bed. Oh, God, I'm ghastly. Steve, I do that with vegetables too. I can't leave one on the plate. I have to eat them all so you don't feel, one doesn't feel left out from the others you've eaten. And I can't stand it when I sit opposite somebody who leaves one on the plate. Am I normal? Says Seven Oaks Sarah. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Mad as a fruit bat.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Lucy says, morning, Steve. Kevin Costner, Field of Dreams, 1989 on Netflix. It's a super film. I might go home and watch it today. I don't know. I'll see how I feel, actually. I'm very free and easy. Danny says, I had the pleasure of attending the Pride of Britain last night. These people make you realise not all heroes wear capes. Very emotional evening. Yeah, well, it would be. It would be. It's brilliant stuff like that. Stephen Ealing says, I was in a band, and as a teenager in the late 70s, we'd often end up in Joe Allen's after playing late-night gigs in Covent Garden. Oh, they used to have black bean soup. Well, they've just got a new chef in, so there might be something different. Jeremy says, are you looking forward to the new series of The Crown? I haven't seen the other ones, actually. Seriously. I know, I should get round to it. They said, the Queen would be very upset by it. I shouldn't think. She's not going to watch something like that. Definitely not. Taffy Nige from Pontyclean in South Wales says, I'm having a big mug of strong Barry's Irish tea with Twinkies for breakfast. Ooh, get me. Tidy. Yeah, I was trying to explain to the producer about Barry's Irish tea. They do quite a lot of, because he said, do we have that here? I said, no, we're looking at it. I'm looking at pictures of their master blend, the Irish breakfast tea, and then they've got the gold blended as well. Looks very nice, actually. It's about £7 a box, which is, just about right, I suppose. I think it's Ireland's favourite tea, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah, I think that's right. I think we can say that. Charlie Girling says, I did the same thing with my brother when we were children. You can't leave that poor little pea. It doesn't understand where its mummy and daddy have gone. See, I thought it was just me. It gave him such a complex and peaked when we went on a skiing holiday, and he insisted on keeping the banana skin from the banana he ate on the way to the airport. I can't throw Slippy away in a foreign bin. My mum was furious, says Charlie Curling. But I do think that, because you do get that one sprout or whatever it happens to be left in there, and you think, no, it'll want to be with its friends. If they're all going to die, they're going to die together. Okay, and you put them into the water, and then they cook really quickly. And then you feel, and I can't leave any. I couldn't throw them away. I have to eat all of them. But it is just great. But I always think, if I'm eating sprouts or greenery, it's got to be good for us, hasn't it? That's what I think. It doesn't always work, actually. What else we got? Oh, this Enigma machine used by German U-boats to send messages that outfoxed British code breakers in the Second World War, set to sell for a record sum. This is the M4 Enigma, issued as an upgrade by the German Navy in 1942, after the British mathematicians, led by the fabulous Alan Turing, had managed to decode the Nazis' original cipher machine. There was a fourth rotor, or a coding wheel, introduced, which made the M4 messages even more secure. Alan Turing, honestly, what a star. What a star. And yet they had to do an apology. The British government had to do an apology to him for the way he was treated. Absolutely appalling. But if you go to... where was it that they were doing this from? I can't remember where Alan Turing worked from. So annoying when you get the blank. Begins with B, doesn't it? Or something like that. No, not... I was going to say Brands Hatch. I don't think so. Bletchley Park. Go there, because you can see the actual place where they worked, and all these fantastic women at Bletchley Park Estate working on the code breaking. He was prosecuted, this is Alan Turing, in 1952 for being gay. He accepted hormone treatment with DES, DES, which was a procedure commonly referred to as chemical castration, as an alternative to prison. That's how bad it was. He died 16 days before his 42nd birthday from cyanide poisoning. An inquest determined his death as a suicide, but it has been noted that the known evidence is also consistent with accidental poisoning. Gordon Brown, the British Prime Minister, then made an official public apology on behalf of the British government for the way he was treated. Queen Elizabeth II granted a posthumous pardon. The term Alan Turing law is now used informally to refer to a 2017 law in the United Kingdom that retroactively pardoned men cautioned or convicted under historical legislation that outlawed gay acts. They did a huge exhibition to him at the Science Museum, and it was just unbelievable, the chemical castration. I mean, seriously, just absolutely dreadful. But when you look at this machine, they reckon there's very few of them left. 95% have been lost to the sands of time. They reckon 250 of these Enigma machines are known to exist, and the M4, being sold by Christie's, was found in an onshore command centre in Trondheim, in Norway, salvaged and used by the Norwegian Navy. It's in its original oak-stained box, and they reckon £650,000. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. So I think the German U-boat fleet used the M4 Enigma and wreaked havoc on Allied convoys, sinking around 2 million tons of their supplies. It's the rarest, the M4 of the Enigma machines, and its code was considered unbreakable. Amazing, isn't it? They were the earliest type of computers. They really were. I never understood. Listen, I couldn't get used to a slide rule. We used to have slide rules at school, and I just bought it to put in my pencil case because I thought it made me look flash. But I had no idea. We used to have protractors and compasses. I didn't know what the hell they were. I had no idea. And that little triangle thing. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. What else? Bob Geldof says it raises money every time it's played in every... He uses a rude word. I don't think you can actually have a conversation without swearing, actually. It's mistletoe and wine at vegetables, Slade at baked beans, Wizards for tea and coffee, and Band-Aid at the butcher's counter, and it drives me mad at Christmas. But there it is. Because let's face it, it does. He said you get bombarded. But well, I've never been into a shop and heard it in the butcher's side. What's my favourite song at Christmas? I like all of them. I like The Spaceman Came A-Calling. And it goes la 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 la. Christa Berg. That I like a lot. It's only because it's playing on my Christmas CD in the car at the moment. Yeah, my 5 CDs. I'm so excited. Honestly, it's like a lifetime of very exciting things. Very exciting things. Ukrainian President Zelensky has angrily denied Russian claims that his forces are planning to detonate a dirty bomb. I still don't quite understand why Putin is still going on, intent on destroying a country. What is the purpose of this? I mean, I don't understand what you're going to end up with. You end up with nothing. Nothing. A country that you've decimated. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. What else we got? Mick Jagger and his plummy voice. We had that before, didn't we? And a marriage proposal here shows that good old-fashioned romance is not on the rocks after all. And it's a guy called Stephen Shell who secretly spent his spare time over a fortnight spelling out his love. Spent over a fortnight spelling out his love for his girlfriend. Once the message was ready, he took her for a walk in County Durham, where it was impossible not to spot the proposal marked out in 6-foot letters. Well, I don't know whether he's written it in the sand. I mean, it's taken him 2 weeks. He's either very slow, or every time he writes it, the tide comes in and washes it away again. But either way, she said yes. Oh, his name's Stephen Shell, with a V. He's a V. And so she then spelt out yes in answer to his rock question. Have they heard of it? Took her a week to do that. Shouldn't take the mickey, honestly. It's very cruel, very, very cruel. We don't do things like that, as you well know. The life and times of a man born to lead. This is basically the story on the front of all the papers about Rishi Sunak, how even at 13 he was destined for great things. His rise to the top, they say, is an historic milestone for Britain, and people should be extremely proud, extremely pleased. Nadine Dorries, she's not still around, is she? She says Boris is far from finished. Where would you be getting this idea from, dear? Where would this one come from? But he's now got to wait until 2028. So, I mean, and a lot can happen. 70,000 staff at 150 universities and other higher education institutions have voted to strike. We don't really want striking all the way through. Thank you very much indeed. And what was this other one? This was Martin Guzzlewit Dickens, who spent a fortune on fine wine. A deeply unpleasant man. He might be terribly talented, but deeply unpleasant. Charles Dickens. Absolutely ghastly. In fact, actually, ask Miriam Margolyes. She did a one-woman show called Dickens Women, showing how he'd abused them. It was dreadful. Really, really nasty. He was described as a heavy drinker. And in those days, that meant heavy drinker. Supreme Court will be moved to Manchester next month. I think that's the first time Britain's highest court has sat outside one of the 4 UK capital cities. And a company used by... Oh, I can't do that one. Just realised it's still in court. Still in court. Harry Potter dinner off. This is the Cambridge Student Union, who has ditched its Harry Potter dinner amid J.K. Rowling's views on trans rights. They were going to have a fancy dress, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, house banners and even owls. But they abandoned it because the college has moved its kitchens near a new dining hall. Instead, they were going to show Harry Potter films on an outdoor cinema screen. Goes on, doesn't it, really? Goes on a little bit. I've never seen any of the Harry Potter films in a cinema. I've only ever bought them on DVD and watched them, and just as excited.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Bletchley Park. I can't even speak now. This is the excitement. Bletchley Park, Steve, is brilliant. The ticket lets you go back again. Book the guided tour because it gets booked up very quickly. And Sean in Warwickshire said, I attended a 1940s event recently at Bletchley Park. I can't say the word park, which was excellent. I went as a 1940s RAF officer. Highly recommend. I went to a place down near where my brother lives, and the whole village, I've mentioned it before, dresses up. And they recreate what it would have been like during the wartime. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, but I can't remember where it is. Tony in Uxbridge says, send my love and huge congratulations to my wife, Kim, who's been accepted into the Queen's Institute of Nursing. She now becomes a Queen's nurse. A true honour for the best in her profession. We're all very proud of her. That sounds a bit cool, doesn't it? I quite like that. And Tina says, I can't leave a lonely baked bean in the tin, poor thing. And please wish one of your longest listeners, Gwen, a happy birthday. She's only 82, says Jason. Oh, a child. Goodness sake. Gwen, happy birthday for yesterday. And a new musical based on Alan Turing's life, playing at the Drayton Arms Theatre in London, March 23, says Rebecca. Steve, I wanted toast, so flung myself out of bed and wandered to the kitchen. To my horror, I found I only had the ends of the loaf. Oh, no, that's my favourite bits. Oh, it's thicker. Much thicker. Do I butter them heavily to counteract the dry? No. The ends of the loaf are fantastic. Toast them. It's brilliant. Brilliant. I don't know why people throw those away. But no, even in any loaf, the ends of the. Oh yes, definitely, Scott. Don't even think. No, not dry at all. Do you remember I told you about there was a village for sale a short while ago called Trafalgar, and Barry Hearn, the snooker man. Agent had expressed an interest in buying it. It's up for sale for 15.75 million. Apparently the villagers are up in arms over it. What it's got to do with them, I can't imagine, because it's been put up for sale by the person who owns the freehold of all the properties for 15. It seems very cheap. You get a church, you get everything else, and the villagers say that he's caused significant anxiety because he wants to increase some rents and transform the church into a venue for celebrity weddings, a move they branded grotesque. Well, kind of tough. He owns it. If he buys it, he hasn't said he's going to buy it yet. And I think what they're going to be is, well, I mean, people will have their rents put up. He spoke of holiday lets, knocking down the manor house to build a £1,000 a plate restaurant, which, of course, is the biggest pile of garbage you've ever heard in your life. And he wouldn't engage in any discussion. He hasn't bought it yet. All right, I'm going to buy it. I'm going to turn it all into a gay holiday camp. There you go. How about that? Stick that one in your pipe and smoke it. I don't know why they get so funny about it. They've been renting probably very cheap rents, I should imagine, for a long time. And they've got 6 let farms and 17 homes. To me, it seems really cheap for 16 million quid. It really does. You get all of that. And the legal battle is ongoing. As locals claim it's in breach of the wish. Listen, if you sell it to somebody, once they've bought it, they can do what they want. It's semi-pretty. But this man has left it in his will, Gerald, to Marlborough College with the instruction to preserve it and not break it up. And so they've decided that they want to sell it. He can do what he wants. Once he's bought it, he can do what he wants with it. I've never heard of anything like it. People get so funny about things, don't they? And all this, he's going to knock down the manor house and turn it into £1,000. Who do you think's buying this sort of stuff? The answer is it's not true, OK? Please, goodness sake. The Bite in Apple's logo is a tribute to Alan Turing. It represents the fruit injected with cyanide, which he bit into, says Declan. And Steve, I like a cold Brussels sprout. As the story goes, the logo is a tribute to Alan Turing, the father of computer science, committed suicide, rumoured to have carried out the act using a cyanide-laced apple. So there you go. That's why. See, you learned that. Now you're all those people going, I've never heard of Alan Turing. He's very famous. He was treated disgustingly. He got an official pardon. They had to do it. And Dave says, I like cold Brussels sprout sandwich. Sounds disgusting. Cold Brussels sprout. I don't do anything cold. I know people talk about eating cold baked beans and stuff like that, but not for me, I'm afraid. Not for straight out the students do that. A lot of students, mainly because they can't afford to, heat things up. Do you know you can buy self-heating soup in a tin? I remember demonstrating it some years ago in LBC, and it's 2 cans, one inside the other one. It's got some chemical or something in the other one, and when the act of opening the ring pull means that it heats up the actual, it's like when you get those things you put in your gloves and you shake them. It's like a powder, and it heats up and it keeps your hands warm. It's okay. I wouldn't eat one, but But no, we had tomato soup. The trouble is, it wasn't quite hot enough. It was hot, but not hot. And tomato soup has got to be hot. So, Hunt likely to survive in cabinet of all the talents. New PM prepares his big reshuffle today. They can only guess. They can only guess what's going to be happening, because until we hear from Rishi, we are not going to know about it. And also. One columnist today says, how did utterly deluded Penny Dormant ever see herself as a serious contender? Excuse me. I thought she stood a good chance, depending on the way it was going. But it was you could see, couldn't you, the way it was happening, that it was always going to be Rishi. So today, and it's at the start of the day, Miss Truss will hold her last cabinet meeting, 9 o'clock this morning. Rishi Sunak. She'll do her farewell speech, at 10:15, and then Rishi, invited by the King to form the next government. It's just a formality. He doesn't really say that. They just say, OK, it's a formality. And so the first speech in Downing Street at 11:35 this morning. He'll make the public address on the steps of number 10. I wasn't aware there were steps at number 10. It's just, is there one? I'm not even sure there's one. Is there? No, nobody stands on it. That would be ridiculous. And also, do you think Liz has got to move her stuff out? Do you think she'd moved in stuff like bed linen and things like that, and then they bring in, like when Boris moved out, they have to move everything out? I wonder how that works. Or does Rishi go, listen, I've got a really nice place anyway. Let's just have this and let's rent it out to party people. You too can book number 10, Downing Street. I quite fancy the idea. From bombing his A-levels to the king of Countdown, a super fan. He's notched up the highest score in the show's 40-year history and celebrated with Doritos and cake. I have seen Countdown. People love it. They absolutely love it. It's not for me, I'm afraid. It's far too intellectual, so I never bother with things like that. Did I do my birthday? I think I forgot to do my birthdays earlier on, actually. And I've now completely lost them. One was Phil Daniels, who celebrates today. The actor from London starred in Bugsy Malone when he was a kid. Went on to Quadrophenia and the pop video for Blur's Parklife. He named his daughter, born after Nelson Mandela's release, Ella Bella Mandela. Time Out magazine says it puts Bob Geldof's Fifi Trixabel into second place in the Poor Deer Stakes. And Zadie Smith, the London-born novelist, wrote White Teeth, sold to a publisher while still at Cambridge University. As a student, she earned cash as a cabaret singer in care homes and hotel lobbies. They celebrate today. Phil Daniels is 64 and Zadie Smith is 47. So if you're celebrating as well, many happy returns of the day. In 1997 on this day, the Spice Girls had a 5th consecutive #1 with Spice Up Your Life. So there you go. That's what's making the papers today, but it's Rishi all the way through and Liz Truss's resignation speech. Have a fantastic day today. Morning, nice to have your company. Yes, snow in November. Can you believe that? That's what they've said. And Adam, who's on our news desk this morning. He's on there most mornings, actually. And he was saying, oh, people throwing snowballs as we come into the building, which I thought was quite funny, actually. I said, well, you've got to stop doing it. You mustn't throw all these snowballs. I quite like it. Not much fun to drive in. Really not much fun to drive in. And where my godchildren are, they're down country lanes. And some of it's quite steep. And you can imagine it gets wet, and then it freezes, and then it becomes like a skid patch. But no, I was quite right. I've got no idea with cars. I'm not a petrol head. I never have been. Dale was a petrol head. He loved his cars. He knew all about them and everything. Me, I couldn't care less. But when you lift up the bonnet of my car, the engine is sealed. You've got to take all the screws off and lift this huge sort of bit over it, and then you can probably find to put things in. It's too technical. I take it to the garage, and the garage sorts it out for me, because that's what they do. No point in messing around with things that you know nothing about. And believe you me, I know nothing about cars at all. Although I have learned, actually, if something ever went wrong, what happened the other day? Oh, that's right. Because I hadn't driven it for about a week and a bit, and the battery went down, because it's got 2 batteries in it. And so they tell me where they are. I've got no idea. Under the boot, I think, or something like that. But anyway, and I remember thinking, oh, that's strange. I couldn't open the doors. Then managed to open it with the key. Then it set the alarm off. And then I put the key in, started the car, went for a drive for 15 minutes just to sort of put a bit of juice back into it again. And it's all fine. But it then put up a thing saying, enter the key code. Well, I didn't know what the key code was. I had no idea. I was going to have thinking I'll have to go to the garage and they'll have to tell me all about it. But anyway, I trust we find you well. I trust you are good this morning and you watched everything and you heard everything about Rishi Sunak, who's kept Jeremy Hunt as Chancellor after the new Prime Minister has warned the nation of difficult decisions to come. I think he looks fine. I think he looks fine. Listen, if anybody can do it, he can do it. If he can't do it, you might as well give up and go home now and start making corn dollies. Because there's no point. There really isn't any point. I felt a bit sorry for Liz Truss. She did her farewell speech to basically talking to herself. And she'll disappear off to the back benches. They've got rid of... who was the other one they got rid of? They've got rid of... Jacob Rees-Mogg's gone. But, of course, he's not actually gone. He'll just be on the back benches, still picking up his $85,000 a year. But not that he needs to worry about it, because he's absolutely loaded. Not as loaded as Rishi Sunak is. You know, so how anybody like him can preach to us about taxes and all the rest of it, I've got no idea. But let's wait and see. Interesting that some of the people in were some of the people that went out only a short while ago, and some of the people out have now come back in again. So we'll try and unravel that. I mean, Suella Braverman is back as Home Secretary. That's less than a week after she quit for breaching the ministerial code. This was by sending, you remember the classified documents from her personal email. And so she's back in again. I mean, it makes a mockery of it. You know, she's done her time outside. Come back in again, dear, and we'll try and sort of make out that we don't really care what's going on. Kerry Katona says OnlyFans is elitist. I mean, she's more stupid than you ever imagine. Seriously. You know, because she, for money now, because she doesn't actually have a job, because she doesn't have any talent. So at least she can get her tits out, and that is it. And that's what she'll do for money. But she thinks it's elitist. She thinks it's sort of, you know, if people knew that she came from a council estate, and you think, it's got nothing to do with that. But we know when you open your mouth, you're a bit stupid. But people who are paying for that kind of, let's just call it material, shall we, they're not bothered by the way you sound, because nobody hears you, which was the best way, I think, for Atomic Kitten, wasn't it, when they didn't want to hear you. I'll tell you what I was watching this morning, though, just to really get myself going and get really excited about it. I was watching on YouTube Big Brother arguments. Oh, my goodness me. There were some talentless old biddies on there, the like of which... There was one with Janice Dickinson on, and somebody called Farrah, but I didn't know who the Farrah was. And she thought she was the biggest reality star. What a foul-mouthed old so-and-so she turned out to be. Absolutely disgusting. She was on with Janice Dickinson and a few other people, and all she kept coming up with was the F word. I'm a bigger star than you. I'm this. Go F you. Go. And I remember looking at it thinking, I don't remember how revolting you were, but you really were revolting. There she is. Farrah Abraham, an American reality television personality singer. Oh, she's a porno star. That's why she was so disgusting. And she's a writer. In other words, no talent at all. Nothing at all. Personality. The one thing she didn't have was personality. I've never heard such language like it. Never. Even Bobby Davro said to her, he said, "You are the most disgusting person." Bobby Davro. Do you remember Bobby Davro? No, not many do. And he said, "You are the most disgusting person I've ever seen in my entire life." And then she let rip, because she's a just cheap little bit of trash. I don't know why they put her on there, because I'd never even heard of her before. But the language was awful. And in fact, she went in there and blamed Big Brother for breaking her flip-flop and then started ripping the microphones down. And I thought, no, ditch this old woman out immediately and get rid of it. But I don't know how long ago it was, but she was disgusting. I mean, seriously, I very rarely say that about people. You get talentless people, and you get people who are only there because they've got famous parents or something like that, which reminded me of another story. I'm not going to tell you the story of this morning, but interesting. I'm delighted with Adidas. I don't normally get delighted with Adidas, but this morning I am. They've kicked Kanye West into touch over his anti-Semitic remarks, proving that he's even more stupid than you imagine. They have taken the decision to terminate the partnership with Ye immediately. They do not tolerate anti-Semitism, so in fact it violates the company's values of diversity and inclusion, mutual respect and fairness. Silly little Kanye. What a silly little person you are. Stupid idiot. Honestly, I'm quite good. Not that it makes any difference. He's rich as creases. Why would he worry about Adidas? It's just one part of the huge empire. I'm hoping that all the other companies that have got endorsements with him cancel him. I seriously do. I don't normally say that, but I mean, the man's too stupid for words. Adidas were actually criticised for not acting sooner. They said ending the tie-up would have a short-term negative impact of about 218 million on its net income this year. But it doesn't make any difference. Kick him out. It's like the Kardashians. They should have been kicked into touch ages ago. What do? Nothing. Nothing at all. John Caldwell flashes the cash. I hadn't seen the inside of the house. And very nice it is too. Strictly Comic Jade. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Was it Jade Adams? She said women get it in the neck on the BBC dancing show. It's only because she got trolled. And as I've said before, if anybody gets trolled, just delete. Just delete. Put them in the sin bin. So if they ever write again, they go straight into the dustbin. Nobody cares about them. These are sad, lonely people who should all be arrested. They're a bit like the Stop the Oil kind of movement. I think Jane Moore says, why don't we take them all together, rope them into an area, superglue them to each other, and put them in a museum as an exhibit of sort of how dated people can be. Do you think it's a good idea? I do. Chris Moyles has jetted out for I'm a Celebrity, and somebody called Olivia Atwood, otherwise known as You Used to Be Somebody. No, you didn't, unfortunately. She's made a few programmes. She's a bit boring and a bit dreary. And the thing she's going to miss most about going out into the jungle? No sex, apparently. What a sad, tragic person she must be. The drug mule OAP returns to Britain to end his sentence. I don't know why. We don't want him back. This was the bloke who went on a cruise with his wife, and they were drug mules. In other words, you go there and somebody gives you luggage to bring back on, but sewn into the lining of the luggage on this particular pair, who they lied through their teeth in court. Oh no, we didn't know what was in it and all the rest of it. They knew exactly what was in it. That's why they went to prison for 8 years. She dropped dead the other year, and so they brought him back here to serve the rest of his sentence. What for? We don't want him. We don't want him. And so they went back onto the ship, and the ship was very aware of what was going on, and so they then checked and discovered all these drugs. And went, we had no idea. We just bought the luggage to bring. Yeah, right. Yeah. How stupid do you think we were? Compulsive liars. Also, urgent blood appeal ahead, and yippee for the chippy. Apparently, yes, fish and chips is what you want to go for, and you like fish and chips, and I don't see any problem with that. We see all these lovely pictures, which I get shown every morning, of food and the breakfast, I mean, my favourite meal was still egg and chips. Oh, look, my friend Joe Pike. Look at him walking. Very smart boy on the television, on Sky News. I love the way he's doing this. The cameraman, of course, is walking backwards. How they don't walk into anything, I've got no idea. He's very good, is Joe. He's a good lad. And we're going out for breakfast soon. He doesn't know this, but we are going out for breakfast very soon, yeah. Victoria Beckham did an interview with Andy Cohen. You know, the man behind all the Housewives of Orange County and all the rest of it. Well, he does a programme, basically, where sort of people can go on and plug their little items. And he gets Victoria Beckham on, who just looked like a stick insect. Seriously, she is microscopically thin, and that's what she looks like on the telly. In real life, seriously thin. I mean, I've got pieces of paper that are fatter than she is. Really. And so she goes on there to sort of, and she was talking about Dave, because they have to keep up the Brand Beckham thing, and how pleased she was that he queued for 13 hours because he wanted to pay respects to the Queen and all the rest of it. She couldn't go, of course, because she's too busy, having got 4 children. She doesn't have to look at them. Half of them have left home. In fact, they're only stuck with the girl, aren't they? The rest of them, I think, are sort of off with their girlfriends and everything else, so that was an excuse. Also, she's got a business to look after. Again, a little bit of an exaggeration of the truth. And she's sort of far too busy being Victoria Beckham, dark glasses, but businesses that are failing left, right and centre. And so she was on with Andy Cohen, who's very nice. I think he owns the company that does all these housewife franchises. And he just seems to be non-stop working. I don't know where he finds the time from to actually get round to recording all these programmes. The cameramen and the teams go out and film these people, then it's all put together, and then they bring them all back in again, and it turns out they're all a bunch of alley cats. They're terrible. I mean, luckily he doesn't bother with the housewives of where is it? We have them in this country, Cheshire, because they were ghastly. So he's serving as executive producer of the Real Housewives franchise. So did he sell the company then? He must have sold the company. He must have sold the company. Because if he continues to serve as an executive producer of the franchise, I think he was the one who came up with it, because he's certainly the one who fronts it all the time. You see him on all the programmes. He seems quite sweet, actually. Gay guy. And yet surrounded by all these women who sort of dress themselves up to the nines. It's quite an achievement to sort of watch them sitting there, and then they have their tantrums, and then they don't like each other, and then they sort of do all sorts of bits and pieces. The Real Housewives have been going since 2006. Yeah, I think the first one was the Housewives of Orange County. And they started off quite nice. And then it turned out one of them, a dreadful old baggage, proclaimed that she was Christian and all the rest of it, and yet was the most vile person I'd ever seen on the television. Vicky was on there. Vicky had a son who was a bit wayward. They all had issues. So the first one was the Housewives of Orange County. Then you got the Real Housewives of New York City, with a woman who claimed to be titled. The Real Housewives of Atlanta, the Real Housewives of New Jersey. Then you got DC. The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills is where we first saw that British woman whose house was like a hotel. Marble floors, great pillars, absolutely fantastic. Don't Be Tardy. Vanderpump, it was Lisa Vanderpump, whose husband, camp as a Christmas tree, used to... I know a lot about these programs because I became addicted to them. The Real Housewives of Potomac, the Dallas ones, The Ultimate Girls Trip, Housewives of Salt Lake City, and The Real Housewives of Dubai. And then they had the Real Housewives of Australia. My God, they were ugly. Seriously, I began to wonder whether they were all just butch. Because some of them were sort of... They didn't seem to like each other at all. And it was just... I found it really entertaining. Because you end up hating certain people. And the reason is because television shows you up. It's like if you watch the first episodes of Big Brother, they didn't know what was going on. And what happens on the show? Nothing. They just filmed their sort of day-to-day lives. Oh, I just said I'd pop round. I'm having a little shindig. I'm not going to invite Gloria. I didn't think so, no. And so they do all this kind of thing. They do their sort of little charity things, or they start businesses because they think they're talented in that department. Unfortunately, they're not really. Not really. But it's entertaining to watch. Very entertaining. But when they did the Australian one, again, they don't really do anything. It's just a lot of old made-up tarts putting all their makeup on and their jewellery. And they do it in all the other shows. You've never... I mean, the makeup contract must be enormous because you never see any of them without their makeup on. And then they go away on holiday and it's all a bit new to them. It was like I was watching H from Steps. You remember the overexcitable one being evicted from Big Brother and all the rest of it. And to be honest with you, the word irritating sprung to mind. It's like Tony Beak. Equally irritating, I'm afraid, and H fits into the same category. He was behaving like a 3-year-old, and I began to think, you've been kicked out, love. You're a failure. Okay, just get used to it. Just get used to it.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Steve. I've already put up my Christmas decorations. I have news for you. Don't go anywhere near Knightsbridge. They've cut it down to 1 lane. You know why? Harrods have got the cranes in putting their lights up. I don't know why. The whole place is lit normally. It doesn't make any difference. But this looked like bows or something. That's what it looked. They didn't look very, very special. But they were out doing them this morning. We've had them put up in Regent Street, which is still closed to traffic. But Knightsbridge this morning, I mean, they don't care. We all have to sit there in traffic jams waiting while they shove their blooming Christmas lights up. They've done them in Harvey Nicks. little bit further up as well. I think people are going to go crackers this year for Christmas lights. Everybody. Even my AP is going to go crackers for Christmas lights. That was last year. So the whole building has got these lights on permanently. They're permanently on, these lights. And the Christmas trees sit on the awnings. Oh, that was nice, wasn't it? When was that? That was very nice. They got really carried away. Little lights look very effective on Harrods. It's one of those sort of buildings. I'd love to know what their budget is for Christmas lights. Yes, we know what their fuel bill is. How lovely. But anyway, I've got lovely lights in my window, which I keep on all night, no matter what the cost is, because the Queen said, where there is darkness, light a candle. There you go. I'm all in favour of that one as well. Noreen says you mentioned some 60s groups yesterday. Yes, we love them. Hopefully, off to a 60s weekend in Skegness on Friday. Dave Berry, Union Gap, Swingin' Blue Jeans, Tornadoes and more. In fairness, there's very few original members, but they keep the music going. We've also made some wonderful friends through the music. And, of course, gallivanting over to America to see Peter Noone was fabulous. So that's like she loves her concerts with all these different groups. She really does, actually. Probably knows more about the 60s than I do. Mind you, she lived through the 50s as well, as indeed I did. Edwin says, yesterday you briefly mentioned a surprise post of a help payment towards your heating costs. Yes, the winter fuel payment will be £500, it said. You couldn't recall specifically the name of the Warm Help Department it originated from, but this payment does seem to follow the pattern of government payouts. Up to this year, where everything is being reorganised, I have received for several years now at about this date a payment and tried to find out a few weeks ago how this year, after all the energy cost increases, it was going to be worked out. The department who made these payments could no longer be contacted. So, great help if you could email the contact name. I'll tell you what it is, Edwin. It's the Winter Fuel Payments Centre. OK, there is a phone number, but so it's Winter Fuel Payments Centre. They're on 0800 731 0160. 0160. You'll need your national insurance number and also your bank or building society details. OK, they will not make payments into a national savings and investment account unless you get other benefits paid. And you also need to say whether during the qualifying week of the 19th to the 20th of September you were in hospital getting free inpatient treatment, in a residential care home or Ilford Park resettlement home for some bizarre reason, or in prison. And I'm assuming, Edwin, you were not in prison. So that's it. So I qualify for £500 because I was born on or before the 25th of September 1956 and I was not living with anyone else who qualifies. So the extra money is known as pensioner cost of living payment, and it will only be paid for winter 2022. So £500. Thank you very much. So I hope that was helpful for you. And give them a ring later on today and talk to somebody, I'm sure. Roger says, no, nothing about cars, but you know the most important thing? That is class. And a Bentley has that in spades. Yeah, but I don't think you're supposed to know about cars, are you? If you drive the blooming things. I still like that Bangers and Cash programme. That's really good. I like that northern approach to everything. You know, where I think the bloke who owns the garage drives an old Rolls, but he said it's got class. You know, the proper leather seats and everything else, he said, and they just go forever and a day. They really do. And I quite like, I still like driving. And I like the colours, although I've just seen one in a garage and it's red. And I don't do red, but this is an unusual red. I said I'd never buy red. The thing that appeals to me on this particular car is A, it's not very expensive, and B, it's only got 1,700 miles on the clock, which is, it's a Fiesta, which is really, really low. Winnie says, has that cigar-smoking Health Secretary Therese Coffey kept her job? No, you won't believe what she's in charge of now. She's in charge of the environment, food and rural affairs. Food and rural affairs. I don't know what rural affairs are, actually, so I have to set... Is that what, farming? What does she know about farming? But she's in charge of the environment, so taking her well away from the health secretary position. I mean, to be honest with you, she wasn't exactly the best advert for it with the best will in the world. Waz from Derby says, do you like your chips crispy? Of course. I'm a triple-cooked chip boy. Triple-cooked... I like crispy chips. They've got to be crispy chips. The bus came really early yesterday. Really early. And so I was back at Waterloo and I thought, I'll go and get some potato waffles. And so I rounded the corner and too many people queuing. And I thought, I haven't got the time. I need to get my train. And then I didn't get my train. I ended up getting another train because my train didn't appear where it normally appears, which is platform 21. So I'm assuming, I should have looked at the board and it would have said coming in on platform 17 or something. So I had to get the Hounslow train, which basically stops everywhere. Everywhere. No, it wasn't Hounslow. It was Teddington, because the guard had to say, this train is not stopping at Hounslow. At which point, about half a dozen people stood up and got off the train because they obviously thought it was, because it normally does, I think. But no, I sort of sit there and I sit sideways on my seat with my bags on the seat and everything to make sure I'm not sharing a seat. I've paid, definitely. I'm very quiet on a train, very quiet. Very quiet. I like the train journey, actually. I really do. Steve says, Jeanette of Kingsbury. Here she goes. She's off. Car already packed. Off to Wembley Vintage Antiques. Doesn't matter if it rains. We're about 70 stalls undercover with parking. Woo! How cool. I love that, actually. And Tim says the Christmas lights are going up in Winchester. They seem to be spending a fortune this year. Probably won't have any next year due to the cost of electricity. And Sarah says, love... capital letters. Love watching most of the Housewives series, especially New York, New Jersey, Beverly Hills, Potomac, Atlanta, Orange County and Dubai. I usually wait for the season to finish and binge watch in a day. The reunions are the best ones. Yeah. But it was Orange County that first got me going with sort of Vicky, who, was sort of, she ran a business, insurance or something. But it was her friend who was just vile. But it was the fact that she protested that she was Christian, but yet she was the most hypocritical person I've ever seen on television. I haven't seen the Dubai one. I'm not sure I'm particularly interested in Dubai. You know why? The Rooneys are there at the moment. And, I would think that was a bit down market. You don't want to go there and have kids running around all over the place. Not my sort of thing at all. But I've got a friend who works over there. Ironically, with the same surname as me. Chris Allen works over there. He does real estate. It's very competitive. Very competitive. I've seen the programmes on the television about Dubai, where they sort of show you the people and they sort of go out there and they take them out on boats and everything else to try and get them to pitch for these contracts. Quite amazing. But it just doesn't interest me. Too hot. Too hot for me. I would just shrivel up, I'm afraid. Kevin the Milkman says, thank you for the heads up about Knightsbridge. I've got to face that about 6 a.m. I'm still battling my way around the Regent Street closures at the moment. Those Christmas lights take weeks to install. Yeah, they put them up in Twickenham. They had the men out yesterday morning and they put them up. They don't look very big. I wish they were. I think they're the same ones from last year. And of course, we still have Sandy's, the fish shop, with his lights outside. But they're literally all year. And so they should be. They're fixed permanently. All the light bulbs change colour, and you do patterns and trees and reindeer and horses, all sorts of things. Yeah, if you look at Dubai, 1990 versus today, it was in 1990 practically empty. Now a metropolis, literally a metropolis. It's amazing. It just doesn't interest me. I don't know. I mean, Dubai has got nothing for me. I don't want to go over there and buy any property, and I don't want to go and buy anything. It's too hot. It's too hot. And I know that all I'll be seeing is loads of flash cars driven by flash youngsters, because we get them over here. And they just in their funny little cars with their broken exhausts, and Lamborghinis all over the place. All over the place. You can't move for them. So it makes them a bit common, but they don't realise that. And then they go round, because most of them don't have girlfriends, for reasons best known to themselves, and they sort of, leer out the car window. All right, babe, how you doing? And they say that to me, and I say, yeah, do one. Being direct doesn't make you difficult, says Meghan. Apparently she's come up with more garbage. You can't prove any of this. She claims that, contrary to her being a bully in the palaces, especially Windsor Castle, she used to sit in the corner and cower. Yeah, right. Like we believe you, dear. Like we believe you. Do you know, to drive in Cambridge, they're looking at a £5 fee. Very reasonable, isn't it? Very £5. You want to come to London? You want to drive in London? What is it up to now? It's £15. £15! Small wonder it's going to be a cold night at Christmas this year. £5 to drive in Cambridge. Think yourselves lucky. Think yourselves lucky.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time, so you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1, with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, The power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
For everybody else who's calling in at the moment for the Winter Fuel Payment Centre, they're open Monday to Friday, 8 till 6. I love it when people start at 8 in the morning. I think that's really good. They're on 0800 731 0160. Do not forget to have to hand your national insurance number. OK, they will need that so they can process if you're a new person or you've slipped through the net. Because I don't remember actually getting it before. That was for June in Coventry. So it's not quick enough getting. See, the trouble is on this programme you need a pad, like post-it notes, and a pen right next to the radio. And then if you hear anything, then you can sort of jot it down quickly. So it's 0800 731 0160. OK. Kim says, I'm a triple cooked chip kind of gal myself. The only ones I buy, Steve, light and crispy on the outside, fluffy on the inside. I've never heard of triple cooked chips. It used to be double cooked chips. Now it's triple. Very shortly it'll be quadruple cooked chips, but they are particularly nice. Very, very nice indeed. Are you ready for the UK's most ruthless bride, or as I prefer to read the story, somebody who's so desperate for publicity they'll come up with any old rubbish? Vic has killed the Spice Girls return. For her anyway, because she's too busy trying to rescue the business, I should imagine. Blue Peter's got a new presenter. He's 25 and he looks like a Blue Peter presenter. For some reason, if you want to be a Blue Peter presenter or a children's presenter, you've got to be a little bit wild and wacky. OK, it is no good just being a presenter. They're looking for, woo, yeah, woo, come, yeah, woo, go. That was my audition. Didn't get me anywhere at all. But here he is. He's wild and wacky and he paints his fingernails black. So he's called Joel Morwinny, and he's co-hosting along with 3 other people you've never heard of. But he's the 41st presenter. He's following in the footsteps of he's a Northern Irish presenter, including Adam Beales, Karen Keating and Zoe Salmon, who, like Joel, was born in Bangor. And here he is, and he's very in your face. And he's a magician as well, apparently. He says, I've always loved making people smile with my magic. Makes you wonder where these people come from. You know, was he just sort of hanging around? And he said, I want to do the same for the Blue Peter audience. Oh, God, he's going to be competitive. That'll kill it stone dead, won't it? Because all the others think they're the best ones. You're the new boy, and you have to pretend that you're enjoying being the new boy. OK? And then you can get out your deck of cards. And because he has got 16 million followers on TikTok. Yeah, he does magic on TikTok, I believe. Can you show me that? Or is that not possible? I don't understand. Yeah, OK. We're going to find some just so we can which is very exciting. So he joins, I forget when he goes in, November, which actually isn't that far away, is it? Literally just around the corner. What was the other one that I quite liked? Penny Lank. Oh, he's really wild and wacky. He's also got one of those annoying haircuts, which means that you're going to be very, very annoyed with him. And he's got a friend. And so they obviously do them. He's under Joel Magician. At Joel Magician. Yeah, you've never seen that before? Oh, right. I can't believe you. Yeah, he's taking marshmallows out of his mouth. Yeah, because he's a magician. Now he's got a wand. Yeah, that's good, isn't it? And he's had his teeth whitened, so he's obviously hoping. It's the painting of the nails black. I've got an AP who paints his nails black, and he's somewhat peculiar as well. Why do boys want to paint their nails? I mean, he's 25. His friend is sort of another one of these. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, it's just so amazing. Yeah, so that's why. So they obviously like his sort of thing, you know. Let's have the wild floppy hair, okay? The first thing, let's get him with his shirt off so we can get him swimming in the Serpentine at Christmas, because that's what they do. And he does all sorts of things. He does magic. You like his magic. So he's on TikTok. There you go. We like magic. We love magic. Whether he's going to be very irritating as a presenter, I have no idea. But it's like Stephen Mulhern. He does magic very well. Very, very well indeed. But this one's got 16 million followers on TikTok. I'm not even sure that lovely Stephen Mulhern. Oh, I know what this is going to be. I can tell when I watch somebody doing something that I know exactly what it is. You ever seen that before? No. You'll be sitting here all day now, glued to that, won't you? TikTok at Joel Magician, and his friend is sort of well into what he does as well. which is quite nice. There you go. They're obviously, are they brothers, do you think, or something like that? Maybe not. Just friends. What else we got? Average price of a pint, £7. £7. Price of a blimey, £7. I mean, luckily I don't drink pints, but the producer, I mean, he's bereft. He's absolutely. He was. Yeah, he's going to ask me now to lend him £7 so he can have a pint. But of course, me being me, I give him £21 because there's no way that he's going to go out and just have a pint. Yeah, pint per hour. I think, mind you, I made so many mistakes on yesterday's programme that I seriously thought I'd been drinking. I really did. I was having a very strange sort of breakdown on the programme. I don't know why. I think it was because it was all so exciting about Rishi and who was going to be in and who was going to be out and who was going to be sort of going, oh, I wanted a job. And then, some of them you're thinking, is there something for Penny? And will Penny help out Friends to get them into government as well? I mean, she hasn't got as good a job, I'm afraid, as she wanted. But that's just the way. You either have to eat humble pie. Because somebody said to me the other day, it might have been today actually, they said, will you be eating humble pie, Steve, if Matt Goss gets to #1 at Christmas? I said, I don't actually think Matt Goss is going to get to #1 at Christmas. I mean, he's up against Basil Brush. And the sausage roll people, they'll be bringing out another one. I mean, Matt Goss will just get lost in the melee. And then what's he going to do? I mean, he's tried everything. There aren't any. Perhaps he'll have to start doing reality shows. Perhaps he could do an OnlyFans account. That'd bring in a bit of money. Matt Goss reveals all. That'd go down well. Go on, people would pay for that. He's got enough fans to make him a little bit of money. Apparently, she's not got as good a job as she wanted. She's leader of the House of Commons. But, whatever. I mean, she wanted Foreign Secretary, but she didn't. Mark says a lot of these children's TV presenters learn their trade in holiday camps. Oh, yes. Yes. I can testify to that. Or failing that, they get jobs in magic shops. Davenport's was very good at employing young people who would work on a Saturday because they just wanted to be around magic. And so they would demonstrate the tricks. And if you demonstrated the tricks, as Betty Davenport will tell you, that sells a trick. They used to, they're not there anymore, actually, which is a shame. I think they're still online. But they used to demonstrate tricks. And in fact, her father, Betty Davenport's father, used to buy in a trick and she had to learn how to do it. And the more she learned to do it, the more she sold. And she learned to do something called dice stacking, of which there is no trick to it at all. It's basically a leather cup, it doesn't have to be leather, and some dice on the table. You lay out 6 dice and you move the cup. You're not going to see this, but you literally move the cup like that and it sweeps up the dice, lift the thing up, and they're all stacked one on top of the other. I mean, really good. So she learnt to dice stack. You can get books on it. You can buy the kit with the dice in and all the rest of it online. I'm sure if you type in dice cup, you will find it. And she would sell hundreds because each demonstration resulted in a sale. So Betty Davenport was doing that. So her father would buy in all these tricks and she would have to learn how to do them. So very clever, very clever. And you're right, though. A lot of the kids work in the holiday camps because it's good. You've got to be 18, though. So, this one, the new Blue Peter presenter, I think he started at 11 or 16 or something. Whatever it was, he was very young when he started doing magic. And he's got it's like Stephen Mulhern. I think Stephen has got another magic programme coming up. And it's great to watch. I love watching magic. I mean, that's why we have our shows at the Magic Circle, and very good they are too. We get some really super duper magicians in. The shows are sold out, so don't ask me where you get tickets. We don't even have a waiting list on that one. Leicester Square Theatre next year in February, we do have a waiting list. You can go onto it. How many are on it? I don't know. I'm not sure if they tell you that on the little ticket thing. 3 million, says the producer. He's wrong, it's 4. And yes, so, and you get close-up magic. Like close-up, you'll watch, and you blow your mind. And then you get a break, have a cup of tea or a glass of wine, then you come up into the theatre, the Magic Circle. In the meantime, you can go to the museum and have a look at all sorts of wonderful apparatus. And it's all in the, where you see the close-up magic, there's cabinets with all sorts of bits, some Houdini stuff, Chung Ling Soo, various magicians over the years. And then you get the stage show, which is nice. So you get that in 2 halves, so you can go to toilet, because I know what people are like after they've had a glass of wine. And it goes down very well. Here we go. This is, Well, he's going to take his shirt off then. Why has he got such a bad haircut, this poor boy who's going on to Blue Peter? Is it? Oh, is that called the fashion? I must do fashion. It's clever, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, put it this way, once people start doing magic, it becomes very addictive. I went to a shop the other day, it was like a home shopping thing, and they had little magic tricks for sale for little kids. Absolutely for little kids. You know, they were selling a little, it's called a draw box, and it's a little plastic box. You pull it open, and it's empty. Close it, open it again, and there's a spider inside. I know, could be a sweet, could be a toffee or something like that, but little things like that kids can play around with. Joe in Hornchurch, good morning. I told you about the waffles from McDonald's. I've just heard you mention them. Are they nice? Yes. Well, I ate 18 of them the other day, so well, it's not a case of are they nice. I need a clear out. Well, I know it was 6 threes or 18, aren't they? I have had 12 the day before. I've had COVID and still recovering, says Joe. Wish you better. The trouble is with them, they're too small. You know, it's a potato waffle. You get 3 for about £1.30 something, I think. And Todd in Basildon says, with regards to your telephone conversation yesterday regarding the telephone money schemes, I received one this morning. Please see the following. I'm now, it seems, a mum. Yes. And that's the same message. Hi, Mum. I'm texting you off a friend's phone. I've smashed mine and their phone's about to die. Can you WhatsApp my new number? 077 0808. Yeah, because I want people to phone them and completely obliterate them. I want them to phone them, definitely. It's important. And that's what happens. You then call the number. They then say, oh, hi, he's just nipped out. Can I take the bank account details? Can you transfer money into this account? This was the one that Joe's mum got. She was prepared to do it. Luckily, somebody at the bank said, check with your son first. Check with your son first. Because it's doing the rounds, this one, and people are falling for it. There is no such thing as you smashing your telephone and having to use a friend's phone. Yeah, well, I mean, it's very good. But also this WhatsApp my new number. So they've just smashed it, and already they've got a new number. It's so remarkable, isn't it, really? So why they need their mum's help, I've got no idea. Morning team, says another one from Paul. It only costs £3 for a pint in Sutton Coldfield. You can have a really good Christmas night out for 20 quid and be left with enough money to buy some waffles at the end of the night. There you go, but who the hell wants to go to Sutton Coldfield? That's the problem.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 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 morning. Nice to have your company. It's Wednesday, October the 26th. It's 10 to 5. It's early breakfast. It really is early breakfast. God knows we could eat early breakfast, couldn't we? I could eat anything, actually, especially if you've got sausages and chips on it and some eggs as well, definitely. As a teenager, says Roger, I went to a summer camp in America. They're very big on summer camps. The kids go away for a few weeks, don't they? And they love it. But appearing there, before he was famous, was David Blaine. There you go, David Blaine. Yeah, they've all got to start somewhere, haven't they? Barry says, I like how the PM Rishi spoke of the king with the respect the monarch deserves. I wish other people on TV and media gave the monarch the same level of respect. The trouble is you don't have to. That's the thing. You can have an opinion on anything now. Bearing in mind, he's the Prime Minister. If he wasn't the Prime Minister, he wouldn't be bothering with the king at all. But you have to go, and the king then commands you to sort of set up a new government. It's called protocol. It's got nothing to do with respect at all. It's just basically to do with the way that they do it. That's the way they do it. Steve, I've been receiving the winter fuel payment for many years. If this is your first year receiving the state pension, this is why you're receiving it. Normally the payment for single people living alone is £200. For this year only, it'll be £500. Yeah, they've told me £500. It will be paid into your bank in either November or December. Woo! I don't mind. Paul in Nebworth says, get your money on Three Lions, Baddiel and Skinner for the Christmas #1 because of the World Cup coming up. Oh. Well, no, I mean, unfortunately, there's a remix of it. Is there a remix? Oh, right. Three Lions on the Show. Is that the one? Oh, that's right. I know it. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, Matt Goss's will probably be quite nice. It's with the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, but I can't remember what song he's doing. It's off his album, so most of you won't have the faintest idea what it is. And I'm assuming it must have been done already. I'm thinking, because they've got to get the marketing and the sleeves done and all the rest of it. Because there's always been a race for the Christmas #1, hasn't there? And I think Matt's song is taken from his latest album. For some, you've got anything on there? Oh, You not try it on Google, Matt Goss latest Christmas thing, and it's still not on there. Well, it's a bit bad, isn't it, really? It should be. There, the first Christmas show. Oh, the first Christmas show. Yeah. So wait a minute. Wait, no. Shares live performance of the Christmas song. That was in 21. That was last year. That didn't do anything, did it, really? They say he sold 16 million records worldwide. But in fact, it's not him. It's the group Bros who've sold them. He hasn't. He's not done badly, but at the moment he must be struggling. But I'm sure he's bringing out this Christmas song, and I think it's something to do with Ukraine. I don't know why. I've got a feeling about the sentiments on it are something to do with Ukraine. Anyway, whatever it is, we shall wait and see, but I'm not going to be holding my breath anytime soon. Steve, like the UK, our gas and electric prices are going to skyrocket. The budget came out last night. Oh, Shane, not so good. Not so good. Mind you, probably an indicator of how bad it's going to be for us, I should imagine. And another one. Here we go. This is the last time, Deborah. Last time. Otherwise, you'll have to podcast and find out. This is the Winter Fuel Payment Centre. Open Monday to Friday, 8 till 6 on 0800 731 0160. But before you call 0800 731 0160, you need to know your national insurance number. Do not phone them if you don't have it, because they can't help you. OK? You'll need to know your bank or building society details and the date you were married or entered into a civil partnership, if appropriate. OK? They're going to ask you these questions, and if you don't have the information, you'll have to go away and find it. OK? They're not messing around here. So you need to, but your national insurance number is very important. Very, very important. The BBC face a ban after filming of Doctor Who scene sparks a safety row. I can't remember what it was. It was some tourist attraction or something. They don't want people filming on it because it was, they thought it was dangerous, and also they're not very happy about things like that. People get funny. This is the, I think it was the dangerous Doctor Who scene shot at the iconic Durdle Door. And this is, although nobody scaled the arch, the Lulworth estate says the show could prompt visitors to put themselves in a dangerous position. It's a limestone arch in Dorset, which attracts thousands each year. It's well known for tombstoning. This is when adrenaline seekers scale it and jump hundreds of feet into the sea, trying to miss the rocks on the way down. I mean, it really is too stupid for words. But it's now feared that Doctor Who fans will flock to the arch. The BBC did ask the owners of the Lulworth estate, who own Lulworth Cove, for permission to film. The scene was shot by drone. No actor scaled it. It was a stuntman. And James Weld, whose family have owned the land since 1641, said permission would have been denied had the BBC provided a proper description of how Durdle Door was to be used. He may now turn down future BBC requests to film there. Yeah, somebody at the BBC's told lies, basically. Well, there's a big surprise. There is a big surprise. But no, he said he wouldn't have granted it if he'd known what they were going to be doing. But all the papers have got a clip of a stuntman doing this sort of stunt where he falls off the cliff. But it's not that. It's sort of, they'll superimpose shots over. You know, very clever. Very clever, but not of any interest to me whatsoever, I'm afraid. So here we go. Rishi Sunak appointed a cabinet of retreads as he vowed to fix poor old Liz Truss's mistakes. I say poor old Liz Truss because hardly anybody turned up for her farewell speech. Nobody was remotely bothered, you know, in, out, shake it all about, and she disappeared. They're more interested in Love Island meets Towie. I don't know why. Love Island, I mean, dear God in heaven, trying to string two people together who might have an A-level or an O-level. And Moira somebody. And Joey Essex, who's looking quite ancient at the moment. Poor old soul, honestly, it's all finished. This is the bloke who can't tell the time. He really can't tell the time. He thought it was quite funny. And when he was on there, I was watching some old arguments, the usual stuff, Gemma Collins, effing and blinding and all over the place on the programme, and attacking that dreary one. Bobby Cole, Norris. Yeah, and he was going, I'm going to rip your wig off. And all this kind of... And she said it's not a wig. I mean, it was all fake hair extensions and all the rest of it. But they were quite old programmes because Bobby Cole Norris, we don't know what he does at the moment. Doesn't really do anything, I suppose. So here's the Essex appeal. The pair were pictured snogging, Joey Essex and Maura Higgins, said to be excitingly planning their first date. No, their one-night stand. Let's not be stupid about this. What do you think he did? Dropped her off at the door and went, see you soon, I'll give you a ring. I don't think so. Maura Higgins, hello? But she cuddled up to him. But then she also cuddled up with Curtis Pritchard, Giovanni Panici, Connor Wickham. She's done the rounds. She's exactly been holding it back. But there again, she's very talented, marvellously talented. Here's a picture of Olivia Attwood. They call her Saucy. For that read, she's getting on a bit in life, and nothing's really happening for her. Asked what she would miss most. She's a former Love Island. They call them a star. She wasn't. She was just another one on there. Said, 4 weeks and no sex. What can you do? Well, you have to take the money, dear, if you don't have any. That's what you have to do. Don't go on the programme. Don't start whinging like an old baggage. Very embarrassing. Chris Moyles, is looking forward to it. He says, asked about the biggest jungle fear, he said, there's lots of everything in this country, like sport and beer. So I think I'll be all right. He said, I've absolutely no idea what my family and friends would think of me doing. I'm a celebrity. I've never asked them. Yeah, I spoke to him about it. That's all I'm telling you. That's all I'm telling you. Who was on the television the other day? Oh, Chris Tarrant. He's going to buy a flat for this Ukrainian family. And he's embraced it like 100%. Andrew Castle's done the same. I don't think he's buying a flat, but Chris is buying a flat because he took a family in. I think it's mother, daughter and baby, isn't it? This was after the war started. So Chris Tarrant was doing something. I was watching him on the telly the other day because he was doing one of his railway journey things. He likes all those sort of things. And his son is doing the breakfast show for Chris Moyles. I'm assuming for the duration. I'm assuming. They never say that to start with, though. But I know what's going on. I always have a wave in the window for Toby. What else? What else we got? And Liz Truss, mentioned by Jane Moore in her column today, shook hands with the Queen just 2 days before she died, announced the sad news to the nation outside Downing Street, gave a reading at the funeral, and was photographed shaking the hand of our new monarch, King Charles, all in the space of a couple of weeks. In other words, straight after taking office, she was parachuted into a level of global visibility that only world leaders can dream of. And yet still she mucks it up. I know, it's embarrassing, isn't it? Very embarrassing. Also, another major headache is the number of people dying unnecessarily from cancer because of the NHS failures to tackle the disease. Doctors missed 100 cases every day in 2020. 100 cases every day. And because of lockdown, now the average person waits 55 days for treatment, making the UK one of the worst countries in Europe in which to contract cancer. Jane talks about that. Jack D, we love Jack D, and give the glue activists, she says, a swerve so their plan comes unstuck. Basically, gluing themselves to a wall, just wrote them off and put it down as a new exhibit. Don't bother unsticking them, leave them there. They obviously like sticking themselves to walls. I see, who was it who was saying the other day? Was it Gary Lineker or supporting them and all the rest of it? Dreary old Gary, couldn't remember his name then actually for a second. All he does is advertise crisps. Very dull and boring, isn't it?
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's 3 minutes past 5. I had to check, actually, because I was looking at it thinking, is it 4 minutes past 5? As I say, having had that bizarre wake up this morning and thinking it was Sunday, you can only imagine, can't you? If ever you find yourself, says Ed, in Nashville, bit unlikely, I should imagine, there's a great restaurant called House of Cards. Brilliant steak, close-up magic at the table, and then a stage show after the pudding. Lovely. We used to have one here called Magic Moments, I think, and that closed down long time ago. It was a shame because they used to have close-up magic and stuff like that. It was a good idea. America does it better, you know, and you can go. You find magicians all over the place now. Check out this new Blue Peter presenter on TikTok because it'll amuse you for ages. He's got so many. Yeah, he's Joel Magician. He's got 16.5 million followers. He's a magician, a mentalist, and a podcaster. And he takes his friend along with him, and they just sit there. There used to be two boys who used to mime to songs as well. They used to be on like a TikTok kind of thing, but he's got loads of these on there. Oh, that's the imp bot. Sorry, I shouldn't be telling you what these things are. It's an imp bottle, okay? And it's the little bottle that won't lie down. So you try and make it lie down, and it springs back up again. It's just a little bottle. And then he does it and lies it down, and surprisingly it lies down. So there you go. So he'll probably bring out a magic set soon. That's what they all do. They all do, bring out magic sets. So Victoria Beckham ruling out a return to the Spice Girls once and for all. Thank God for that. I mean, to be honest with you, she never contributed anything to group anyway. She just stood there. Count out, tell you what you want, what you really, really want. She hardly features. Seriously, hardly features. It's a little bit embarrassing for her. But there again, she was never really a singer. But she was telling this American show with Andy Cohen, it's a good idea. I was actually saying it was a good idea. And she thought it's a fan following ABBA's lead by launching a virtual residency. Oh, dear God, no. No, don't do that. Don't that kind of thing, dear. Very unnecessary. Very unnecessary. Also, fish and chips. And Sunday roast's been hailed the greatest British grub ever. If in doubt, just put in a silly little survey that we all eat fish and chips. Whereas, in fact, it was only a short while ago the papers were telling us that nobody can afford to buy fish and chips because fish is gone through the roof. So people just go in there now. A little bit embarrassing. I see poor old Ben Brown, used to be an LBC reporter many years ago, works for the BBC now. He got stuck in a lift at Broadcasting House. 3 hours. Not a happy boy. He took a picture and put it out on his Twitter saying it's been an hour now and they've told me that the lift engineer man is stuck in a traffic jam. 3 hours he spent in there. I'd have gone... I mean, have I been stuck? No. Well, it'd be dreadful for me unless I got my bag with me, my insulin and everything else. And also, if you need to go for a wee. I certainly couldn't wait for 3 hours. But Ben made of sterner stuff. A police force has been accused of taking taxpayers for a ride after splurging almost £70,000 on 4 tuk-tuks. Bosses spent $17,000 on each of the 3-wheeled Thai-style taxis. The taxpayers are like, where? Oh, this is Gwent Police. I mean, to be honest with you, it's bad enough seeing policemen on bicycles. They're all over the place now, but have tuk-tuks. Apparently, Chief Inspector Damien Sowry said feedback has been overwhelmingly positive, and I shall arrest anybody and put them in jug if they say anything differently. No, they didn't. I tell you what they found, which I love. They found an old Roman road, and they think this is a very great significant importance. It was found in a field. It's 32 feet, 9.5 feet wide. It's made of closely fitting large stones, and they've got ruts in it worn by cartwheels, so it could have been used to cross a brook. So in other words, where you get a ford, a Roman ford, where excuse me, the river sort of dips down, it goes across the road or something like that. Worcestershire. Yeah, Worcestershire. And they think that's what it was. Isn't that amazing? Look at it. Oh, I think, you see, it's as good as new. It's not far from the ruins of a Roman villa, which was uncovered 4 years ago. Tests will pinpoint how old. They think it's about 1,900 years old. I think that's amazing. I love that. A fort thought to be built, the Romans discovered this Midlands town. Workmen have discovered it. The only one of its kind and of global importance. Well, there you go. See, what they should do... Well, what do you do with it? You can't dig it up, can you? Why don't they just cover it over with glass and let you sort of walk over the top of it? But only on the glass, obviously. Don't you think so? I think that's a good idea. I'm fascinated. In this country, we've got loads of Roman villas to go and visit, where you walk on a sort of a network of footwalks and things like that, bridges, over the top of the Roman mosaics. You've never seen them? God, you don't get out at all, do you, really, honestly? Too busy trying to moan about a £7 pint. No, you have a look at Roman mosaics in Britain. Some of them are phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. We've got so much history in this country. Luckily, the Romans liked us. I don't think we liked them. I mean, 6 of them. I mean, the mosaics at Fishbourne Palace are among the best. I mean, look at them. They are near perfect. Near perfect. It's just you're looking at something, and you think it's not been seen for ages and ages. There's Bignor Roman Villa, Chedworth Villa up in Gloucestershire. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful, because that's what they had there. They didn't have carpeting. They had mosaics. And they might have been to do with the owner of the place. And some of them are fantastic. The ones in Turkey were about the best. Unfortunately, they're now under the floor of a reservoir. Yeah, the Turkish government, right, meanies, Don't mind people going there on holiday, but they didn't want to hang on to these things. They were doing some excavations, and they discovered these Roman villas in this Turkish town. It was going to be flooded, and they said, listen, we need to get these out. They did a documentary on the television about it. Have you never seen it? Oh, they used the music from Jurassic Park. Dun 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 dun, and they allowed them to get most of them out, but there's still loads underneath the waters, and then they flood it again. But they covered them in glue, covered them with sacking, and lifted them out. So they got the floors out. They were among the best that they'd ever seen. There is a town in the UK in a reservoir, yes. It was Derwent, wasn't it? It was a village, I think, and so it's there. I think they flooded it for the reservoir, the Lady Bower Reservoir, when that was created, and then when, of course, the waters dropped, the village came back to life again. There was nobody in the houses. I can't understand that. What was going on, honestly? Somebody standing in the fish and chip shop, still waiting for something. Apparently, Dave in Plymouth says we get tombstoners jumping off the rocks on Plymouth Hoe. Regular terrible injuries, ruining young lives. I think you'd have to be absolutely mad to jump off anything, not knowing what was underneath. There could have been a shopping trolley. There could have been rocks. There could have been barbed wire. There could be anything. I mean, that always frightens me. You know, Sarah says, at least the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here stars will soak up the luxury in the 5-star Palazzo Versace, with hotel rooms can cost up to $1,800. Not for them. They'll be getting a discount. And if they're lucky enough or have good enough agents, they get apartments that offer several bedrooms, a whirlpool bath and their very own kitchen, with meals taking place in a luxury dining room. Yeah, and they get a fee as well. But if you remember, Lady Colin Campbell went out there. God, what a bore she was. What a dreary old bag, honestly. But I know the thing about the royal family. Yes, of course you do, dear. Well, sit back in your chair. We'll plug it in. She was another one. She was an argumentative old so-and-so and just sort of went on attacking people. Didn't like anybody. And yet, you know, you feel like saying to her, look in the mirror. That'll tell you. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? Certainly not you, love. Certainly not you. So Prince Charles is a big fan of the repair shop. So he ends up with poor old Jay Blades again, who's still wearing, in the presence of royalty, his flat cap. How rude. How rude. It is very rude. And it's a grandfather clock that chimed God Save the Queen. They took it in there to be repaired. Obviously, hard times are ahead for the royal family. But clockmaker Stephen Fletcher presented their work. The King said, have you sorted this? Marvellous. It's tolling a Scottish tune. As I say, Jay Blades wearing a flat cap in the presence of royalty, or even indoors. It's tantamount to, I think, throw him in the tower. No point in leaving him out there. He's only a prince then. Oh, yes, he hadn't been made king. Even so, I mean, it's still rude to wear a hat indoors. I don't wear a hat when I'm working. Yeah, all right. Tyson Fury is hoping for a hit by recording a single for charity. Oh, God, honestly. The heavyweight champion will release his version of Sweet Caroline. Oh, God. Save me from these things. And here's this strange woman. There's been a hitch with getting hitched. 260,000 weddings were cancelled in the pandemic. And now there's a waiting list for venues for the delayed big days to be rescheduled. But this is Britain's self-declared strictest bride, Jennifer Wilkinson, dubbed Bridezilla, who thinks brides could learn a thing or two from her no-nonsense approach. She's obviously so desperately insecure, she wants to tell people this rubbish. No kids, no phones, no social media posts without my say-so, no ring, no bring, no white outfits, no upstaging me. She's Bridezilla. She looks a bit sad and tragic, she says. But she says, when I was 6, I ran onto the dance floor during my cousin's first dance. Everybody thought I was cute. But she said I'd ruined her big day. I was determined not to let a child do the same to mine. So you do get now children barred from weddings. But who she is, I've got no idea. But she says use my rules, it'll be the best day of your life. I'd rather not, actually, love it. It's all the same to you. It's very sweet of you to make a contribution, but thank you, no. Dame Judi Dench now says her vision is so bad she struggles to see the food on her plate. They have to, boyfriend, has to sort of cut it up for her. And so she's having to relearn scripts and stuff like that. A lot of people do that if they're dyslexic or something like that. They can't learn a script. And so consequently, they they learn it on cassette. I mean, I'm not even sure if you can still buy cassettes nowadays, can you? They must be, record it on your telephone. Well, I don't think she'd better do that. The writing's very small. Very small. Can I just have a little... Too late, I did, and I enjoyed every bit of it. So here he is. He makes TV biz today because he only does... This is Rod McPhee. He just does press releases. That's all it is. It's called the press release column in the business because they just give them to him and he just writes them up from the press release. It's terribly tedious. So today he's talking about two Drearies who are going to be turning up on Gogglebox, really. Judi Dench and the Blue Peter presenter, and Dermot O'Dreary, once one of the best-known faces on Saturday night television, thanks to the X Factor, until it got axed, and he admits losing jobs like this has hit him hard. The trouble is he's just not very good. He's okay, but he's not the big one that they think he is. I mean, he sits there with his script on this morning. I mean, honestly, you know, I hate it. It's just, to me, shoddy presentation, very shoddy presentation. And sometimes, if the camera catches him, he's not even looking at the guest. He's how long it takes him to remember a blooming question, I can't imagine. Or get a word in with little Alison.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company. So, the 5-star Palazzo Versace, it's literally within 100 yards of them walking out of the jungle. That's how close it is. They're not in the middle of a jungle at all. It's a set, which we use. And then when we move out, I think the Germans use it, and then after the Germans have used it, all these other people use it. So it's all very clever. But they all get the same rooms, Sarah. They all get the same rooms. There's no sort of, doing, because the only thing that they get different is the amount of money. The amount of money. And it's not as much as people think. They always put down, it's an absolute... I mean, why you would think Olivia Attwood, or whatever her name is would be a good signing for something like that, only goes to prove... Well, the minimum on it, about 20 grand, I would think. But you don't get the full amount if you don't do the full amount. You get a percentage. You've got to sort of... it's like Strictly, isn't it? If you're sort of kicked out of Strictly, you get a percentage of your money. But it doesn't make any difference, because otherwise people would be going on there and after 2 days, like Gemma Collins, just giving up completely, because she spent most of the time on Dancing on Ice sitting on a bum. She didn't actually achieve anything at all. She couldn't ice skate. She certainly couldn't dance. She had nothing going on at all. But Olivia Attwood, obviously, well, there you go. Whatever. They get less money if they quit. I've only ever known a couple of people quit. Only a couple of people quit. Sometimes people just walk out of the camp. They've had enough of it or something like that, which is okay. But then why take the gig in the first place? You're either very stupid, a bit thick, unless you haven't seen the programme. And everybody's seen the programme. I'm assuming that everybody must know what goes on. You're going to have to do a Bush Tucker trial. And you're going to have to sort of try and get on or not get on, because they don't seem to have the rows on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here between the contestants as they do on Big Brother, where they're basically just revolting, cheap people, where they sort of have to sort of get their thing. They kicked one girl out. She came up with a racist thing, and she went, but all my friends say it doesn't mean anything at all. I can't remember what her name was, but it was, she was incredibly dumb. And they went, well, you're going to be leaving Big Brother immediately. You just go out that side door there. Basically, you dump straight into a sewage plant, and you'll stay there for the rest of your days. She didn't think she'd done anything the matter. But mind you, when you watch the racial abuse of Shilpa Shetty, Joe O'Meara didn't think she'd done anything wrong at all. Nothing. Which people found amazing. They brought on the other one as well. Danielle, was it? I can't remember who the other one was. Was it Danielle Lloyd? And Jade Goody, who was just vile. Vile. They even had, I think that was where Jade Goody met Jack Tweed, didn't she? He was a class act. And he was in there with her as well, yes. He went to prison too, didn't he, for abuse, I believe, of a taxi driver. I seem to remember that in the back of my mind. But when you look at Joe O'Meara, they were laughing. And even Shilpa Shetty said to Joe O'Meara, why are you not saying anything about this? And she went, ha, ha, ha. And when she was interviewed by Davina McCall, was it Davina McCall? Might have been Davina. She said, why did you laugh? And she said, oh, that's my nervous way of getting over things. I thought, you liar. You liar. Killed her career stone dead. She couldn't go home. She couldn't do anything because the trolls were out in force. Because it was blatant racism. Danielle didn't even see it as racism. She said, I did have a chat to Shilpa. I think she'd be very forgiving. You think, you're a racist. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. It really was. Apparently Gary Neville makes his daughters get up and train with him even on holiday. Molly is 13 and Sophie 12. They miss training because they just don't feel like doing it. I'm not at all surprised. I'd have said, no, I don't think so. The son of Britain's most feckless dad was jailed for life yesterday after stabbing a man to death, the second of his children convicted of murder. Class act, isn't it, really? This is Kane Hull. And Raymond Hull made the headlines after it emerged he had 22 children by 11 women. Hull, now 67, was sentenced to 18 months after he was caught with a stash of cannabis. And yesterday, Kane Hull was told he must serve at least 28 years for the brutal murder of Ryan Fitzpatrick. What a disgusting load of people. What a disgusting load of people. Honestly, you get people like that, don't you? You can't quite imagine where their brains are. I've got a rough idea. The British pensioner caught with a £1 million drug haul on a cruise ship has been extradited from Portugal. So now we've got to pay for him. Should have left him where he was. Cocaine smuggler Roger Clark, the crook, left his Lisbon prison just weeks after his wife Susan died of breast cancer. They were caught with 20 pounds of drugs stitched into the suitcase lining. They didn't stitch it there. They were the mules. Do you remember those other two girls who got caught at the airport? Oh, what's that? Cocaine. Oh, I can't believe it. But anyway, he's now held at HMP Highdown near Barnstead. Previous incumbents include paedophile pop star Gary Glitter and drug-smuggling England cricketer Chris Lewis. But they say he could walk free earlier and maybe getting day release. It's amazing, isn't it? Just go drug smuggling and you can, it's easy peasy, not complicated. They had two, this is another one actually. Mrs. Clark was put in a EP Tyres prison where she shared a cell with 3 others. Well, that's your own problem for being a crook, dear. That's what it is. It's not a blooming holiday camp. I think I can't believe it. The facilities are awful here. Of course they are. They said the crooks conned them into carrying the 4 suitcases. Jackanory. Don't tell lies. Nothing worse. But anyway, they were caught smuggling this cannabis into Norway before moving to the Costa Blanca. They used 4 cruises in 2 years as a front, making, they say, up to 26.5 grand per trip. That's why people thought it was odd. They didn't seem to be able to actually afford all these cruises. Of course they were. They were drug smugglers. They could do anything they wanted. Honestly, I don't know. Veteran campaigner Peter Tatchell, that was a good interview for me, has staged the first ever LGBT protest in Qatar. Mr. Tatchell said he wanted to shine a light on the country's human rights abuses ahead of the tournament next month. You're listening, Dave? Just thought we'd mention it again, seeing as I feel quite horrified that you're taking £10 million from this place. He said, it's been stopped. What's been stopped? Yes, I know they stopped him. But they've been very quick to point out they didn't put him in prison. They didn't put him in prison. Qatari authorities said he was neither arrested nor detained and was simply told cordially and professionally to move. Yeah, you can imagine how they did that. You out now. Don't screw up our money making. Thank you very much indeed. What else we got? Self-driving golf carts in Japan have had googly eyes attached to them because that made people feel safer. I like golf carts. I had one to drive some years ago when I did a gig at the Middlesex show, and I was given a golf cart to drive around. I loved it. It was great. You just charge them up overnight and off you go. Of course I drove it myself. Yeah. Oh, dear. It was a bit nice. I mean, I wasn't as bad as Ozzy Osbourne, who drove his quad bike thing and then fell over in it. But there again, maybe not the best thing. The urgent blood appeal ahead of Christmas. Blood donations are needed. I don't think I can give blood because I'm diabetic. I think there's some reason why I can't. And I can't even remember what I am, but I know it's not the most popular one. I think I've got the common one, which doesn't really matter, does it? Paul says, according to my algorithm, there'll be a white Christmas this year. 82% chance if it's a normal winter. They've said November. November for a bit of snow. London looks very pretty in the snow. Very, very pretty. It looks like the opening scene in Mary Poppins, where she's sitting on the cloud. I mean, it's not snowing, obviously, but it's very pretty when you see the whole of London lit up. It's only a painting, but it still looks very nice indeed. Steve, at the Newt near Castle Carey in Somerset, they found a Roman villa. They've rebuilt it, and it looks amazing. Well worth a visit, says Ian. I love things like that, Roman villas. I mean, the Romans were so ahead of it, what with their toiletry and with heating and everything else. You know that there are places, they've done it on the television. Who the dickens did it? It was one of these people on the television. And around Rome, the best bits to see are underground, where there are temples and Christians were secretly there, and all the waterways that they built underground. And they lift up this hatch in the middle of the road and go down a ladder. And there you are, underground Rome. Apparently fantastic. I've seen it. It looks absolutely brilliant. Ian says, I've just stopped off at Garland's Bakers in Ruislip High Street for a large bacon roll and a millionaire caramel shortbread. I never knew what one of those was until somebody showed me a short while ago. And they've got LBC on, so hi to Kirsty. Just send round the bacon rolls. I love the idea of a large bacon roll. If ever I have one in Greggs, I have bacon roll with extra bacon, which is nice. People who take insulin are not allowed to give blood, which excludes both people with type 1 diabetes and people with type 2 diabetes who are insulin dependent. So I can't give blood. Much as I would want to give some of my hard-earned blood, I can't do it, I'm afraid. I always knew that. I remember that for ages. Somebody said to me, if you're on insulin, you can't give blood. I don't know why. Mainly because I suppose it's quite dangerous for people. Oh, dear. They say you can't hurry love. And after 42 years with his partner, Jim Hawkins finally felt he was ready to marry her. Jim, 81, said, I do, to Lynn, 60. Get him while he's living, dear. Get him while he's living. She had to ask him. After rejecting a proposal decades earlier, they have lived in the same road since their first date in 1980. But now in a home due to dementia, Jim finally agreed to tie the knot, saying, I'm ready and getting on a bit. Lynn's fighting cancer. Well, that's it. The wedding was a small do. The caterers made the cake for them. The home manager said, everybody's thrilled. Can you imagine being with somebody that amount of time and she has to say to him, are we going to get married? Yeah, please. Be nice. Here she is, Love Island's whatever, Gemma Owen, set for a spell in the saddle. And that's nice. The dressage rider who named the nag after the Harry Potter character, the dressage rider. She's not really very good at it, I have to tell you. Oh, and guess what? Doc Martin is ending, but I'm staying put. Joe Absalom is not going to leave there. He's decided he likes it. He was in EastEnders. Do you remember him from EastEnders? Very well, but he was in 2013. His house was burgled in London by a gang of teenagers while he was away filming in Romania. So he decided to move down to Cornwall, and 14 years he's been living there now, and he absolutely loves it. He said it's great. He said it's safe for the kids, it's safe for his wife and everything else, because his wife and kids were in the house. He said the children's lives are in Cornwall. Daisy was born here. She's got clotted cream in the blood. Clotted cream? Doesn't sound very good, does it, really? I'd take her to see a doctor as quick as possible.
Bad management costs employers around £84 billion a year. Good management is a skill set, not just a job title. It needs to be recognised, nurtured and practised. And yet 82% of new managers in the UK are promoted without formal management training. At the Chartered Management Institute, we're working to change that. Imagine if you made it your business to change that too. Take action. Search CMI Action.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I trust you are all well this morning. Daily Star. It's Dawn Neeson's column, page 17, which we'll come to in a moment. And apparently, Snoop Dogg's professional joint roller, claims she has made 450,000 spliffs in the past 6 years. But Renegade Piranha says they were not just for Snoop, who she'd worked for since 2016. She has other clients and also works at a bar that throws marijuana-themed events. And she makes between 75 and 150 daily. I've never heard of such a thing. He pays her quite well just to roll spliffs. There you go. Can you believe it? You have to. It's in the newspaper. Kerry Katona, this is the biggest pile of balderdash I've ever read, claims the backlash to her cashing in on her OnlyFans page is due to class prejudice. She posts... No, it isn't, dear. It really isn't. I mean, you really are deluded, aren't you? She says, if you're from a working-class background or an upper-class background, it's different. I'd be treated differently if I wasn't from a council estate. What a pile of rubbish. Where'd you get this garbage from? Do you just make it up, sort of, for somebody to put in the papers? No. Absolutely no. It makes no difference. Nobody knows. You look at a picture of somebody on OnlyFans or any of the other sites, I wouldn't have the faintest idea who was council estate and who wasn't. I mean, good grief, honestly. Christmas. Britons are facing a cost-of-giving crisis. You wouldn't believe that when I was in town the other week. I mean, seriously, I've never seen so many people in London. Heaves on the weekend. I mean, it really does. All the trains, all the people in the Strand Palace Hotel, because I'm always in the Strand Palace Hotel before I go on to Joe's. And it's quite amazing because there's we always call it Joes, people in the know, and they're in there with their sort of little trolleys and all the rest of it. In fact, one couple, I was waiting for Corey, and this couple came in, checked in, and as I was going outside to meet him, they were going off on the town. They'd obviously checked it, because once you're in the hotel, you don't need to start rearranging your cosmetics, do you, and stuff like that. You just literally check in. The rooms look quite nice. How much they are, I've got no idea. But there are loads of people, northern people, checking it. Yeah, I mean, it's a very touristy hotel, very touristy hotel. But obviously people go there, and because it's central, you've got, Covent Garden behind you, you've got Waterloo and the South Bank just over the river, you've got buses all over the place. In fact, the bus practically stops outside the Strand Palace Hotel. You've got the Savoy over the road if you're booked into the Savoy Grill. If you're lucky enough to go there, you've got Joanne's around the corner. The theatres, there's loads of them. What hotel would I stay at? Oh, I don't know. I'd probably... No, I wouldn't stay at the Ritz, actually. I wouldn't stay at the Ritz. In central London, I'd probably go to the one where I've had afternoon tea loads of times, which is just down by Victoria, the Goring. Yeah, I would probably stay there. That's where I would, given the choice, mainly because they seem to have nice dressing gowns. I quite like dressing gowns in hotels. I've not been to the Goring for a little while, actually, but I've had afternoon tea there on numerous occasions. I mean, to be honest with you, a friend of mine used to stay at the Strand Palace and said it's fine. The rooms are quite big. You have they've all just been refurbished. Henry, as you know, just buzzed through about the duck salad. It's going. Yes, I know, it's going. They told me the other day, the manager told me, they've replaced it, or they will be replacing it, with a hash brown with fish on the top of it, so it's like a fish and chips kind of thing. It looked like they brought it over to the table for me to eat, but I'd only just eaten my main course. And for the life of me, I can't remember what I had for my main course. And that dreadful, honestly, I was only there a few days ago. I can't remember these things. We did have copious amounts of drink, Corey and I. In fact, far more than we would normally have. Show me the menu, and I'll tell you what I had actually. Chicken. He had chicken and avocado. Oh, that's right. I had flat iron chicken. He had chicken and avocado Caesar salad, which he's had before and he likes. And then for pudding, I didn't know what Grematola was either. I didn't know. I can't remember. It was like, that's it there. Dawn Neeson says, Steve Allen Show, reading your Daily Star column out live on LBC. Perfect start to a wonderful but long working Wednesday. She liked a jacket that one of the newsreaders was wearing the other day, and I saw it and I thought, she'll like that. That's got Dawn Neeson's name written all over it. Very nice indeed. Very nice. And, for pudding, I had the apple strudel and vanilla ice cream. And I think that he had Cup of Joe. I think Corey had cup. I can't remember, to be honest with you, because I was too busy ploughing into my apple strudel, which I shouldn't have had, but it was quite delicious. Quite an ice cream, which comes in a separate little bowl, which is very sweet. So Dawn Neeson's column today, and talks about her GP. She's mentioned the GP before, actually, is now almost sending daily messages reminding patients to pop in to get their flu and COVID jabs. She says the same GP that still only sees patients in person if it's absolutely necessary. I reckon they'd do smear tests by Zoom if they could. I have no problem with getting any jab, and I've had all of mine. But if they're open for business for this, why not everything else? I know. I mean, I'm up to date with them as well, which is very good. And King Charles, she says, has been one of the biggest, loudest supporters of the green agenda from day one. So why the posh, just-up oil kids thought it was a spiffing idea to shove a cake into the face of his Madame Tussauds waxwork, it's open to question. The main one being, what is it with these numpties wasting grub when so many Brits rely on food banks? Well, they don't care because Mumsy and Popsy are looking after them, aren't they, really? Because they're all super-duper rich. You won't find many council estate kids doing this. I'm telling you, you only have to look at them to realise. Also, fair play, she says. She's got so many bits and pieces in about Keir Starmer refusing to go to the World Cup in Qatar over human rights abuses, and red cards to England's wags eyeing up £40,000 a night stays and luxury shopping binges. Yeah, but as Dawn and I know, you might as well talk to the wall. They're as blank as anything. Seriously. that she says they have been warned to dress modestly, not boo, swear or play loud music and avoid displays of affection. Good luck with that one, ladies, she says. Fellow millionaire and well-known human rights activists Gary Lineker and Gary Neville, Starmer's best mate, will be covering it for you live. Disgraceful, isn't it? Helen Flanagan has reportedly split, she says, from footballer Scott Sinclair. Sounds like a drag act, doesn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, Scott Sinclair. After 13 years of dating. She went, eh? They had 3 kids. Dates are wrinkly things you eat at Christmas. This was slightly more than dating. Dawn Neeson says, I'll never understand why marriage is too much of a commitment, but bringing kids into the world isn't. I know, amazing, isn't it, really? So they've been together for 13 years of dating. Yeah. Perhaps they can't afford to get married. Perhaps he's one of the poor footballers. It's disgraceful, isn't it? Absolutely disgraceful. People don't care anymore. Kids suffer. Kids suffer. Jane says, as much as I would like to give blood, I can't due to taking thyroxine for my underactive thyroid. Oh, I have levothyroxine. And I don't know if that affects my blood or not. It's the insulin for me. But so you've got an underactive thyroid. My thyroid doesn't work at all. You can either have overactive thyroid, underactive thyroid, either way you get thyroxine, or just basically nothing. It's just not working. I cannot control my body temperature. That's what it is. Your thyroxine is like your little thermostat. Well, it's not so little in my case, but yeah, you can't do anything at all. Steve, why do I have a picture of Darren Adam live on Global Radio this morning instead of you? It's just not right, and it's spoiling my morning, says Sarah from Sevenoaks. I shall have a check immediately. I think it's his photo. Oh no, it's got a picture of me. No, it's definitely a picture of me. The producer's got one. Yeah, it's just the background picture the producer uses. A little bit of hero worship, which is quite nice. You know, as he sits there on the bus going, that's a picture of Steve Allen. You know, which is very nice. Yeah. So, Steve, take on the I'm a Celebrity gig in Australia for the free holiday for the family, says Sandra, and even close friends with free luxury accommodation thrown in a fat fee. I can't think of anything worse. I really couldn't think of it. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. It really is just of no interest to me. I work on this. Why would you bother putting yourself through something? Having seen how ghastly some of these people are, I just wouldn't want to associate with them at all. South Downs Nick says, when I was an apprentice in the 70s, the Works canteen used to do fish fingers, mashed potato, lumpy and tinned tomatoes. Oh, yeah, I do like tinned tomatoes, plum tomatoes. And they're so cheap. Chopped tomatoes as well I like as well. And on mashed potato, but not lumpy mashed potato. It's got to be very smooth, lots of butter. And fish fingers, I could eat 20. I wouldn't have any trouble. If somebody said, you know, they're now going to sell them at McDonald's, fish fingers, in the morning in a bun, I'm there. I'm there, exactly. Have I had a fillet of fish? I have, but somebody told me that there are things in it, little, because of the fish, there's things in the fish's body, like little, they're not caterpillars, but there's something like that. It's apparently they're quite normal to eat. They're in all fish. It's something that attacks the inside of the fish. But I did have a fillet of fish some years ago. Have you seen them? Yeah, there's a name for. I can't remember what they were, but I remember thinking, what a funny thing to have in these fillet of fishes. And they showed you a picture of it, and it's like it's a cast left of the insect or whatever it was before it went. White hoki or pollock. Excuse me, matron. And is that what it is? That's the fish. White hoki. I don't even know where white hoki comes from. I've never heard of it before. Well, I have heard of it. And pollock. Definitely heard of pollock. Definitely. But never thought about it. Never thought about it. Do you know that octopuses, we've done a lot on octopuses over the past few days, they derive, so say the Japanese scientists, from shellfish. From shellfish. What do you think? They had a woman the other day in this Chinese market, and her stall only sold octopuses. And she was they were frozen, deep frozen, and she was putting them in bags and hanging them up, and people coming along going, oh, I like that one and all the rest of it. And also she could prepare it for you if you wanted it prepared. Believe you me, you don't want to watch it.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Oh, lovely. A lot of people saying they get pictures of Darren Adam. You need to turn your phone off and then turn it on again. Because if you're listening all the way through, because sometimes, you know, people get me and it's Nick Ferrari on air. So what you need to do is close the app, then open it again. Although actually, I have it on very good authority that in fact the picture of Darren Adam is more airbrushed than my one. So My one's dreadful. It's very old, actually. My one, about 7 or 8 years old, I think. I think so, yeah. I'm trying to think who's actually sort of the really good-looking ones. Let's have a look. Go down. Let's have a look. I think James O'Brien's hair's been airbrushed. And what else we got? That's Ben Kentish, Andrew Marr, Ian Dale, Ian Payne. It's interesting when you look at pictures of people, isn't it, really? Oh, Sheila Fogarty. But I don't. To be quite honest with you, I think I hold up quite well compared to all those people, seeing as I'm the oldest out of all those people there. I don't know how old Andrew Marr is, though. I'm not sure. Oh, look, there's Mr. Spur and Clive Bull and Matt Fry, Emily Sheffield, Natasha Devon, Daniel Barnett, Nick Abbott. That's airbrushed. By Jove, is that airbrushed within an inch of his life, I should imagine. And, yeah, it was good. But that's what you have to do. Just turn off, turn on again. OK? And it'll work. Have you ever been to Vindolanda? Says Nicholas. It's a Roman fort just off Hadrian's Wall. It's fantastic. I try to go every year. Oh, no, I haven't. I'm having a look at the pictures of it. It's a World Heritage site, isn't it, Vindolanda? And it's big. It's very... And you know, right, the reason I know this, because I was looking the other day, the woman who owns the site, she owns the land that it's on, and it's about as good as you're going to get. It's huge. It's absolutely vast. Absolutely vast. But it features on World Heritage sites and things like that. And then they've sort of done a mock-up of what they think it would have looked like. It's lovely, isn't it? I love stuff like that. But, yeah, Vindolanda, an English Roman settlement. They put these places up, didn't they? And presumably you can go wandering through it. Presumably. I mean, or do you just look from the outside? It's very good, actually. So thank you, Nikki. And somebody else got a picture of Darren Adam. And then Lara and Rosa. All these people got pictures of Darren Adam on the Global app instead of you. Refresh but no joy. No, turn it off. Then turn it on again, OK? And then it will work for you. Jackie says there are 3 plurals of octopus. Octopi, octopuses, and octopodes, says Jackie. Octopodes. I'm just amazed that each tentacle on octopus, they operate independently. They've each got their own brain, apparently, for that particular section of it. Some of them are little tiny things, and some of them are socking great things. Because they did have pictures years ago, didn't they, when they said that an octopus, yeah, it's got 9 brains, actually smothered a ship. I thought, well, that's a little bit of a gross exaggeration. That sounds like a horror film to me, octopuses. I mean, I've never eaten it, and I don't really want to, actually. So each arm operates independently. So, you know, when you see them in these markets... you know, and they cut off one of the tentacles, the other ones still operate, but even so, I've seen them try and crawl out of tanks and stuff like that. They're very big, but they shoot off, and as they shoot off, they eject this sort of ink which comes out of them. There's loads of different types, and there are different colours. And there must be 300 types. There must be loads of fish and things like that in the oceans that we've never seen before, that only operate. I think when they went down to the Titanic, because it's pitch black down there, there's no daylight, never permeates the Titanic. It sits there in pitch darkness. There are fish that swim around there which are practically blind, which is interesting. So Suella's striding back into her old job. For how long, I've got no idea. So Sunak's got a top team now, which you probably are aware of. Jeremy Hunt is going to be Chancellor. Dominic Raab, Justice Secretary. James Cleverly, Foreign Secretary. Suella Braverman, Home Secretary. Ben Wallace, Defence Secretary. Nadim Zahawi, Minister Without Portfolio. I just always love that title. It's like you don't really have a job. Minister Without Portfolio. Yeah, just turn up when you feel like it. Simon Hart is Chief Whip. Oliver Dowden, Cabinet Office Minister, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Grant Shapps, Business Secretary. Penny Mordaunt, Leader of the House of Commons, not what she really wanted. Gillian Keegan, Education Secretary. Because, yeah, she used to be the other one. She used to look after health and stuff like that until people thought, maybe not. Mel Stride, Work and Pension Secretary. Therese Coffey, Environment Secretary. Steve Barclay, Health Secretary. Michael Gove, Levelling Up Secretary. What in goodness name is that? Kemi Badenoch, International Trade Secretary. Equal Opportunities. Michelle Donnellan, Culture Secretary. Chris Heaton-Harris, Northern Ireland Secretary. Alistair Jack, Scottish Secretary. David T.C. Davis, Welsh secretary. It could only be that with a surname Davis, couldn't it, really? Lord True, Leader of the Lords, Jeremy Quinn, Paymaster General, Mark Harper, Transport Secretary, John Glenn, Chief Secretary to the Treasury, and Johnny Mercer, Veterans Minister. See how long it takes him to screw that one up. Should be interesting, shouldn't it? Well, I mean, it might work. Apparently, a huge octopus, says my friend Ant Payne, can also contort itself to fit inside a tiny, tiny space. Yes, I've seen them doing that. Didn't they have an octopus that could unscrew a lid on a jar or something like that? I seem to remember that. I think Ant himself has actually tried contorting himself into a tiny, tiny space. But I've seen them do it. I'm sure octopuses are so intelligent that they can undo jars. And also they can get themselves into very, very small places. There was one, the octopus was put in a tank, and in the tank is a glass jar. And in the glass jar is a crab. And what do octopuses eat? Crab. And so what it does, it weighs up the situation. It basically moves around the jar to see exactly how it's going to do this. I mean, they're super duper intelligent. Super duper. And then it's weird, isn't it? And it can undo the jar. It can actually, because the suckers go on the top, and it discovers if you move your body a little bit, the thing will start unscrewing. Meanwhile, the crab is not kind of looking forward to this at all. But they've got it on YouTube, and the crab gets tipped out, and that, as they say, is the end, because octopuses like crabs, and they just sort of eat them. I mean, it's very clever, isn't it? I think it's very, very clever. But that's how intelligent they are. And then people eat them. I don't think they should be allowed to eat them. I think people should steer. But there again, we eat crab, we eat lobsters, we eat all sorts of things. But look at that. It's actually got the lid off the jar, and it's taken it literally about a minute and a bit. And then the crab, once it's worked out what it is and how it's going to take it, because octopuses, I think, have got a beak, haven't they, at the front, which looks fairly scary, and it just basically dissects the crab. Oh, it's gone into the jar. It's basically thrown it out. They do that with other little crabs. Hermit crabs move house every so often. They do. Because as they grow, they need to move to a bigger thing. And so they go and find a shell, and they just move themselves into it. Very clever, isn't it? I could never do anything like that. I did know somebody once, they were on the television, and they got themselves inside a washing machine. They were contortionists, and contortionists are people who can move their body in lots and lots of different ways, and so you can contort yourself and twist. It's like being double jointed. We used to have somebody who could pull their hand back and touch the back of their elbow, which I should think was very scary. No, it was sort of like bending it back that way, and it touched the arm. I thought, no, thank you very much indeed. There you go. That's what it is. It moves shell to shell. It's looking for a bigger shell to get its body into. So they don't grow the shells. They just throw somebody out and move in. And that's what they do. They do. Just like moving house. Quite normal. Quite normal. What do we got? Prices of everyday foods up by more than half. Some of it is up quite a considerable amount. They did a list of different bits and pieces the other day of what's actually gone up. I see that a supermarket chain is offering free lunches to anyone for the next 12 days. Simply turn up at a Morrison's cafe and ask for Henry at the counter to get a jacket potato and baked beans. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Heinz, who are teaming up with the store, said over 160,000 meals will be given. The food giant said it was inspired by the founder and known philanthropist Henry J. Heinz. So all you've got to say, ask for Henry. It won't work anywhere else. It only works in Morrison's. And then you get your baked potato, which is very good for you, and the beans, which is nice. Grated cheese would have been nice. Grated cheese would have been nice. But, yeah, I'm not ungrateful. Actually, I did see the other day, our canteen here was offering curry, rice and naan for £2.50. Typical, isn't it? I'm here at 7 in the morning. They don't do curry, rice and naan for £2.50 at 7 in the morning. I have to have sausages, which I like, actually. They'd have nice sausages and nice hash browns. But the trouble is I just increased the order. I'll have 4 sausages and 4 hash browns, please. Gets worse and worse, doesn't it, really? James Corden has admitted he was ungracious to staff. For that, read rude. He was barred from Balthazar in New York last week. The owner, Keith, claimed in a social media post Corden had been extremely nasty to staff on 2 occasions. Speaking on his programme The Late Late Show on Monday, Corden says, because I didn't shout or scream, I didn't get up out of my seat, I didn't call anybody names or use derogatory language, I've been walking around thinking that I haven't done anything wrong. But the truth is I've made a rude comment, and it was wrong. Unnecessary. He's given an apology, and he's not barred from the restaurant ever again. And everybody goes back to where we were before. Oh, look, our little Anne Widdecombe. Well, I say little Anne Widdecombe. What's she talking about today? Oh, Gary being on the ball. Gary Neville.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome along to LBC. If you're a new listener, doesn't matter where you're listening, we are national. I would get quite excited about telling people we're national, actually. I always think it's so interesting that people from parts of the world that you've never even heard of before say, oh, I listen to the programme every day. We are international. The only problem is you don't feature in my audience figures. You don't feature in them. But I quite like the idea if you download the programme. I always think that's a good start, a very good start. Steve, all this talk of octopuses reminds me of a time when my son ate a plate of baby octopus. Oh, no. They used to put it in. I remember going to a Chinese restaurant in Soho donkeys years ago, 15, 20 years ago. And I had the soup. It came as part of it. And it had little tentacles in it. And I remember thinking, I think not. Octopuses, little baby octopuses, and it was part of the soup. I'm sure it was absolutely delicious, but not for me, I'm afraid. Steve, there must be entire communities of wee animals being all around us, Steve, that we're completely unaware of, says Kim. I absolutely agree. Loads of things that, especially when you go to the ocean. I mean, I wish that you could. I know they have done it, haven't they? Didn't they empty the ocean for a television programme, and they showed you what was down there? Because they'd been and photographed it all, and then it was superimposed. They didn't actually pull the plug on the ocean, but it showed you what was down there. And it was very interesting, because there's going to be all sorts of things. I mean, apart from shipwrecks from long ago, which they dig up every so often, but there's going to be a whole range of fish and all sorts of things. I mean, I don't know how deep whales and sharks go, but they certainly don't go down 2 miles. Which is the depth that the Titanic is. But it's certainly something interesting. I mean, they're always discovering new things, aren't they? They think that we only know about 10% of the species. I mean, I still find it amazing. When you look at it all, that's 10% of species in the ocean. When you look at it all, you think, was it really created by God? I know it gets into a horrendous debate of everything. Did he create people? Did he create whales, trees? I mean, how does it work? Yeah, don't please call me. It's far too complicated for this time on a Wednesday morning. But I worry about things like that. It's like I remember saying to that nice man who knows all about the universe, how far out does it go? And he said, it's infinity. I said, well, it just goes there must be an ending to it, surely. There must be. That's why people argue with me about, oh, there has to be somebody else out there or life on other planets. And I go, well, not as far as we know. When they say life, they probably mean there's a drop of water or something like that. But it just goes on and on and on and on. And I begin to wonder, I mean, so is there a world that was created, or is it a big bang or whatever, I don't know. It gets quite complicated, doesn't it? But there you go. Doesn't matter. Anne Widdecombe talking about Gary's on the ball. Gary Neville, who's referred to the Conservatives as a cancer to the UK. Apparently, this is Anne Widdecombe's column. At once, people are up in arms, taking offence on behalf of cancer sufferers. I find the comparison both politically and grammatically inept, but understand that cancer is here being used as a metaphor, something which eats away and kills, causing suffering along the way. Eliminating metaphor is mad and paralyses the language, and no, that is not an insult to paraplegics or the mentally affected. Sometimes she gets a bit carried away with things. I don't know what she's talking about, actually. Who's Gary Neville? Is he the one who's going out to do commentary in Qatar? Good, hope he stays there. And What was the other one? Oh, there are still some sensible people to be found in the Labour Party, says Anne Widdecombe. Very unusual, isn't it? Rosie Duffield has proclaimed that she will not refer to Eddie Izzard as a woman, and that if misgendering were ever to become a hate crime, she would be arrested. And Anne Widdecombe goes, perhaps we will find ourselves sharing a cell. I think she's nailed her colours to the mast on that one, don't you think so? I still remember that famous line, wasn't it? Louis Theroux goes to a house and he wants to have a look at her bedroom. And she won't let him anywhere near the bedroom. I don't know why. Can't imagine why, actually. Little Anne, but she's moved, hasn't she? She's moved further down the country. I think she's practically in the sea, I think, or something. I don't know where she's gone. She was in one house and then she moved, and she's miles and miles away from anywhere, which is probably the best thing. Dear Steve, I've never fancied eating octopus, says Mark, until recently when it was served as a shared starter dish, so I thought I'd try it and it was delicious. However, now you've shared details of octopus intelligence, I feel guilty for eating it, but it was delicious. Yeah, you see, I mean, I don't know. I just don't want to eat it at all, actually. There's a grandmother who died the other day. She was eaten by a 22-foot python. The python ate her. This is a 54-year-old called Jara, disappeared while she was collecting rubber. 2 days later, locals found the giant python with a large bulge. Anto, head of Jara's village in Jambi province in Indonesia, where people often go by one name, says residents killed the snake and dissected the stomach content. And it turned out the woman we was looking for was in the snake's stomach. So there you go. Apparently, the snake is likely to have eaten Jara after suffocating her in its giant coils. So that's what they do. But they can live on that food. The digestive system inside the snake will digest it over a period of time. So once these snakes have eaten, they won't eat for ages and months. Could be months. And obviously, she was a bit of a catch. Got her. And what they do is it's a constrictor, isn't it? It must be a constrictor. Because it constricts and basically every time you breathe in, it tightens. Every time you breathe in, it tightens till eventually you can't breathe anymore, and that's when it starts to consume you. It dislocates its jaws, and there we go. She was 54, eaten alive. I mean, to be honest with you, a bit of an achievement, isn't it? You know, for her. I mean, I don't know what the experience would be like. No, I don't think it would be great, but she would be dissolved by the digestive juices inside the snake. I think that's how it works. I don't like snakes anyway. Do you remember there was a woman in a house a short while ago, another snake that was up on the roof. Luckily, it was only a corn snake, and this one was coming in the bedroom window. She ran out of the bedroom. I'd have been frightened out because I wouldn't know what a corn snake was. I think they're very bright. I think oranges, and they're not very big, are they? And they're apparently not very, they're not harmful. They're okay, but I still don't like them. Hey, I've got a good story about a builder. There you go, 3-foot-long snake. What was it doing there? And you can call the RSPCA and they'll actually come and get it. They said it's because it's a snake, somebody must be missing it. Either that or they'll rehome it. So they found it was in the bedroom eventually, and, it got missing. Can you imagine? I couldn't sleep in the bedroom. I'd have to move. I would have to move. That was terrible anyway. Do you know they get about 1,200 reports of pet snakes in need of help every year? 1,200. There's obviously a lot of people in this country that have snakes. Can't think of anything worse. Here's a celebrity builder in the paper today. Here is a celebrity builder. And this is one who's accused Daisy Lowe of using lawyers' bills to scare him from suing her after she failed to pay for a revamp of her London home. This is Phil Turner. His other half, apparently they used to be friends with Jordan, but I think Jordan's friends are a bit sort of fair weather. I don't think they've been friends for ages. But anyway, he did the work. She said it wasn't up to standard. And so now the whole thing is degenerated into a court case. His other half is the bloke who does, I think this is Phil Turner. I can't remember what his other half's called now. One forgets so easily. He does makeup. He used to be a makeup artist for Jordan, but now she doesn't use him as far as I know. I think that sort of fizzled out a long, long while ago. But they've got all sorts of issues going on with this. But that's the trouble, isn't it, now? I mean, mind you, you're very lucky to find somebody who comes and actually does the work. Because sometimes you get... The worst thing is when somebody comes to do the work and then they go away again, trying to get them back is the problem. One of my neighbours some years ago had a door changed in their sitting room. The bloke took the old door off. It took about 4 months to get him back in to put the new door in. For some reason, I don't know why, you know, people just sort of don't want to come back again. But anyway, well, I'm sure that will be an interesting court case. Not till next year, at which time we'll be knee deep in snow, I should imagine, if the storm clouds are to be believed. Vladimir Putin has been branded a modern-day Hitler, whose actions will see Russia doomed to the same fate as Nazi Germany. I just don't understand what he's achieving. He's achieving nothing. Ukraine's got nothing that he really wants. So what's he doing it for? I mean, it is dreadful. It really is dreadful. The Ford Fiesta. We did this story yesterday, didn't we? It's only just made the papers today. Set for the axe after 46 years. But they're going on all electrification. I don't like electric cars. I don't know why. I mean, I have one in the morning sometimes. It's a hybrid or something like that, which you can't hear anything. And when you sit at traffic lights, the engine turns off. It's like buses. Some of those are hybrids, aren't they? And they're all electric. Because I've seen the sign on the bus and it said, this is an all-electric bus. We're well up with it in London, I tell you. We're Leicester Square. I should Coco. My goodness me. Also, this is a case. This one I didn't get my head around at all, but I mentioned it earlier on. A black accountant at a luxury goods firm has won a race harassment case after... What do you think? I mean, this one you couldn't make up in a million years. After 4 staff refused to get in a lift with her. I mean, I've never heard of this one before. Cheryl Spragg held the doors, but they ignored her and walked off with one pulling a face. When she complained... at this particular place, which owns the jeweller Cartier, told her the grievance would take too long. She might be better off looking for another job. So quite rightly, the tribunal judge found that the race harassment violated her dignity. She's now in line to receive compensation. I'm terribly sorry. All this will drag on a little bit. Really? Yeah, go and find another job. I don't think so.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Very interesting, actually. I don't know if you've seen it as yet, but resigning from the government, Tory gent and devout Catholic Jacob Rees-Mogg declined to date his letter to the Prime Minister October the 25th, instead preferring to write St. Crispin's Day. The feast of twins Crispin and Crispian, Christian saints of cobblers, it later came to be closely associated with the Battle of Agincourt against France on the same October date in 1415. Shakespeare's St. Crispin's Day speech was delivered by triumphant monarch Henry V, memorably portrayed by Laurence Olivier. Brexiteer Jacob couldn't resist one last dig at the French before heading for the back benches. St. Crispin's Day, yes. I remember going to see Henry V, God for Harry, England and St. George, and I saw it at the Dominion Theatre in Tottenham Court Road. It went completely over my head. It was the same cinema that I saw Battle of Britain in with my dad. We went to see that. But for some reason, he took me to see Henry V. I can't imagine why. I had no interest in anything like that whatsoever. It was very upmarket. I just remember, it's such a huge place. If you actually go to the Dominion Theatre, which I think is currently showing Grease, isn't it? I believe it was showing Grease. Whether or not it's still showing Grease, I've got no idea. Nice to know that Wayne and Colleen sharing quality time in Dubai, which is lovely. And why DIY is very good for your emulsional health. Because apparently watching paint dry used to be a synonym for the most boring activity imaginable, but now it's been suggested that even carrying out the dullest DIY tasks are an excellent way to relieve everyday stress and anxiety. You see, I think painting's very therapeutic. There was a man on the television the other day. You know, you see them in the morning, they buy a property at auction. I've never done, no, not at all. I've never done anything like that. I mean, I have used a paintbrush. I've done stenciling before, and yeah, all right, like a big deal. And he bought this house. He hadn't seen it before, and he decided he was going to do it up and live in it. And so he did it up by himself. But what he did was he went there every day, and he slept in it. Because he said, if I slept in it, he said I could do the room. He said, then I could have a lie down, have a sleep, then get up, do a little bit more painting. And when the transformation was unbelievable. He was going to sell it. He'd said originally on this programme in the morning where they go to auction and buy these properties. I don't know why. It was a big house, big house. And he said, no, I'm definitely going to sell it. and he could have made a huge profit on it, huge profit, but he decided that he and his partner were going to live in it. And he'd done it all up to a very good standard. So, in fact, I think the amount of money he was going to make on it was something like 400,000. Which, because I love seeing these makeovers. They take a place that looks as though it's about to fall down, and then the next time you see it, you go, "Oh my goodness!" And it goes whoosh on the television. Looked absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. Billy says we always have octopus on Christmas Day, Steve, instead of turkey. Go on, here's the gag. So everybody gets a leg. Thank you. Steve, good job you're on in the morning, not evening, as I'd never sleep. I'd have nightmares with all the snake talk. I know, it's funny that, isn't it? Sat in Gravesend says, I restarted my telephone, started the LBC app several times, and still get an image of Darren Adam. I think what he's done is he's infiltrated it. He's now putting it out. He's now trying to pretend he's me. That's what it is. Whether it works, I have no idea. The loyal backers, they're all here. People in, people out, people who you're never going to see the end of again. And Truss's cabinet poses for a last proud photo, and then the axe fell. You're out. You're out. In fact, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people out, including Liz. Liz. There was a book they've had to change the title of the book because I think it's The Rise and Big Fall of Liz Truss. But with her daughters at her side, she leaves the job. A few people were sort of, clapping. Because when you see, actually, some Downing Street staff, Downing Street is enormous. It is like the TARDIS. You go inside and whoa, goodness me, it's amazing. What have we got? Oh, the world's dirtiest man. Dirty because he never, ever washed. In fact, for half a century, he was worried that it would make him sick. Anyway, shortly after he had a shower, the first one, he died. Which is very odd, isn't it, really? His name was Amu Haji. He gave up washing 67 years ago after becoming convinced it would bring him bad luck and eventually kill him. He was apparently otherwise healthy despite eating only roadkill and drinking dirty water from puddles. But local officials have confirmed... Where in goodness name is this? It doesn't say. His funeral takes place today. His favourite meal was roadkill porcupine. That probably limits where he is at. But he's Iranian. His neighbours persuaded him to have a shower a few months ago. He became ill and died on Sunday. He was said to be 94. The neighbour acted after reports that he was lonely and not washing, made it difficult to make friends and possibly find female companions. Not anymore. Not anymore. Yeah, he had a tendency to smoke pipes filled with animal manure. But experts were surprised he'd not suffered from eating decaying meat and refusing to sterilise the water he drank from puddles. So his funeral takes place today, bless his heart. Imagine you go all that time. You want him to come back and go, I told you it would kill me. I'm not supposed to be doing washing. Mind you, loads of people, the Elizabethans never washed, did they? People used to cover up in early days with perfume and everything else. Their wigs that they wore in the Elizabethan times infested with lice. Infested. And literally, they used to paint their faces with lead, white lead, because if you had a brown face, it meant that you worked outdoors, and that wasn't good. So they would put white lead on. Unfortunately, the white lead ate into their skin, so they all had pockmark. Yes, to be fat and pale was very attractive. Don't make me say it. Don't make me say it. Fat and pale. It was attractive. If you were sort of, a dark-skinned person, it meant you worked in the sunshine. And that wasn't very good. So people wanted to be pale, but they thought the washing was unclean. Unclean. They didn't like the idea at all. So they didn't bother. How an obscure question in the House of Lords revealed a palace plan to sideline Harry and Andrew. They think that they could be part of a pool of substitutes. I hope we never see them ever again, actually. We don't want to see Andrew. They say he's virtually become a recluse, if only. If only. It's funny, isn't it? You do a couple of things in life and immediately, whoosh, disappeared, airbrushed. Who'd have ever thought? Steve, where throwing cake in the face of Waxworks Model of the King is concerned, somebody ought to tell these protesters that Charles was way ahead of his time. He was flying the eco flag years before many of them were even born. Shame they didn't do their homework, says Pam. Oh, they're a bit thick. They can't help it. It's not their fault that Mumsy and Dadsy probably don't do anything, but have probably got a bit of an estate in Berkshire going on. Because, as I say, there's nobody working class. Fish fingers in breadcrumbs or batter, says Nick. Well, I've tried the Young's chip shop batter fish fingers, and batter becomes... No. They do a box of... They're very nice. And you literally just sort of shallow fry them, and they're in this chip shop batter. They're really quite delicious. I mean, I could eat a whole box without any trouble whatsoever. Without any trouble. It's funny, isn't it? Because I look at it as finger food. You know, a fish finger food, and it's quite nice. You can dip them in all sorts of things, but they do them. It's Young's chip shop batter. I mean, they're delicious. They are, now I promise you would like. How many were in that pack? Only 8. See, I'd have to buy 2 packs. 2 packs. I couldn't just go on one. I know that you get these Young's omega-3. I'm not sure what that is actually. I keep reading it. It's got omega-3 in it. Is it very good for you? What is it? I've managed to survive most of my childhood without eating omega-3, so it must be good. So, known as the cycling capital of the UK, it is Cambridge University. That's why. Motorists are rebelling against this draconian congestion charge that they say is a step too far. So the Greater Cambridge Partnership want to introduce a £5 charge for any weekday journeys to and from within a zone that covers virtually the entire city. That's not good, is it? Campaigner Josh Grantham says most people in Cambridge want improved buses and cycling. This provides funding for both of these things. Yeah, a £5. Apparently, opportunists say the potential £1,300 annual cost per car is unaffordable when there's a cost of living crisis. Yeah, I've read a story about a lot of landlords now are making, they have a house which is split into bedsits or whatever and they rent them out. They set up limited companies so they can pay less tax and everything else, which is not good. Apparently, in Oxford, drivers of petrol and diesel vehicles face a charge of up to £10. Pfft, get away with it lightly. Come to London. 15 quid. 15 quid. It's very, very expensive to London. And then there's the other charge on top of it, isn't there? I think there was ULEZ as well. I mean, seriously, they don't want... And yet London is full of traffic. Even as I speak, cars piling out, buses, taxis, everything. And yet it costs an absolute... Perhaps people are...
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride. So you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Steve, says Chris in Brentwood. Morning, Chris. Have you heard of the Dixon Hotel on Tooley Street? It's a former magistrates' court named after the architect, John Dixon Butler, who was the chief architect of the Metropolitan Police between 1895 and 1920. Inside the Grade 2 listed building, they've got mugshots of prisoners who were convicted there, original cell door used as rooms within its spa, and chandeliers made out of linked handcuffs. Well, surprisingly, yes, I have seen it before. And I love it when they do things like this. So it's very near Tower Bridge, but it's the pictures of all the criminals on the wall. There's another place as well, very near the London Palladium, which is a bar, but it used to be a former police station, and it's got cells, and you can book a cell to have your drinks in. I mean, I don't know whether they lock you in there. We did have drinks in there one day. It wasn't very busy, but I thought it was quite nice. Just sort of go in and find something unusual. And this is a very unusual place, the Dixon Hotel. I love the staircase. The staircase is sort of, it's got grand written all over it. It's very nice indeed. So that's what it was. It was a former magistrate's court. You can imagine, can't you, in those days. But it's all these people, these criminals who just look like actors when you see the pictures of them holding their placard in front with their name, their age, and what they've been convicted of. So the London pub is the Morpeth Arms. Okay. Millbank Prison, as you know, closed in 1890, but the cells remained. And it's now a typical London pub with beer, food and loyal patrons. But the dark history of the cells in the basement has not been forgotten. So there you go. We've got pictures of that. We've got pictures of that one. It's great fun, actually, looking at the pictures of all these places. This is the advantage of the internet. Years ago, you'd have to go to the library and get out bits and pieces. Yeah, it's a Young's house, isn't it? Look at that, honestly. The historic London bar with the haunted basement and the spying room. And people be locked up in these places. And bearing in mind, it would be pitch black. Pitch black. But if you had a bit of money, you could bribe the jailer to let you have family and friends in and food and stuff like that. But you had to bribe them on it. But there's loads of places like this. Loads of places. Yes, Steve, you are international. We listen to you every day from Palestine, says Bassam. Thank you very much indeed. From Palestine. That's lovely. I like that. And David says, it isn't beyond the wit of man to make electric cars sound like normal cars. Small speakers in the front, back and sides of the vehicle joined with the engine, electronics. Yes, could be. I mean, it kind of defeats the object, though, doesn't it, really, I think, for extra money. Chris in Bristol says, first-time texter, did you know octopuses are very intelligent? Of course. Hello? You're listening to one of the most intelligent programmes on the radio in the history of the English-speaking world. He said, Paul the Octopus famously predicted the correct results in 12 out of 14 games in the World Cup in 2010. Yes, I never believed a word of that, I'm afraid. I never believed a word of that. He died shortly afterwards. He was so exhausted. He was just a common octopus. I mean, he was basically given worldwide attention as an animal oracle. But during divinations, his keepers would present him with 2 food containing boxes decorated with flags of the team. Whichever box Paul ate from first was considered his prediction from which team. So his keepers at the Sea Life Centre in Oberhausen in Germany mainly tasked him with predicting the outcomes of international matches. Paul correctly guessed the winning team in 4 of Germany's 6 Euro matches and all 7 of their matches in the World Cup. So he had an overall record of 12 correct predictions out of 14, a success rate of 85.7%, but he's dead. Okay, and they put him in soup and thoroughly enjoyed it. He was only 2 I wonder how you age octopus. He was 2. Bless his heart. He was hatched in 2008. 2 years later, gone. That's the trouble with octopus. They don't hang around, do they? Don't hang around. But apparently, some species, because octopuses, generally speaking, have a short lifespan. They do if the Chinese catch them. Very short. Some species live for as little as 6 months. The giant Pacific octopus, one of the 2 largest species of octopuses, may live for as many as 5 years. Their lifespan's limited by reproduction. So there you go. So, I mean, to be honest with you, you wouldn't know who was cuddling you first, would you, really? If you were sort of into that kind of thing. But that's what it is. So 5 years would be considered good for an octopus. Dear. I feel a bit worried, actually, now. Steve, I hate it when they go back to a dilapidated property on Homes Under the Hammer and it hasn't changed. Why bother, says Rachel. But most of them do, and they're very good, actually. Mike in Kings Langley, cards now all posted. We're putting inflatable Santa on the chimney pot this afternoon. How many more sleeps for Christmas? Oh, come on. It's a nice, easy one. This one, 60. 60 sleeps until we get to the crypt. But that time we'll be knee-deep in snow. There have been accidents. The trains will have been cancelled. Oh, the good news is Mick Lynch, Michael Lynch, remember him? He's decided that they're not going to go on strike on the railways on Poppy Day, because that's for... And he would have been very unwise to have... there's 2,000 people will be taking part in the commemoration, and so there's going to be no strike, because Poppy Day raises £1 million. It's been moved, so that's good to arrange. How very wise. Possibly the most sensible thing they've ever done, I think, actually. So the Poppy appeal on the 3rd of November, the planned strike action has now been moved to the 9th. Okay, so that's good news. I'm very pleased about that. Steve, have a watch of The Octopus Teacher on Netflix. It's incredible, says Richard. Listen, I don't want to talk about octopuses anymore. I've had enough of them now. I can't believe it. Penny Lancaster will soon be patrolling the streets after passing her special constable training. I thought she was already patrolling the streets. I wasn't aware that she'd only just started. Apparently, the former model posed with a certificate declaring that she'd completed the programme after a passing-out ceremony with her colleagues. When they say passing out, that doesn't mean she just collapses in front of them. That means that's what they call it, passing out. And she's been a volunteer since April last year when she appeared on the Channel 4 show Famous and Fighting Crime. So made her first arrest in March when a drug driver she'd spotted tested positive for cannabis. And she worked at the Queen's funeral as the biggest honour of her life. Obviously, life with Rod at home must be quite boring, I should imagine. What do you want to do, dear? Have we got any Philosan or something like that? Yeah, he's playing with his train set all the time. She's gone, do you know, I think I'll go out there and become a copper on the street. So she's become a special, which is good. There's a very sweet picture of a monkey reaching out to touch the body of a man who fed him, and then, in an apparent sign of grief, gives his friend a farewell kiss. This is from Sri Lanka. The wild grey had feasted daily on fruit and biscuits at the home of Pithbaram Rajan, who lived next to a forest in Sri Lanka, who died last week. When the mourners brought the monkey to his funeral, they were astonished to see how strong the bond had been. Video footage, which has gone viral, shows the monkey perching on the edge of the coffin, which was open, and gently touching his chin as if trying to wake him. He then seems to realise his friend is dead, leans over and plants a kiss on Mr. Rajan's face before mourners carry the clearly distressed monkey away. See? Proving that monkeys know about these things. They know about these things. They can reflect grief. We've seen dogs, haven't we, that do the same thing. They get very upset, people who sit with people after they've had an accident or somebody has died. David Dimbleby appears to be a fount of all knowledge when it comes to most subjects. Yes, he does sometimes, though, struggle to keep up with the extended royal family. Even I get lost on that. So whenever he attends official functions with royalty present, a researcher would be on hand to guide him the right way. The former long-serving host of TV's Question Time says, on formal state occasions, I'm not hot on recognising who's who. I can screw up my duchesses quite easily. I had a researcher who sat behind me who used to kick me when I got things wrong. Very helpful, because he was on with Ian Dale. Apparently asked about me, so I was told. So they get David Dimbleby. I don't sound so surprised. Goodness sake, honestly. Loads of people ask about me. Loads of people. I don't want to go into my celebrity listeners. It's far too embarrassing. Steve, all right? Good, thank you. Happy birthday today to Keith Urban, the New Zealand-born country music singer. Sold more than 15 million records. His wife, Nicole Kidman, says the secret to their happy marriage is a golden rule. They can never text each other because it can be misrepresentative at times. What a load of old rubbish, honestly. Well, as if that's going to keep a marriage together. It's basically having a trick pelvis. OK, that's the thing that keeps a marriage together, let me tell you. Also, Sir Andrew Motion. He was the first poet laureate to retire voluntarily in nearly 400 years. He's 70 today. Keith Urban, by the way, is 55, so many happy returns of the day. Bob Hoskins, died 2014. I always think half these people are still with us. Born in Bury St Edmunds, starred in the Long Good Friday, Mona Lisa, and, of course, the immortal 1988 film Who Framed Roger Rabbit. He died from pneumonia when he was 71. I remember the BT adverts with Bob Hoskin. I really do. I remember all those things. Also, 2011, on this day, an inquest into the death of Amy Winehouse recorded a verdict of misadventure, finding her death aged 27 to be the result of alcohol poisoning. There must have been some alcohol she was consuming. It must have been, mustn't it? And in 1944, Princess Beatrice, this is the first one, the last surviving of Queen Victoria's 9 children, died aged 87. 87. But there is an extended family. Dimbleby's absolutely right. There is an extended family of the royals, and who are they? Mind you, I'm in admiration, although I tend to find them terribly boring, football commentators who can do a commentary on a match and all they're doing is reading the number off somebody's shirt to tell them who they are, because I wouldn't know who any of these people were. I think they should make it more interesting and take the numbers off. And let's see whether or not, the likes of Lineker and everybody else can actually get these things right. I don't think they could. But they've got nothing else to talk about. Football commentators, nothing else to talk about. You can't talk about anything in the entire universe. All they can talk about is football. Boring. Very dreary. Very dreary.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to have your company. 10 to 7. There's a great feature in the Mail today. And this is the home of John Caldwell. They made a TV programme about it. John, with his partner Modesta and baby William at their Mayfair Des Res, they basically take 2 houses and they shove them together and they put it twice the size of the Albert Hall, this house. I mean, they brought huge cranes in to put trees in and everything else. It's amazing. In the stacking garage, they can fit 8 cars. They have a stream that runs through the dining room, and it was all done meticulously. It's absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. And he's written a book. You can see what it looks like, and it's quite amazing. So he bought it for 87 million. And then they now say it's worth 250 million after it's had this makeover. The makeover, you've never seen anything like it. I mean, he allowed the cameras in so you could see what somebody looked like with a load of money. It's 43,000 square feet. The chandeliers, I mean, it is quite, there's not enough gold in it as far as I'm concerned. It needs a bit more gold. But even though he's got 20,000 sheets of gold leaf in this place, which I would think looks good, and you watch the workmen doing it, and it is quite something. I mean, the only person who could ever afford that would be, I don't know, I mean, a sort of a multi-billionaire, I should imagine. It's got a fully stocked bar, it's got a swimming pool, and I mean, no, but it's put it this way, it's the most expensive home. They say the most expensive home. It is quite something. It's got a spa. Imagine actually having a house that's got its own spa in the basement and a sauna and a gym. And it's got a games room, and it's got a cinema, all part of the underground complex. This is all below ground. It goes down 3 or 4. Private quarters, space for a family of 3. That's it. And then you look at it. You have to sort of appreciate this money. He was very meticulous about everything. But if you're spending that sort of money, he wants it right. I think at one time they took the whole wall out, and he went, "No, do it properly. It's got to be this." But I've heard of other people who do that. It becomes an obsession. I'm not like that at all. Heavens above. No, it doesn't bother me. Do it again. I told you Calvin Klein had a place put in on Fire Island, wherever it was, and he imported all this timber from this country, but he wanted it all matching going up the stairs, and it was off. And they had to rip the whole lot out and start all over again. I mean, you can imagine the workmen going, "Oh, why don't you do it yourself, Calvin?" But this one here, so I think the actual dining room area and the sitting room is the size of Buckingham Palace. It's absolutely huge. I mean, it's very nice, but it's the car stacking system. I remember when they installed it. So what you do is they've got one in Richmond, nearly opposite the station. It used to be a church converted into flats, and you drive your car into the lift and it takes you down and moves on. But there used to be a very famous place. I think I've told you this before, off Fleet Street in Fetter Lane, and it was a car stacking car park. And what used to happen was that it was a building, the middle of it was all hollow, and it was like little compartments. And you would drive in onto the lift, the man would take you weren't in the car, he would take it up to a place, and they would move it into one of these things. So, hypothetically, if you reversed out and the lift wasn't there, you would plunge to the ground. But they started getting a little bit lax over the years. And in fact, they allowed people to ride up in the lift to their car, except for this one day where somebody got on the lift, got dropped off by their car. They just walked forward, got in the car. They reversed back, but the actual lift had moved on. And so they then said nobody else is ever going to ride on the lifts ever again. But it was like sort of like giant matchboxes with a car in each little position, but the middle bit had this lift which went backwards and forwards and up and down. It was quite something. I'm not sure if it's still there actually, but when they said that John Caldwell has got this 8 stacking car garage, that's 8. It's got to be big enough, the lift. And I remember them looking at it. I always worry. You sometimes see a house for sale. You don't buy it. You're just sort of interested in looking at it. And it says it's got a lift. I always think, just supposing you get in the lift one day and you're just halfway through, the floor, and then all of a sudden it breaks down. What are you supposed to do? If you live by yourself and you've got your own, I mean, I don't know what you do. You'd have to make sure that every time you went in the lift, you had your telephone with you so you could phone somebody and go, help. How are they supposed to get in? I don't know. Well, we have a button on our lift at home, but that only rings just outside the lift. I mean, there is a number in there that you call to get the lift people round there. And you could probably force the doors open, I should imagine. But even so, if there's a big drop, that'd be the last thing. We did have somebody who got stuck in it some years ago, and I could open the door. I've got a key to open the door at the top and then force them. And this lady had to sort of slide out. It was because I'd be in there in 5 minutes. I'd need to go to the toilet. Imagine, can't you? But there is a book. John Caldwell's got a book out which is called Love, Pain and Money. The proceeds of it go to the Caldwell children. So there you go, for a good cause. And it's nice to read about somebody who enjoys their money. He said sometimes we just go abroad to Switzerland, he said, and stay in 30 quid bed and breakfasts. I'd probably do that as well. Strictly Sexism row has been reignited after comedian Jade Adams revealed she was maliciously trolled during her time on the programme. Shirley Ballas was trolled on Twitter for saying that she would have eliminated a female contestant instead of a man in the dance-off. And asked on spin-off show It Takes Two, she said, Miss Adams said, I will say women on this show get it in the neck, whether it's me, whether it's Karen, whether it's Shirley. The women get it worse than the men. I know, it's for some peculiar reason, people decide to troll people nowadays because they think that they can hide. If it gets too bad, you just report it to the police. The police have a special department that deals with people who write abusive messages. It's very easy to do, and you basically get them into court, and most of the time they're exposed in the newspapers as being people of limited intelligence, I think, would be a very good description of it. But that's the way it goes. So today, all the people are going to be talking about Rishi, also the reshuffle, and the gamble, are they all going to be there in sort of 6 months' time? Adidas and fashion brands severing ties with rapper West over his anti-Semitic outburst, about blooming time. And Peter Tatchell stopped by the police in Qatar for staging an LGBTQ rights protest. They said they just wanted him to go because they're desperately unhappy about the bad publicity they've received. Funny that, isn't it? I wonder why. Anyway, Stuart says, I absolutely love the show, which is very good. And Chris in Hertford says, I also remember the BT Bob Hoskins ads. He said, I would love to hear you say it's good to talk. Bob, I can't even remember what Bob... It's good to talk. I can't remember what Bob Hoskins' voice sounded like. Is he Cockney? A proper Cockney? I love things like that. It's so nice when we have regional accents. I can't understand them on anything else, but, on that it's very good. Thank you for your company this morning. And Mike in Kings Langley says the cards are all posted now. I can't believe it. For Christmas, you posted your Christmas cards.